Late at night, in a spacious bedroom on the third floor of the Qin residence, Yi Ming took out the large red silk quilt embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks from the wardrobe. This was the most valuable thing he had brought with him when he married into the Qin family half a year ago. Just as he approached the large Simmons bed, a delicate hand reached out and pointed to the floor. The owner of this delicate hand was none other than Yi Ming's wife, Qin Xingya. Under the warm-toned light, Qin Xingya wore a pink silk pajama set. She lay on the bed in a very languid pose, her figure graceful and slender, with long, shapely legs, delicate arms, fair skin, and a breathtakingly beautiful face. In such a situation, anyone who saw her would be lost in thought. At that moment, she held a book in one hand and pointed to the floor with the other. The meaning was clear: Yi Ming, you sleep on the floor tonight. Although they had been married for half a year, they had always slept in separate rooms. At today's family dinner, his father-in-law had clearly hinted that the two should live together and let him have a grandchild soon. At that time, Qin Xingya did not voice any objection, which gave Yi Ming the illusion that his wife had agreed. Now, holding the large red quilt in front of the bed, his face flushed with humiliation, an unspeakable sense of shame surged in his heart. Yi Ming stood at 182 meters tall, with a straight posture and handsome features. Anyone who saw him would secretly praise him as a fine man. Yi Ming had attended a prestigious university with excellent looks and education. He had always been the child that others compared their own to. Although the Yi family was not extremely wealthy, his father had been a successful businessman for many years. But just before Yi Ming was about to graduate from university, a major disaster struck his family. As a result, he couldn't pay his final year's tuition and didn't receive his university diploma. In the end, through a twist of fate, he became a son-in-law married into the Qin family. He had always been proud and naturally unwilling to be a Livian son-in-law. But thinking of the changes in his family, he had no choice in the matter. In truth, Yi Ming had little romantic feeling for Qin Xingya. At this moment, he had no sensual thoughts because his father was locked in a detention center and his mother was still in a coma. Under such circumstances, his heart was only with his parents. But his mother had been unconscious for so long, unresponsive despite all his calls. Would a grandchild's cry perhaps wake her? This was what Yi Ming truly thought. Toward the Qin family, his feelings were very complex. Grateful for their help on one hand, yet humiliated by their treatment on the other. Yi Ming was an extremely proud man. Even when his family suffered, he still believed he could turn things around with his own ability. But once he entered society, he realized how unrealistic this notion was. All the relatives and friends avoided him like the plague. Their previously kind, flattering, even sycophantic expressions had now turned into mockery, contempt, and even a look of finally seeing your family fall. But Yi Ming had no choice. He couldn't keep asking the Qin family for money. Although they were nominally a family, he had done nothing, contributed nothing. How could he have the face to keep asking? Thinking of all these changes, Yi Ming's eyes welled up. He had always believed that men do not easily shed tears, but perhaps that was because he had never known sorrow as a youth. The quilt covering him was bought by his mother Su Yun during a trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou 2 years ago, specially for Yi Ming. Back then, Yi Ming joked that his mother was preparing a wedding quilt so early. Now, recalling his mother's smiling face, Yi Ming's heart ached. The large red silk quilt with its lifelike mandarin ducks seemed to mock his incompetence. Scene after scene of humiliation flashed through Yi Ming's mind. He wanted to fight back, to resist the injustice of fate, but there was no way. The cold floor could not extinguish the heat in his heart. Suddenly, a ding sounded in his mind. Counterattack system activated. Binding with host 1280. Insufficient humiliation. Unable to fully bind. Please continue to work hard, host. A voice devoid of any emotion sounded in Yi Ming's mind. Yi Ming was stunned at first, then cursed loudly. What the hell is this? A counterattack system. Not enough humiliation. As if I haven't suffered enough. But the voice interrupted his train of thought. He thought about the next day's matters, then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yi Ming got up early to make breakfast. He had no job. He had to find something to do, otherwise he would feel even more uneasy. Yi Ming, can't you let this porridge cool down before giving it to me? It's so hot, you want to burn my mouth. Do you think if my lips blister I won't scold you? Let me tell you, you're just asking to be scolded. A grown man can't even make a proper breakfast, and you still say you want to work at the company. You say you're a college student, but you don't even have a diploma. You couldn't even pass the interview. You're a disgrace to our family. From now on, you'd better not say you're the son-in-law of the Qin family outside. The voice of his mother-in-law, Li Fengjiao, rang out. She scolded Yi Ming every morning. It had become a habit. Scolding so early in the day was actually unlucky and would affect the day's fortune, but she simply couldn't stand the sight of him. She had never been able to understand her husband's decision. In this day and age, why take an Olivian son-in-law? Did he regret having 2 daughters? For no reason, Yi Ming had become the target of his mother-in-law's resentment, as if his very existence mocked her incompetence. Scolded Yi Ming showed no expression. It wasn't the first time. Though it hurt inside, when you live under someone's roof you have to lower your head. Today his father-in-law Qin Haoran was rarely at home. Seeing his wife treat Yi Ming like this, a look of discontent appeared on his face. Fengjia, how can you speak like that? Yi Ming got up early to make breakfast, and you still find faults. Oh, he woke up early and made one breakfast. How admirable. As a son-in-law, does he know that today is his mother-in-law's birthday? Any practical gesture? Qin Haoran was rebutted and his face turned unpleasant. He had excellent self-control and did not argue back. He knew that arguing would only lead to a family war which he didn't want. His wife had her own career, and he couldn't easily overpower her. Breakfast was finished in a tense atmosphere. Qin Haoran was driven to the company by his chauffeur. Li Fengjiao went upstairs to put on makeup after eating. Qin Xingya glanced at Yi Ming, who was cleaning the dishes, said nothing, and left with her bag. Yi Ming quickly finished cleaning. He still had to rush to the hospital to see his mother Su Yun. The doctor said morning was the best time to stimulate a response. By the time Yi Ming walked out of the Qin family villa, Qin Qinjia's Audi A6 had already sped away. They were heading the same direction, but she didn't wait for him. Yi Ming had to walk to the community entrance. Such high-end communities were very large, and usually everyone drove, few walked out like Yi Ming. Yi Ming's reputation had spread in the community, especially among the security guards. Many knew he had no status at home, courtesy of his mother-in-law's gossip. According to community rules, patrol guards on electric carts should ask if a resident walking needs a ride. But these two guards ignored him as if he were air. They even cast contemptuous looks as they passed. On one hand, they looked down on Yi Ming, on the other, they envied him for marrying into a good family with a beautiful wife. Yi Ming noticed all this, but only wanted to get to the hospital quickly. After walking out the main gate, he found a shared bike nearby and pedaled swiftly toward the hospital. At the First People's Hospital of Yinjiang City, in a special care ward, a young, fashionable woman was bending over to wipe the body of a middle-aged woman on the bed. She wore a business suit and high heels, making the task very strenuous. But she performed the task very seriously, not slacking off despite her attire. A female nurse beside her couldn't help but say, "Miss Qin, you are so delicate. Let me handle this." "No need. My husband is a man and not suited for this. As a daughter-in-law, it's my duty to serve my mother-in-law." The speaker was Qin Xingya. She had arrived early ahead of Yi Ming to clean Su Yun's body. Although the nurse could have done it, she was a filial person. Though she had no deep feelings for Yi Ming legally, they were husband and wife, and serving her mother-in-law was proper. Traditional virtues should not be abandoned. After finishing, Qin Xingya left the hospital, also paying the medical fees on the way. When Yi Ming arrived, he saw her car leaving. He wondered why she had come and left so quickly. But he didn't dwell on it. He rushed straight to the ward and saw his mother still in a deep sleep. A pang of unexplained pain struck Yi Ming's heart. He spoke a few words to his mother, then prepared to leave. This was a premium ward with round-the-clock care, one of the conditions of his marriage into the family. But relying on the Qin family was not a permanent solution. He had to become self-reliant, earn money with his own hands. No matter how difficult, as long as he worked hard, there would be hope. The attending physician came for a routine checkup. Seeing Yi Ming there, he said, "Yi Ming, we have imported a special medicine from the United States that works wonders for your mother's condition." Dr. Zheng, is that true? Please prescribe it for my mother. Yi Ming said excitedly. Dr. Zheng hesitated. The medicine is good, but the price is not cheap. Yi Ming knew Dr. Zheng was always cautious. If he said that, the price must indeed be high. But no matter how high, as long as it was effective, he had to fight for it. Dr. Zheng, how much will it cost? Yi Ming's voice noticeably lacked confidence. 100 yuan per dose, and more will be needed, depending on the results, said Dr. Zheng. 100 per dose. What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so expensive? Yi Ming's soul-searching questions burst out. Expensive medicine had been tried before, but at 100,000 per vial with continuous use required, an ordinary person could hardly earn that much in a year. Even the Qin family would have to think twice before bearing such exorbitant medical expenses, for once started, it would be an endless financial drain. Dr. Zheng explained, this medicine is the latest developed in the United States, rarely seen domestically, usually reserved for the ultra-wealthy. Getting a batch this time was pure luck. You need to decide quickly. Strike while the iron is hot, others are waiting to use it. Yi Ming gritted his teeth. Dr. Zheng, please use it for my mother. They'll find the money somehow. Dr. Zheng, seeing Yi Ming's filial piety, nodded. No problem. Your mother is in the VIP ward, so she can have priority use of this medicine. As for the money, you can pay in a few days. Yi Ming thanked Dr. Zheng profusely. To save his mother, he would use the most expensive medicine. He took out his phone, ready to call his father-in-law. But after a moment's thought, although his father-in-law was kind to him, he wanted to bear this burden himself. As a man, he shouldn't trouble his father-in-law with everything. That would only earn more contempt. After leaving the ward, Dr. Zheng took out his phone and dialed. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? Yi Ming insists on using the imported U.S. specialty medicine for his mother, costing 100,000 per vial. Should we go ahead? There was a brief silence on the other end, then a voice came, "Go ahead, use it, as much as needed." "Very well, Mr. Chin. Dr. Zheng hung up with a pleased expression. Dr. Zheng hung up the phone with a delighted smile. The commission for this medicine was substantial. Usually patients like this would hardly bear the cost. It was a true money pit. Without the benefactor's consent, Yi Ming's standing alone wouldn't suffice. Asking Yi Ming was merely a pretext. Apart from the Qin family, Yi Ming still had some creditors, or rather his father still had some debts outside. Yi Ming's father Yi Kaishan was originally a businessman, quite successful among his relatives in the Yi family. Before Yi Kaishan's accident, many relatives had borrowed from him. He always took care of his kin. Some needed a down payment for a house, some lacked a bride price for marriage, some had no capital for business. In those days, the Yi family didn't mind. After all, reputation mattered. When one is well off, it's only right to help one's relatives. But now Yi Ming was in desperate need of money. He had gone to collect the debts before, but he was too thin-skinned and didn't know how to demand properly, so naturally, he came back empty-handed. Last time Yi Ming visited Yi Kaishan, his father told him in detail who owed how much and who owed what. All in all, it came to no less than $500,000, no small sum. Yi Ming naturally couldn't let it go. Father kept asking why mother wouldn't come see him, whether she was too disappointed. Yi Ming dared not tell him about his mother's condition, only saying she was busy looking for connections and evidence. His parents were deeply in love. If his father knew about his mother's condition, he would probably collapse. It was already miserable enough. Yi Ming first went to his second uncle's house. Uncle Yi Kaihong had relied almost entirely on Yi Kaishan. This house was originally Yi Kaishan's lent to his younger brother when he got married. The year before last, Yi Kaihong said he wanted to drive for a ride-hailing service and needed a car. He had no money himself, so naturally the burden fell on his elder brother. Yi Kaishan lent him 100,000, but it fell 50,000 short of his expectation. According to him, who would ride in a 100,000 yuan car? In the end, he bought a Sagittar worth 150,000, but he resented Yi Kaishan greatly. The extra 50,000 he borrowed from his wife's relatives, who charged interest. But his own brother lent him money without interest and didn't even ask for repayment of the principal. These 2 years he had been driving and supposedly earned some money. He should be able to pay back by now. Yi Ming knocked on the door of his second uncle's house. This apartment was originally bought by Yi Kaishan as an investment in a prime location with good layout. But now his uncle's family was squatting there, refusing to leave. The door was opened by his aunt by marriage, Zhang Dihua, age 32. They had been married for years, but had no children, and she didn't work either. "Oh, Yi Ming, what brings you here? Coming to your aunt's house empty-handed, all grown up, and still no manners." Zhang Dihua clearly had no intention of letting him in. Yi Ming's face reddened slightly. But then he remembered this was his own family's house, and he was here to collect a debt. His mother was in the hospital, and his uncle and aunt hadn't even come to visit. Anger surged within him again. "And his uncle home? I need to speak with him." Yi Ming ignored her attitude and asked directly, "Your uncle's out driving that beat-up car. If he doesn't work hard, we'll have to eat the northwest wind." Zhang Dihua raised her voice. But Yi Ming had just seen the car parked downstairs. Clearly she was lying. He couldn't help raising his voice. "Uncle, are you home?" "Who's there? Making such a racket early in the morning. Can't a person sleep? I drove all night." The uncle's voice came from inside. Yi Ming tried to push the door open to go in. Today he was here to collect the debt. His mother had no time to wait. Hey. Zhang Dihua tried to block him, but Yi Ming was determined, and being a man, he was stronger. "Uncle, I need to talk to you about something." Yi Ming went inside and said. Soon Yi Kaihong came out of the bedroom, yawning, looking listless. "Yi Ming, have you had breakfast yet?" Yi Kaihong said as he headed toward the refrigerator. "I've eaten, uncle. This time I'm here on business. You know my mother's condition is very bad. Can you repay the money you borrowed from our family?" Yi Ming got straight to the point. "Oh, Yi Ming, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you've married into the Qin family. You've got mountains of gold and silver. We're a humble household scraping by. Don't covet that little bit of money." Yi Kaihong's face darkened upon hearing the request, and he withdrew his hand from the milk carton. Yi Ming sensed his uncle was trying to renege on the debt, so he said, "Uncle, the Yi family is backbone. We can't forever depend on the Qin family. This time the hospital has imported a special medicine from the US costing 100,000 per vial. Give me that 100,000 back now, and he'll have the doctor use it right away." Zhang Dihua sneered from the side. "Oh, someone from the Yi family with backbone. That's a laugh. You're even begging at our doorstep? Backbone. Ha, you're hilarious." Yi Ming's face instantly flushed deep red. Asking for loans was already shameful, and people rarely mentioned it to his face. Now that it was laid bare, he felt his thin-skinned nature acutely. Humiliation, sheer humiliation, but Yi Ming had no retreat. This time he had to get the money. This money must be repaid today. If not, move out of this house. I'd rather rent it out than let you live here for free. Live for free. Nephew, this house belongs to your father, which means it belongs to the Yi family. Now that you've married into the Qin family, you have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. Who do you think you're ordering to move out? When the house was mentioned, Yi Kaihong became defensive. He had been able to get married thanks to this house. If they lost it, Zhang Dihua would divorce him immediately. You're so shameless. If it weren't for my father's soft heart, you'd never have moved in. Get out now, this is my family's house. Yi Ming was so furious his speech became incoherent. He never expected his own uncle to be so despicable. Enough. You have no right to kick anyone out of this house. You're not the homeowner. Go find some other way. Your mother's illness is clearly incurable. Why waste the effort? Yi Kaihong said dismissively, moving out. As a joke, Yi Ming wanted to punch someone. He never imagined his second uncle, who had taken so much from their family, would say such things. Is anyone home? A voice came from outside. Who is it? Must be crazy. Coming one after another. Zhang Dihua cursed under her breath. Are you relatives or friends of Yi Kaishan? A uniformed man stood at the door asking. Am Yi Kaishan's brother. Let me state clearly, everything my brother did has nothing to do with me. That's his son. If you have business, talk to him. Yi Kaihong pointed at Yi Ming. All right, I'm not looking for anyone. I'm here to inform you that this house has been seized. You have 3 days to move out. The uniformed man waved his hand dismissively. What? A shrill scream burst from Zhang Dihua. She could not accept it. At 9 in the morning 3 days from now, we'll come to affix the seals. If you haven't moved out by then, nothing inside will be taken out. The uniformed man ignored her screams and said sternly. They had seen all kinds of people, more difficult ones existed. But how can law be stopped by tantrums? Yi Ming suddenly felt the urge to laugh. If the homeowner weren't his father trapped in detention, he would have sold the house long ago. Watching the two slumped on the floor, Yi Ming smiled coldly and left. The pity was he hadn't gotten the money. Yi Ming remembered that his aunt also lived in this housing estate. Her family owed the Yi family 50,000. Now with his mother ill, surely her own sister wouldn't refuse to help. Knock knock. Yi Ming rapped on the door. His aunt opened it a crack. At that moment Yi Ming looked dejected, his face full of worry. She immediately understood his intention. Yi Ming, your aunt is in a hurry to get to work. I haven't even dressed yet. Come back another day. Before he could even utter the words about the loan, the heavy door had slammed shut in his face. By now Yi Ming had lost all hope of recovering the debts. Going to ask only brought more humiliation. When he became strong, he would collect every cent, with interest, from these people. Yi Ming remembered that his aunt also lived in this housing estate. Her family owed the Yi family 50,000. Now with his mother ill, surely her own sister wouldn't refuse to help. Knock knock. Yi Ming rapped on the door. His aunt opened it a crack. At that moment Yi Ming looked dejected, his face full of worry. By now Yi Ming had lost all hope of recovering the debts. Going to ask only brought more humiliation. When he became strong, he would collect every cent, with interest, from these people. Yi Ming walked absent-mindedly down the street, and without realizing it found himself standing before a construction site where a factory was being erected, workers bustling feverishly both inside and out. He noticed a signboard ahead reading, Urgent recruitment, multiple brick carriers needed, daily wage settlement. The ink on the sign was still wet, as if freshly posted. In the past, whenever Yi Ming had discussed brick carrying with classmates or friends, he'd done so with mocking disdain. But now he felt profound dignity in labor performed honestly with his own hands. Yi Ming stepped onto the site. A middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet blocked his path and asked, What brings you here? I'm here to carry bricks. Yi Ming pointed toward the signboard. Ha ha ha. You've come to carry bricks. Everyone look. This young man actually wants to carry bricks. The man laughed as though he'd just heard something hilariously absurd. A crowd quickly gathered around them, chattering noisily in a cacophony of regional dialects. Yi Ming couldn't make sense of a single word. Is there a problem? He asked. What's wrong? Yi Ming asked. Look at your clothes, your soft hands. Clearly you're no laborer. 1 day's work won't even cover your lunch money. The man shook his head. He'd worked on this site for who knew how long, and could tell at a glance who was cut out for hard labor and who wasn't. This youth reeked of privilege, some kind of pampered scion, perhaps driven here by a sudden whim or emotional crisis to experience life. But such hardship was not for the untested. Yi Ming replied, That's my concern, not yours. I'll earn exactly what I deliver. After a moment's hesitation, the man agreed. After all, it was piece-rate work. I'm Uncle Da. What should I call you? The man asked. Yi Ming. Yi Ming then. See those bricks over there? The crane's broken down, but the schedule's tight. We need them hauled up to the 6th floor today. Today's rate is exceptionally high, 20 fin per brick, but the workload is grueling. Think carefully before committing. No problem, I'll do it. Yi Ming didn't hesitate. He urgently needed cash, especially ready money. He glanced at the bricks, 20 fun per brick to the 6th floor, 30 bricks per trip meant 6 yuan, enough to motivate him deeply. If he could complete one round in 6 minutes, that would be 10 trips per hour, 60 yuan earned in 60 minutes. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Even if he worked only 6 hours, he'd earn 360 yuan. Modest perhaps, but far more lucrative than most alternatives available to him. Yi Ming picked up a carrying pole. Brick carrying wasn't done barehanded. That would be inefficient and exhausting. He loaded 30 bricks onto the pole and swiftly climbed to the 6th floor. After unloading, he rushed back down. Checking his watch, he saw only 5 minutes had passed. His spirits soared. Immediately, he reloaded. Yet nearby laborers shook their heads in dismay. Such frantic pacing wouldn't last beyond 3 trips. Indeed, his second trip took 7 minutes. By the third, his legs trembled violently. He barely ascended, sustained only by sheer willpower. On the descent, his legs felt leaden. This time, he took a full 10 minutes. His shirt clung drenched in sweat. His shoulders burned fiercely. The skin must have torn open, though he didn't dare look. He gritted his teeth through the 4th trip, but it consumed a full half hour. By then, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After 4 trips, he'd earned only 24 yuan. Clearly, he wasn't cut out for this work. His own baseline of endurance had crumbled beneath him. So this humble act of brick carrying, so casually scorned, was truly brutal. Next time someone claimed they couldn't handle it, Yi Ming would slap them twice across the face. After the 5th trip, Yi Ming collapsed utterly, exhausted beyond measure. It was nearly noon. Workers began packing up for lunch. Just then a burly foreman approached and pointed at Yi Ming. "Who are you? Why so slow? Did you skip breakfast? When did this site lower its standards so drastically? Accepting anyone. One day's work won't even cover your meal. Tell me, did you come here just to scrounge lunch?" Yi Ming looked up and realized with a jolt the man was addressing him. His expression darkened. He had grievously underestimated the task's severity. Seeing Yi Ming remain silent, the foreman grew angrier. He snatched up a lunchbox, flung it open, spat into it, and hurled it toward Yi Ming. "Eat. Eat it and get out, useless fool. Can't even carry bricks." Yi Ming trembled with rage. Was he being treated like a beggar? Spitting into food, that alone was unforgivable. Had he possessed even a fraction of his earlier strength, he'd have crippled the man on the spot. Today had been one indignity after another. Mockery, dismissal, contempt. And now deep humiliation surged within him. Ding. Humiliation acquired. Binding progress 81. 85. 90. 99. 100. Binding successful. Congratulations. Reprisal system activated. Reprisal system in life, humiliation is inevitable. When wronged, one must strike back, doubling the insult upon those who inflicted it. Host awarded 1 reprisal point, may be spent to enhance personal attributes. Yi Ming's heart leapt with elation. At last, the binding had succeeded. He hurried to inspect its offerings. His consciousness plunged into a mysterious space where a vast interface shimmered before him, divided into 4 sections: body cultivation, martial arts, secret techniques, and miscellaneous. Beneath it glowed a current quest. Foreman Wang Bobo has insulted you. Repay his humiliation. Force him to submit. Success rewards 1 reprisal point. Wang Bobo, the arrogant foreman who'd spat into his lunch, would soon taste his own saliva. How best to retaliate? Yi Ming tapped into the body cultivation section, and several options appeared. Strength beyond 1,000 gene, keen senses, photographic memory. Among these, enhanced strength offered the swiftest, most decisive advantage. Without hesitation, he selected it. The interface blazed with radiant light. The icon for strength beyond 1,000 gene ignited brilliantly, and Yi Ming felt raw power flood his limbs. All fatigue and soreness vanished instantly. He felt capable of slaying an ox barehanded. Sudden, overwhelming strength left him momentarily unbalanced. He rose, stretched his arms and legs, and nearly toppled over. "Huh, look at this fool. Carried bricks just a few times and can't even stand steady." The foreman strode over again, laughing. Yi Ming's system binding had taken time. It was already past 2 o'clock. Workers resumed labor, eating and resting right where they stood, indifferent to formalities. Just bricks. I'll haul every last one before your eyes," Yi Ming declared defiantly. "Kid, don't puff up too much. There are 30,000 bricks here. Finish them today, and I'll call you grandfather." The foreman jabbed a finger at Yi Ming's forehead. Others, sensing spectacle, gathered round, pointing and whispering, many assuming the youth had lost his wits from exhaustion. Yi Ming sneered coldly. "No need for titles. Just eat this lunchbox if I finish them all today." All eyes turned to the lunchbox, still lying where the foreman had thrown it, its surface marked by his earlier spittle. "Huh, fine, do it, and I'll eat it." The foreman scoffed dismissively. Yi Ming immediately began hauling bricks, not 30 per trip, but over 200. A large wheelbarrow sat nearby. Yi Ming dumped a heap of bricks into it, gripped the handles, and lifted the entire laden cart effortlessly. He sprinted upstairs, returning with the empty cart in under 2 minutes. With the crane down and demand soaring, Yi Ming single-handedly completed work meant for several men. 3 hours later, all 30,000 bricks lay stacked neatly. The foreman stood frozen jaw slack, eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Ming met his gaze with icy mockery. You lost. Though the foreman desperately wanted the bricks moved, he never imagined Yi Ming would do it alone, and now escape was impossible. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, the foreman conceded defeat. I lost. I'll eat it. Yi Ming retrieved the lunchbox, spat deliberately into it, and held it out. The foreman roared, you go too far. Yi Ming shot back, who spat into food first. Does it sting less when it's your turn? Do you think laborers aren't human? Refuse, and I'll force feed you. Workers closed in, glaring furiously. Several gripped steel rods tightly in their fists. Not a single voice rose in defense. Evidently, this foreman had long bullied his crew. His public humiliation delighted them all. Overwhelmed by collective pressure and terrified by Yi Ming's monstrous strength, the foreman finally relented and swallowed the meal. Ding! Quest completed. Awarded 1 reprisal point. The system's chime echoed in his mind. Yi Ming rejoiced. This power was transformative. His days as a downtrodden laborer were over. 30,000 bricks total, 6,000 yuan. Here you go. Uncle Da handed Yi Ming the money, the very man who'd hired him earlier. Thank you. Yi Ming regarded Uncle Da favorably. Huh, I should thank you. You've crushed Wang Bobo's arrogance. That tyrant's been lording it over everyone, shielded by connections. Today's humiliation. Pure justice. Uncle Da's mood was buoyant. Clutching the 6,000 yuan, Yi Ming knew it still fell short of his mother's medical expenses. He'd need other solutions. Walking a short distance from the site, he spotted a cement mixer approaching Hedon. Construction had left fine sand scattered across the road. Such mixers, stirring while moving, were inherently unstable. Combined with the slippery sand, the vehicle suddenly veered sideways and overturned. At that instant, a rugged SUV sped toward the scene, too late to swerve away as the mixer began its deadly descent. Yi Ming dashed forward instinctively. Loaded with dense concrete, the mixer weighed tons. Most vehicles would be flattened instantly beneath it. Yet this was a Mercedes-Benz G50, a tall, heavily built off-roader. Though crushed partially beneath the mixer, the SUV remained structurally intact, though its occupant's fate hung perilously in the balance. Trapped inside were a young woman and a little boy, both unconscious. The car could catch fire at any moment. It would be extremely dangerous if they did not get out immediately. Wake up! Wake up! Yi Ming shouted. The car door was already deformed, and the concrete mixer truck was slowly pressing down. Flames had begun to lick at the front of the Mercedes. There was no time to hesitate. Yi Ming punched the glass, shattering it into a cascade of crystal beads. He grabbed the door handle and pulled with all his might. Though his strength had reached 1,000 Jin, the door was crushed and deformed. His first pull failed to wrench it open. Yi Ming quickly extended his consciousness into the system, instantly locating the body section. Beside the strength over 1,000 Jin was a new line of text: a power that could uproot mountains, a spirit that could overwhelm the world. Rescuing lives was a race against time. Without hesitation, Yi Ming tapped on it. A surge of immense power flooded his body. He pulled at the door again. Rip! Without any suspense, the door was torn open. The woman in the driver's seat had also regained consciousness, still in a daze. Yi Ming quickly pulled her out. Save my son, the woman cried out. Don't worry, I will. Let me get you out first, Yi Ming said, seeing her emotional state, and tried to calm her down. After pulling the woman out, Yi Ming rushed to save the little boy. The concrete mixer had sunk a little lower, and the space inside the car was now extremely limited. The little boy, about 3 years old, was strapped into a child's safety seat in the back. He was awake now. Seeing the flames at the front of the car, his mother gone, and the dark interior, he burst into loud sobs. Mommy, mommy, the boy wailed, heart-wrenching and helpless. Yi Ming, tall and broad, leaned his upper body into the car, quickly unbuckled the safety seat belt, grabbed the boy with one hand, and pulled him out. A tear was ripped in the back of Yi Ming's shirt, but he had finally managed to save the child. The woman, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly found a surge of strength and ran over. Boom! A deafening crash sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air as the concrete mixer finally came down, crushing the Mercedes flat. If they had been just a few seconds slower, both Yi Ming and the little boy would have been trapped inside. The thought sent a chill down Yi Ming's spine. He handed the boy to the woman and finally had a moment to look at her. Though her hair and clothes were disheveled, it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. She appeared to be around 30, exuding an air of mature charm and allure. I am so grateful to you. You are our lifesaver, the woman said, thanking Yi Ming profusely. Yi Ming led them to the roadside. It was the right thing to do. Are you injured? Should I call an ambulance? Yes, please. But my phone was in the car. I'll do it, Yi Ming said and dialed for an ambulance. By the way, my name is Shirongrong. What is my benefactor's surname? My name is Yi Ming. You don't need to call me benefactor. Yi Ming waved his hand dismissively. I am truly indebted to you today. Unfortunately, my bag was crushed in the car, so I have no way to offer you any reward, Shi Rongrong said with a hint of apology. Really, it's not necessary. You probably don't have any money on you. Let me give you some for now. You can pay me back later. Yi Ming knew they would need money at the hospital. The little boy was frightened, and there might be other symptoms they couldn't afford to delay. Yi Ming handed over the 600 yuan. Shi Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly refused. No, I have connections at the hospital. I need money. Yet she felt even more fond of Yi Ming. He not only refused a reward, but also worried about whether she had money from medical treatment. Such good people were rare these days. If her own husband were like this, none of this would have happened. Seeing her refusal and realizing she drove a luxury car worth millions, it was perfectly normal for someone like her to have connections at the hospital. So he put the money away. Soon the ambulance arrived. Shi Rongrong took off her watch and handed it to Yi Ming. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please don't refuse. She then got into the ambulance. Yi Ming looked at the light purple watch in his hand, a bit dazed. The watch was still very new, likely worn only in the last couple of days. The bezel was encrusted with a circle of diamonds sparkling brilliantly in the glow of the setting sun. Though Yi Ming did not recognize the brand judging by its quality, it was undoubtedly a luxury timepiece. Yi Ming suddenly remembered it was his mother-in-law's birthday today. It was already past 6, and he hadn't prepared a gift. It was too late to buy one now. He would have to give her this watch. 6 in the evening was rush hour. By the time Yi Ming arrived at the hotel, it was already 7:30. He had been hauling bricks all day and then rescued someone without even a chance to change clothes. The security guard at the door stopped him. Halt! What are you here for? Yi Ming silently cursed the man for being a snob. With a shove, he pushed the guard, who was built like a tower, back several meters. The guard wanted to fight back, but a fierce glare from Yi Ming sent him retreating 2 steps in fear. The Qin family had reserved a large private room with 4 tables. By now, all the relatives had arrived and were about to start eating. Mom, Yi Ming isn't here yet, Qin Qingya said softly. Mentioning Yi Ming only infuriated Li Fengjia. That beast. He eats and lives at home for free every day, and he can't even be on time for his own mother-in-law's birthday. Qin Qingya nudged Li Fengjia, signaling her to lower her voice. Belittling Yi Ming was only embarrassing herself. But Li Fengjia acted as if she hadn't heard, raising her voice an octave. He's Olivian's son-in-law, and he makes all these relatives and elders wait for him. It's utterly outrageous. Oh, big sister, calm down. Well, humiliate him to his face later, and teach him what respect means, Li Fengjia's younger sister Li Fenglian said with a sarcastic tone. The others were about to chime in when Yi Ming walked in from outside. He had heard the commotion, but he knew he was in the wrong for being late. Before he could speak, someone began to interrogate him. Qin Qingjia's elder sister Qin Qingji had just returned from abroad. She had only arrived moments before him. The meal was delayed waiting for her. Seeing Yi Ming come in after her, she fumed. Yi Ming, why are you late? You don't even care about Mom's birthday. It seems you're not just a good for nothing, but also heartless and ungrateful. Our Qin family has raised a wolf in sheep's clothing. Feeling the stares of all the relatives, Yi Ming had no choice but to explain. On my way here, a concrete mixer truck crushed an SUV. I stopped to rescue the people inside, which is why I'm late. If not for the half-hour delay from the rescue, Yi Ming would have definitely arrived on time. Huh. Yi Ming, you've grown some skills in the 2 months I've been away, huh? Telling lies like that, Qin Qingji said with a sneer. The people around him were also full of disbelief. Someone immediately chimed in. How heavy is a concrete mixer? It would crush a car flat. How could anyone be rescued? Exactly. In a situation like that, most people would run for their lives. There's no way they'd go and rescue someone. That's right. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. If you encounter such a situation, you should avoid it and call the police and an ambulance. That would be more than enough. The last to speak was a foreigner. He had golden hair and blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, deep-set eyes, and sharply defined features. He stood about 1.9 meters tall. But that wasn't what made him most striking. What was truly astonishing was his innate noble aura. Anyone who saw him would secretly exclaim, this must be what a prince looks like. This man was Qin Qingji's husband, Sir Edward, who claimed to be British nobility. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, he instantly became the center of attention, with young women gazing at him with infatuated expressions. Li Fengjia, like a mother-in-law, eyeing her son-in-law, grew fonder the more she looked. Edward, your Mandarin has become so fluent, and you even speak eloquently. I doubt even Yi Ming, a native, has such literary talent. Yi Ming shuddered with disgust. Both were sons-in-law, yet the treatment was so different. Besides, he clearly had a noticeable accent. A distant relative of Li Fengjia added, exactly. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. One must think thrice before acting. That's what a normal person should do. As for Yi Ming, well, forget it. He wouldn't understand anyway. Qin Qingji snorted coldly. What doesn't he understand? He's just lying. Enough, let's eat. Edward and I have been craving the food here. You have no idea. In England, we've grown tired of all those delicacies and just long for some hometown flavors. Yi Ming sneered, inwardly knowing full well how notoriously bad British cuisine was. Right, let's dig in. By the way, I heard you've returned to develop your career here, and Edward is a manager at a big company. A relative flattered. Just then the news began playing on the TV in the private room. Now for a news bulletin at 5:20 p.m. today on Dashin Road. A concrete mixer truck suddenly lost control and overturned, crushing a Mercedes-Benz SUV that was driving normally. Look at the surveillance footage from the scene. A man in black risked his life to rush in and rescue people. Just after he saved a boy, the vehicle was crushed. It was extremely dangerous. After saving the person, the man in black also called an ambulance and only left after seeing the injured get on board. Compassion exists in the world, though unsung heroes are among us. We hope everyone can learn from this hero. The private room fell into dead silence. Everyone recognized the man in black as Yi Ming. Having just mocked him, they now could only lower their heads and eat. This steamed sea bass is really good, tender yet not greasy. These Yangqing Lake hairy crabs are excellent too. I haven't had them in ages. One by one, they all shifted their attention to the food. Yi Ming glanced around and found it odd. All of them were relatives from Li Fengjia's side. Hardly any of Qin's relatives had come. Could the rumors of discord within the Qin family be true? We've eaten enough. Today is Mom's birthday. I wish you eternal youth and beauty. Seeing everyone had moved on from Yi Ming's incident, Edward stood up. His words drew laughter from the crowd. Though Li Fengjia was no longer young, she looked barely over 30. Li Fengjia spat playfully, but her face beamed with delight. Who wouldn't want eternal youth? By the way, Yi Ming, since it's Mom's birthday today, have you prepared a gift? Edward suddenly turned to Yi Ming. Yi Ming saw the entire table flattering and echoing Edward while he alone ate with his head down. This guy is deliberately picking a fight because I didn't give him face, Yi Ming thought. Before he could speak, Qin Qingya said, of course, we've prepared a gift for Mom's birthday. Qin Qingya took out a box, but before she could set it down, Edward added, Yi Ming, are you relying on women again? Even gift-giving requires a woman to handle it. In England, that's highly ungentlemanly. Edward shrugged and spread his hands, his contemptuous expression making one want to punch him. Those around habitually began ridiculing Yi Ming again, calling him a freeloader of the highest order with skin thicker than a wall. If you're truly a man, prepare a gift yourself. Let's present them together so everyone can see. Edward persisted relentlessly. Ding, sensing humiliation from Edward, gained one counterpoint. Edward has insulted you. Counterattack and embarrass him. Reward for success, one counterpoint. A mysterious smile crossed Yi Ming's face. Fine, let's present our gifts together and show everyone. Under the table, Qin Qingya tugged at Yi Ming's clothes. This was no time for bravado, but Edward had already produced a box. The box was small and exquisite, clearly no ordinary item. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Edward took his time and said provocatively, Yi Ming, let's open our gifts at the same time and see which one Mom likes more. Yi Ming snorted coldly and pulled out a cloth bundle. He knew the watch was valuable, but having nothing else, he could only wrap it in a handkerchief. Seeing Yi Ming produce a cloth bundle, everyone burst into laughter. This Livian son-in-law never failed to amuse them. Yet having a clown around seemed to liven the atmosphere. No one had to fear being the worst. Especially those who were already the worst. They laughed the loudest. Even if Qin Qingya wanted to stop Yi Ming, now it was too late. She even closed her eyes in despair. Yi Ming's shame was her shame. Edward looked triumphant. Come on, let's open them together. He pressed a button and the box clicked open. Yi Ming, not to be outdone, directly flipped open the handkerchief. Edward expected an instant knockout and began observing the astonished expressions around him. But something was off. The crowd was in an uproar, their gazes not solely on his gift. Some even looked more at Yi Ming. What was happening? Edward glanced at Yi Ming's hand and let out an ah. On the table lay two watches identical in style and even color, if not placed side by side for comparison. Both watches emitted a faint purple glow. Under the bright lights of the private room, the diamonds sparkled brilliantly, a stunning sight. But since they were identical, one had to be fake. Everyone turned their suspicious eyes back on Yi Ming. The two watches were indeed identical, with only a slight color difference. Without comparison, no one could tell them apart. The watch Yi Ming produced had a lighter color, but appeared softer, radiating a restrained luster. In contrast, Edward's watch was noticeably brighter, flashy at first glance, but seeming somewhat cheap and nouveau riche upon closer inspection. Good. Yi Ming, how dare you bring a fake watch to fool Mom? Not even a box. I bet you bought it from a friend's social media post. This is a new Patek Philippe model, not even available domestically. We bought it specially from Switzerland. Qin Qingji scolded directly. Li Fengjia said coldly, Humph, Yi Ming, you eat off us and live off us, but fooling us is going too far. Buying a fake watch shows how fake I am in your heart. I used to think you were useless, but now it seems your character is deeply flawed. A chorus of scolding erupted, accusing Yi Ming of being ungrateful. Even buying health supplements would have been better than a fake watch. Though the two watches had clear differences, none of those present had ever seen a top-tier brand like Patek Philippe. Yi Ming himself had only heard of it before. His mind raced, and he quickly realized his watch couldn't be fake. Edward's face had reddened slightly earlier, and Qin Xingya had to save the situation. Counterfeit watch manufacturers share a trait: they dare not affix the Patek Philippe logo, as doing so would constitute counterfeiting. Thus, beneath the Patek Philippe logo there must be another logo. Yi Ming let his consciousness enter the system space and instantly opened the secret arts section, which displayed various names: X-ray vision, sound transmission, keen hearing, and so on. Yi Ming let his consciousness enter the system space and instantly opened the secret arts section, which displayed various names: X-ray vision, sound transmission, keen hearing, and so on. Yi Ming let his consciousness enter the system space and instantly opened the secret arts section, which displayed various names: X-ray vision, sound transmission, keen hearing, and so on. Yi Ming pointed directly at the X-ray vision, and the characters for X-ray vision instantly glowed brightly. He quickly withdrew his consciousness. In his mind he chanted X-ray vision. Suddenly, everything around him transformed. As long as he willed it, he could see through any object. But Yi Ming had no time to ponder this. He fixed his gaze on the watch. Edward had brought his eyes locked onto the logo. Instantly, the letters vanished, and beneath them appeared two Chinese characters: to he. Ha ha ha. Yi Ming rejoiced inwardly. This time I'll show you what it means to be publicly humiliated. This watch of yours is fake. Let me point it out to you. Yi Ming suddenly extended his hand. Li Fengjiao was about to curse him, but since Yi Ming had already taken the watch, he held back his words. If Yi Ming failed to produce any convincing evidence, he would deal with him later. To the astonishment of those around, Yi Ming squeezed hard, and the crystal of the Patek Philippe watch shattered. Yi Ming, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how expensive this watch is? Over $1 million. Qin Kingzi's shrill voice rang out. What? $1 million? What watch costs that much? An old man muttered. Not surprising. Patek Philippe is the ultimate luxury watch brand. That price is reasonable. Another young man, seemingly knowledgeable about luxury goods, chimed in. Seeing Yi Ming shatter the famous watch, the crowd winced in sympathy, not stopping to think. Would a genuine watch break so easily? Yi Ming ignored the noisy chatter. He tore off the Patek Philippe label and returned the watch. Hey, there seemed to be two Chinese characters on it. A sharp-eyed young man read aloud. No way, I've never heard of that brand. So is this watch really a Patek Philippe? This was one of Li Fengjia's nephews, nicknamed Li Erling. Given the situation, how could the watch be genuine? If this hadn't happened at the Qin family's gathering, the others would have mocked Li Erling mercilessly. But Li Erling's words seemed to confirm the watch was fake, and everyone fell silent. Edward's face turned deathly pale, though his white complexion masked it. Qin Xingji was at a loss, but Li Fengjiao, wise with age, declared loudly, Yi Ming, you're utterly despicable. You dare play tricks right in front of me. You loaf around at home all day, not working, just practicing magic tricks to amuse Qingya. I never thought you'd dare perform magic in front of all these relatives. Your sleight of hand is impressive, I'll admit. If I didn't know you so well, you might have fooled me into thinking you swapped the watch. Yi Ming nearly lost his temper at the blatant favoritism and outright distortion of truth. Mom, Yi Ming didn't swap the watch. I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Xingya, seated between them, had the clearest view. Yi Ming had definitely not switched the watch. Such attacks on Yi Ming in defense of Edward showed she too was disregarded as a daughter. Yes, Uncle, Yi Ming didn't swap it. I was recording a video and caught the whole thing. Look, a little girl of 11 or 12 suddenly spoke up. She held out her phone, showing the video of Yi Ming reaching for the watch. Throughout, the other watch remained in the frame, never leaving sight for a second. Everyone knew magic required misdirection. At the very least, the watch needed to be covered, even for a moment. Right. This watch is a bit lighter in color, but also more attractive. It's the one Yi Ming took out, Li Erling observed, nodding. Right, nothing. Yi Ming, is yours any less fake? Tell me honestly, did you buy a counterfeit online too? Li Fengjiao was so furious, she was rambling. By accusing Yi Ming of buying a fake online, she implicitly admitted Edward's was fake. This watch was a gift from the person I saved today, Yi Ming replied truthfully. Huh. So it's still of dubious origin. Who would give you such an expensive watch? Enough, we've eaten our fill. Yi Ming settled the bill. Li Fengjiao feigned disbelief, but still picked up the watch, planning to have it appraised tomorrow. 1 million yuan. What if it were real? Yi Ming nearly choked on his anger. The retaliation came too swiftly, knowing full well he had no money. Though he had married into the Qin family, they never gave him an allowance, and he still had to support his parents. These few tables would cost at least 20 to 30,000 yuan. He had been feeling triumphant, but now he was back to square one. Li Fengjia dragged Qin Haoran and Qin Xingya away, fearing they might offer to pay, and gestured to the waitress to point out Yi Ming as the one to settle the bill. Edward walked away, glaring at Yi Ming. Gone was the sunny expression, and his face now bore a look of pure malice. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have earned 1 retaliation point. Yi Ming felt deeply frustrated. Though the mission was successful and he had thoroughly humiliated Edward, he was now mired in a new predicament. Sir, your bill for today is 48500 yuan. Please settle it. A pretty waitress approached and said. What? That much for just a few tables? Yi Ming wasn't a fool. Before his family fell from grace, he had been here a few times and knew the approximate prices. The waitress replied politely, today's set meal is jade and gold hall, costing 500 per table. With drinks at 200 per table, that totals 28000. Additionally, each guest took a carton of China cigarettes from the front desk. The total should have been 48538, but he'll waive the 38 yuan. Yi Ming's face darkened, and he silently cursed his unscrupulous relatives. They ate and took things. Had they no morals? Noticing Yi Ming's grim expression, the waitress asked softly, will you be paying by card or scanning to transfer? After speaking, she quietly spoke into her walkie-talkie, and several security guards appeared at the door. Since the customer hadn't shown signs of skipping the bill, they merely blocked the entrance without entering. Yi Ming had no money to pay. His mind raced, searching for a way out. Those despicable relatives could wait for another day. The waitress' expression soured. The man before her was poorly dressed, and if not for his decent demeanor, she would have called the guards to apprehend him. I still have some retaliation points left, Yi Ming thought, and quickly delved into the system space. Body section. Skip. Cultivation techniques. Skip. Secret arts. Skip. Then came the miscellaneous section. Yi Ming opened it curiously. It contained subsections like culinary arts, medical arts, music, feng shui, and physiognomy, and more. This was a 5-star hotel. If he could help them with their cuisine, he might just find a way out of his predicament. Yi Ming tapped the icon for the culinary arts chapter, and instantly a torrent of profound knowledge flooded his mind. Techniques for preparing countless delicacies, each unfolding with the vivid clarity of first-hand mastery. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Yi Ming's lips as his gaze settled upon the dishes on the table. It was time to demonstrate his skill. Pointing to the abalone braised chicken, he declared, this dish falls woefully short of culinary excellence. Please summon your head chef immediately. The elegant waitress recoiled in astonishment. Was this man deliberately causing trouble? He had already finished dining, and now at the moment of payment he dared critique their food. Sir, if you have suggestions for improving our cuisine, kindly submit them at the front desk after settling your bill. Should your feedback be adopted, we will gladly offer a reward. Her tone remained poised and unyielding. After all, payment first, criticism never. Yi Ming understood her intent perfectly, and yet he showed no haste. Pulling up a chair, he sat calmly. I certainly have the means to pay, but first I wish to consult with your hotel's head chef. They are likely about to finish their shift. Otherwise, I shall remain here savoring these remaining dishes at my leisure, settling the bill only once every last morsel is consumed. Powerless to refuse, the waitress reluctantly spoke into her walkie-talkie. Moments later, a portly man in gleaming white chef's attire burst through the door, flanked by several underlings. Surely this entourage was the kitchen staff. Yi Ming prepared to greet them, only for the rotund chef to erupt. Who dares claim there's anything amiss with my abalone braised chicken? The waitress pointed wordlessly toward Yi Ming. The chef strode forward, his belly swelling like a ripe watermelon, nearly brushing against Yi Ming's chest. I am Zhang Chong, head chef of Sihai Grand Hotel. Are you the one who disparaged my dish? Yi Ming replied coolly, indeed. Your preparation lacks authenticity. The recipe itself is flawed. Ha, ha, ha. I am a national-level Cantonese cuisine master. Yet you, an inexperienced youth still reeking of milk, dare question my craft. I hear you cannot even afford your meal, and now you seek to provoke me over cuisine. Pay up quietly, or face being thrown out beaten black and blue. As Zhang Chong spoke, his underlings cracked their knuckles and stepped forward. Exactly. A beggar daring to feast at Sihai Hotel without paying. Let's beat him senseless, then call the police. First, shut off the surveillance cameras. Ding. Humiliation sensed from Zhang Chong. 1 retaliation point acquired. Zhang Chong has insulted you. Counterattack and force his surrender. Success grants 1 retaliation point. Yi Ming noted inwardly that the timing was perfect. To compel Zhang Chong's surrender, merely presenting a corrected recipe would not suffice, and judging by their demeanor, they would hardly bother testing it. Ignoring their bluster, Yi Ming withdrew his consciousness into the system's inner space, navigated to the physical mastery chapter, and located a single line: imperial tongue. The imperial tongue, a legendary trait said to reside only in emperors whose palates refined by decades of rare delicacies possessed peerless sensitivity to flavor. To force Zhang Chang's surrender, Yi Ming needed only to expose the dish's flaws with irrefutable precision. He activated the imperial tongue icon. Instantly, a sharp tingle surged across his tongue, then subsided, leaving behind heightened acuity. Picking up a piece of abalone, Yi Ming placed it upon his tongue. An avalanche of taste erupted, every nuance, every subtle layer instantly decoded by his awakened gustatory senses. Just as the chefs bristled ready to charge forward, Yi Ming spoke calm and incisive. You used South African dried abalone, but for abalone braised chicken, net abalone is ideal. Premium-grade abalone would also suffice. Before cooking, abalone must soak in fresh water for 48 hours, with frequent water changes. Yet today's abalone soaked for only 12. Externally flawless perhaps, but internally it remains insipid, failing to absorb true depth of flavor. That is precisely why such an expensive dish lies half forgotten on your table. Moreover, your seasoning technique is erroneous. You've confused light soy sauce with dark soy sauce. Upon realizing the mistake, you compensated with excessive monosodium glutamate, attempting to salvage umami. Yet the result is disastrous. The abalone's intrinsic essence has been utterly obliterated. A nearby chef trembled, unseen by all but Yi Ming. Fixing his gaze upon the man, Yi Ming continued, "Finally, the heat control. You braised the chicken far too long. Its released juices overwhelmed the abalone, smothering its delicate character and rendering the dish bland and uninspired. And most critically, the method itself is misguided. Abalone is a luxury ingredient cherished by connoisseurs, designed to captivate discerning patrons. Yet what stands before us now? Tisk tsk. Zhang Chang's jaw dropped. Though he hadn't personally prepared the dish, he knew instantly. His trembling subordinate had erred. The truth hung heavy in the air. We concede defeat. This dish is on the house, Zhang Chang admitted, humbled. But Yi Ming pressed on. And this dish, ginkgo stirred celery, is deceptively simple, yet among the most demanding vegetarian preparations. Yet both ingredient ratios and cooking sequence were entirely mistaken. One bite reveals utter dissonance. Zhang Chang's face darkened. Who prepared this? Boss, you did, whispered a subordinate. Zhang Chang exhaled sharply. Fine. This one too is complimentary. So this is the standard of a five-star establishment, serving subpar cuisine, then dismissing criticism with a wave of the hand. Yi Ming's voice dripped with irony. What? Do you expect your entire meal to be waived? Zhang Chang stared incredulous. You truly are inflexible. Have you never considered refining your craft to prevent such elementary errors in future? Yi Ming sighed, gazing at him with the sorrowful disappointment of a master confronting a wayward disciple. Could it be? You are truly a master. Zhang Chang stammered. Come, let me show you what authentic culinary artistry truly entails. Yi Ming rose and gestured for Zhang Chang to lead the way. Zhang Chang knew well those blessed with such extraordinary palates invariably possessed transcendent culinary talent. For how could one refine technique without first possessing the ability to perceive flaw and nuance? By now the dining hall had emptied, the kitchen stood silent and cavernous. Yi Ming entered, instructing staff to prepare all ingredients for the ginkgo stirred celery. As he began cooking, he simultaneously expounded upon the technique, his understanding now elevated to master level following his unlocking of the culinary arts chapter. This was the most comprehensive lineage of gastronomic wisdom ever compiled. Even theoretical principles alone left the assembled chefs nodding in awe. After all, they were elite chefs of five-star establishments. Such insights resonated instantly. Yet none could fathom that this young man commanded such profound erudition. His movements were swift and precise, a fluency honed by months of daily cooking for the Qin family. Fortunately, this dish demanded no extraordinary knife skills, else his mastery might have raised eyebrows. In moments, a steaming plate of ginkgo stirred celery emerged, vibrant, luminous, and impeccably preserved in texture and hue despite prolonged cooking. Zhang Chang lifted a stalk of celery to his lips and let out a sharp, involuntary cry. His expression twisted in apparent agony. Around him, faces paled. Had the dish truly turned inedible? Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth, putting freshly cooked food directly into it? Yi Ming chuckled lightly. Zhang Chang remained silent, instead wearing an expression of pure ecstasy. So delicious. I never knew such delectable dishes existed. With that, he picked up another ginkgo nut and swiftly placed it into his mouth, chewing it directly despite the scalding heat. Incredible, absolutely incredible. This dish is simply extraordinary. While preserving the original flavor, each piece carries the aromas of several other ingredients, all blended together in perfect harmony. It's so exquisite. I've never tasted such a marvelous stir-fried ginkgo with celery. After finishing his praise, Zhang Chang urged the others to try it as well. The rest of the group, after tasting it, also expressed continuous admiration, and the small dish was quickly devoured by everyone. Although I prepared this dish right before your eyes, there are still some secret techniques involved. For 50,000, I'll teach you the recipe. Yiming finally revealed his intention. 50,000. Zhang Chong exclaimed, "You're undervaluing this dish. Once it's launched, it will instantly become the signature dish of the hotel. On behalf of the restaurant, I offer 100,000 for the recipe, plus waiving all of tonight's expenses." Chef Zhang held a very high status in the hotel, and the establishment had a tradition of acquiring special recipes, often at astronomical prices for rare ones. Ding! You have completed the task and earned 1 counterattack point. Yiming was in high spirits. Not only had he earned 100,000, but the task was also smoothly accomplished. With this money, he could confidently go to the hospital tomorrow. It was already past 10 o'clock, but in this big city the curtain of nightlife had just been drawn open. Yiming, exhausted from the day's work, only wished to return and rest. Since the bill was waived, Yiming headed straight for the entrance where Qin Xingya happened to be approaching. Seeing her arrive, only now he guessed she had come to witness how he would be humiliated and tormented. His expression turned cold. "Yiming, how did you get out?" Qin Xingya asked, seeing him emerge unscathed. How did I get out? Did you expect me to be detained and humiliated? Why are you like this? Didn't I come to settle the bill? If you had any real pride, you wouldn't be unable to afford even a single meal. Spare me your concern. It's just a meal. From now on, Yiming will no longer live off your family's charity. With that, he strode away. Hey, stop right there. Yiming ignored the calls behind him. He had made up his mind from this day forward, he would sever all ties with the Qin family. Once his parents' matters were settled, he would repay the Qin family's money with interest and divorce Qin Xingya. A man may be killed, but not humiliated. Qin Xingya stamped her feet in frustration behind him, but Yiming did not look back. Since there was no love between them, forcing a union would only bring unhappiness. Yiming found a shopping mall to buy a change of clothes and rented a room in a hotel. Now that he had the system's support, there was no need to live under someone else's roof. No normal man could tolerate such humiliation, though he could never understand why Qin Haoran insisted on their marriage. He had even defied everyone's opposition, and in the end no wedding ceremony was held, making it a laughingstock in Yanjiang City. Yiming only remembered Qin Haoran saying that if they married, the Yi family's problems would become his own. He believed Yiming was an exceptionally promising young man, loyal and principled, and that with time genuine feelings would develop between them. Yiming had believed it then, but now he thought it might just have been a father's wishful thinking. Qin Xingya was so outstanding leagues above him. Since forced coexistence was impossible, it was better to part ways and each seek true love. The next morning, Yiming arrived at the hospital. As he approached his mother's ward, he saw a familiar figure emerging from inside. It seemed to be Qin Xingya. Why was she here? She never came to the hospital with him, claiming she couldn't stand the smell. Yiming never forced the issue. How could a woman who hadn't even accepted him embrace a mother-in-law she had never spoken to? Meanwhile, at the Yanjiang City Detention Center, a man with graying hair and a face full of worry sat in the visiting room. Before him was a large pane of glass with a telephone beside it. On the other side sat a man of similar age. The gray-haired man was Yiming's father Yi Kaishan, and the man opposite him was Yiming's father-in-law Qin Haoran. They exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of determination, and greeted each other with gestures only they understood. "Brother Shan, rest assured I will do my utmost. I won't let you suffer too much." Qin Haoran's expression remained resolute. "I'll forget about me. It's hard to turn things around this time. My only concern is my son and wife." Yi Kaishan shook his head. "Don't worry about that. Yiming is a righteous lad, intelligent and decisive. His future achievements will not be insignificant. He just needs some tempering." Qin Haoran seemed to think of something and suddenly laughed. Seeing his old friend smile, Yi Kaishan's face also broke into a faint grin, a rare moment of joy for him. "Back when we fought side by side, we were so dashing, so heroic through such hardships. Let Yiming endure a bit more hardship so he can better understand the harshness of this world." Yi Kaishan seemed lost in reminiscence. "Indeed. If not for you, Brother Shan, saving me countless times, I would have lost my life long ago. I never imagined that after we retreated we would lose contact, and when we met again things would have come to this." They continued chatting and laughing for a while, and time quickly passed. After visiting his mother, Yiming learned that Dr. Zhang had administered a special medication with excellent results. Her consciousness was beginning to show signs of recovery, and with continued treatment, there was hope she would wake up one day. Yiming's mood improved somewhat. He needed to start a new life. Since he had decided no longer to rely on the Qin family, he had to have his own independent capital, and that capital was the system. Of course, he was deeply grateful for the Qin family's kindness in helping him during his time of crisis. But one thing was separate from another. Yiming was never one to live under someone else's thumb, nor could he tolerate humiliation. He would repay the Qin family's kindness in the future, which would be best for both families. As Yiming turned a corner, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Brother Ba, can I keep the baby?" Yiming's body stiffened. That voice was all too familiar. It was his ex-girlfriend Zhao Minghua. Then a male voice came through. "Keep it. You know my wife is a tigress. If she finds out, there will be hell to pay. As a mistress, you need to know your place. Take the money and be satisfied. Don't think about becoming the main wife." "Brother Ba, I won't dare anymore. I'll go get an abortion right away," Zhao Minghua said in a low voice. "Hurry up. Accompanying you here is already the limit of my kindness. Do you see any big shot doing this kind of thing?" the man called Ba said impatiently. Yiming's heart blazed with fury. This Zhao Minghua had been his college girlfriend for 2 years, but their relationship had only ever progressed to holding hands and kissing. And now she had become someone's mistress, even coming here for an abortion. Logically, since they had already broken up, he shouldn't be this angry. But in the year of their graduation, Zhao Minghua had asked for an LV handbag, claiming it would help her find a job. That bag cost over 30,000 yuan. At the time, Yiming's family hadn't yet fallen from grace. Still, a 30,000 yuan bag wasn't something he could casually buy. If she was already this materialistic before even entering society, what would she be like in the future? Moreover, the iPhone she used was a gift from him, not to mention countless other things. Yiming had refused her request, but Zhao Minghua threatened to turn to loan sharks. Not wanting to see her destroyed, Yiming ultimately offered to borrow the money to buy her the bag. If they had stayed together, the money would naturally have been a gift, but by then they were already broken up. By the unwritten rules of the world, the money spent on treating her to meals, entertainment, and gifts was his willing sacrifice. But borrowed money, even a single cent, must be repaid. Yiming walked over and finally got a clear look at this brother Ba. The man was around 40 with dark pockmarked skin and a thick gold chain around his neck, exuding an unmistakable aura of a nouveau riche. "Zhao Minghua, I finally found you. It's time to pay back the 30,000 yuan you owe me," Yiming said as he stepped in front of her. Zhao Minghua was startled at the sight of him, but immediately jumped up. "Who owes you money? That was a gift. Do you have an IOU?" Yiming naturally had no IOU. He snapped, "Enough nonsense. The LV bag in your hand was bought with the money you borrowed from me. It seems this nouveau riche sugar daddy you've latched on can't even afford to buy you such an expensive bag. If you went and became Olivian's son-in-law, and you're still as shabby as ever. We're even," Zhao Minghua retorted sarcastically. "My patience is limited. Don't push me." A cold glint flashed in Yiming's eyes. Seeing Yiming's audacity, brother Ba strode over. "You're asking for a beating, kid. He'll teach you what happens when you cross brother Ba." With that, he threw a punch. But Yiming was now immensely strong. He gently closed his hand, and the fist was caught as if clamped in a vice. No matter how brother Ba struggled, he couldn't pull it free. He swung his other fist, and Yiming caught that hand too. Yiming applied a little pressure. He couldn't use full force or head crush the man's bones and lose any chance of getting his money back. A hairline fracture would suffice. "Oh, it hurts. Let me go." Brother Ba quickly begged for mercy. "Will you pay back the money?" Yiming showed no sign of letting go. "He'll pay. He'll pay. He'll cover what she owes you." Brother Ba felt like his hand bones were about to crack. Trembling, he pulled 30,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Yiming, who took it calmly. If a person must have principles. Yiming pocketed the money and turned to leave. But at the end of the corridor, he suddenly looked back. "But I see you're still using the phone I gave you, wearing the necklace I gave you, and that bag was bought with my money. Seems like this brother Ba doesn't treat you all that well, huh?" Heh. The two left behind trembled with rage, but dared not provoke Yiming given his overwhelming strength. Once he was far away, brother Ba's face twisted with malice. He wanted to take out his anger on Zhao Minghua, but his hands were in too much pain. "That bastard, just wait. Once I gather my men, I'll make him pay," brother Ba snarled venomously. As Yiming left the hospital, he received a call. It was Saturday, so the Qin family wasn't at work. "Yiming, you good for nothing. Staying out all night and not making breakfast this morning. Are you trying to rebel?" The voice of his mother-in-law Li Fengjia came through. Yiming's family had strict rules. You never argued with elders, especially one who was technically his mother. It's time to go back and make things clear. Time to end this stifling life. Yiming looked up at the sky. The sunlight was blinding yet utterly indispensable. He hailed a taxi back to the Qin residence. Qin Haoran and Qin Qingyao weren't home. Edward and Qin Qingji had stayed overnight at the Qin house. As Yiming entered, Li Fengjia ordered, "Go cook. We're hungry. Cook. Breakfast or lunch?" Yiming checked the time. It was 11 o'clock. A bit early for lunch, a bit late for breakfast. "A brunch, of course. We ate so well yesterday, no one had an appetite this morning. Your father-in-law and Qingyao will be back soon. Hurry up and make something delicious." Li Fengjia then turned to Edward, her tone instantly sweet. "Any dietary restrictions?" One moment she was snarling at Yiming, the next she was all smiles. "I'm not picky, but we really should hire a chef. Yiming isn't cut out for this. Just looking at him kills my appetite." But for now, well, make do, Edward shrugged. I've been thinking about it too. We used to have one, but this useless bum has nothing else to do. Can't just keep him for free, Li Fengjia explained. Yi Ming wanted to retort, but decided to wait until the whole family was gathered. Then he could announce his departure. Checking the fridge, Yi Ming realized he had forgotten to buy groceries. All that was left was a 5 or 6 pound sea base, some eggs, vegetables, and condiments. There was no time to go shopping now. The Qin family usually didn't eat lunch at home on weekdays, but it was the weekend and Edward and his wife were visiting. Searching through the sea base recipes in his culinary database, Yi Ming quickly devised a plan. He felt his knife skills were still somewhat lacking. He had acquired a vast repository of gourmet recipes, but if his technique couldn't keep up his plans to make money with this skill might fall short. He still had some unused skill points. He delved back into the system and found the physical enhancement section. There was Nimble Fingers. Nimble Fingers would allow him to cut ingredients exactly as needed. He flexed his fingers, and they were instantly countless times more dexterous. Though the Qin family wasn't skilled at cooking, their kitchen was spacious enough for Yi Ming to work his magic. Yi Ming's knife moved like lightning. 2 minutes later, the sea bass was divided into 3 portions, paper-thin slices of fish fillet, finely cut strips of skin, and the head and tail. The fillet was for sashimi. The skin would be blanched and served cold, and the head and tail would be steamed. 3 dishes seemed insufficient, so Yi Ming took out 10 eggs, separated the whites from the yolks, and whisked them separately. If he hadn't enhanced his nimbleness, it would have taken him until the afternoon to finish these dishes. Soon the Qin father and daughter returned, and Yi Ming had also finished preparing several dishes. Only 4 dishes were set on the table, yet there were 6 people in the Qin family at the moment, including Edward and his wife, who had just come back. By all rights, a grand reception should have been prepared. Sure enough, as soon as Li Fengjia saw the 4 dishes on the table, her face immediately darkened. Yi Ming, are you deliberately trying to embarrass us? Do you even know what day it is? Edward has just arrived, and you only made 4 dishes. Are you trying to rebel? Yi Ming sat down with an air of nonchalance, already eager to taste the dishes he had prepared. Hearing Li Fengjia's words, he merely said indifferently, we never finish the usual dishes anyway, they all go to waste. Today I guarantee there will be no waste. Li Fengjia was nearly choked with anger. Waste? Is that something you should be worrying about? Don't you know we have guests today? Even if it means waste, you still need to put on a proper display. Edward let out a cold laugh. Back in England, we would definitely serve dozens of dishes for guests to enjoy freely. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that just a buffet? When quality falls short, you make up for it with quantity. Seeing that another argument was about to break out, Qin Haoran spoke up. For a family meal, there's no need to be overly particular. As long as we eat our fill and eat well, that's enough. Since Qin Haoran had spoken, Edward could only murmur an acknowledgement. But Li Fengjia added, Edward is an aristocrat. Our family should learn from them, or else we'll be looked down upon. Anyway, I'm not eating these dishes. I'd rather starve. Edward protested. Qin Xingya picked up a slice of raw fish, dipped it into the sauce Yi Ming had prepared, and brought it to her mouth. What kind of fish is this? The flavor is so rich, it's absolutely delicious. Qin Xingya exclaimed, completely abandoning any pretense of poise. A young lady should mind her manners. Your brother-in-law is an aristocrat, Li Fengjia chided. This raw fish is icy smooth and refreshingly sweet and tender. I've never tasted such exquisite sashimi. Even Qin Haoran couldn't help but praise after taking a bite. Even the mother-in-law Li Fengjia nodded repeatedly, for no one could argue with good food. On her wrist gleamed the Patek Philippe that Yi Ming had given her. Edward was at a loss, ignoring the others who were eating with relish. This fish is raw and sitting on ice. The black murky skin is disgusting, and the head and tail, good heavens. In England, we never eat bones. But the others were too immersed in the delicacies to pay him any mind. With his own stomach growling, he could only pick up a piece of egg. This dish looked normal enough. After one bite, Edward exclaimed, Oh my God, how can something taste this good? It's incredible. After trying the raw fish and fish skin, Edward felt as if he were ascending to heaven. These dishes were truly divine. When the meal was over and everyone was sated, Yi Ming intended to bring up the divorce, but before he could utter a word, an uninvited guest arrived. A tall, handsome young man paid a visit to the Qin residence. Yi Ming had never seen him before, but his Armani suit and gold Rolex watch marked him as a man of considerable wealth. Wang Juanfeng, why are you only here now? We've already finished eating, Edward said, rushing over to embrace the newcomer warmly. I apologize for the intrusion. I've brought some modest gifts for uncle and auntie, Wang Junfeng said with a polished demeanor. Li Fengjia eagerly accepted the gifts, beaming with delight. Juanfeng, it's been so long. Even though Qingya is married, you two grew up together. You should still keep in touch. Wang Junfeng laughed heartily. Auntie, I've just returned from abroad. This time I'm planning to invest and develop locally, and also take care of some family matters. That's wonderful. I'm planning to develop here too. We brothers-in-law can invest together, Edward said joyfully. Wait, brothers-in-law? Do you even know what that means? Yiming couldn't help but interject. Edward laughed heartily. Of course I do. Back when I was pursuing Qingji, Junfeng was also pursuing Qingya. We had already agreed to become the Qin family's sons-in-law. But now you'd better step aside and let Junfeng take your place. Yiming felt his lungs about to burst with rage. Step aside. In that case, I want divorce at all. Let's see how you force me to step aside. Li Fengjia was grinning from ear to ear. That's right. Qingya is so outstanding. She should be with Junfeng. I hear they call you the Wolf of Wall Street, with investment returns that are simply unbelievable. And your family business spans every industry. You're truly the perfect match for Qingya. Qin Haoran thundered, what are you saying? Qingya is already married. Do not speak of this again. The Qin family's values will not tolerate such behavior. With that he stormed off, lest he lose his temper. Wang Junfeng said calmly, Yiming, you really don't deserve Qingya. I hear your family is in financial trouble. I can give you some money. And it'll also cover any money you've spent from the Qin family. What do you say? Wang Junfeng, I am already married to Yiming. There's no need to bring this up again. Qingya shook her head, but her face was etched with a look of deep desolation. That fleeting expression did not escape Wang Junfeng's notice. He had a profound understanding of women and knew that no woman would willingly bear the reputation of being a gold digger. So he would let Yiming be the villain. Yiming, tell me, how much money do you need to leave Qingya? Wang Junfeng said condescendingly. Money. Ha, keep it to buy your medicine. Yiming let out a cold snort. Don't be stubborn. Everyone knows you married into the Qin family for money. Don't worry, I'll offer you a figure you can't refuse. Wang Junfeng pulled out a checkbook and pen. 1 million. Is that enough? Before Yiming could respond, Wang Junfeng shook his head. You won't be satisfied with 1 million. I've seen plenty of your kind. Hey, race 10 million. Enough for a comfortable life. Wang Junfeng scribbled on the check and handed it over. It was clearly written for 10 million. Yiming took it and tore it up, tossing the shreds into Wang Junfeng's face. Wang Junfeng remained unruffled. Oh, still have some pride, do you? Hey, race 20 million, double the amount. Surely that's enough. Yiming tore up the check again and threw it in Wang Junfeng's face. Tisk tsk. Looks like you have bigger ambitions. Hey, race 50 million. Enough for a lifetime of indulgence. Another check was proffered. Li Fengjia's eyes were practically glued to it. Although she had some business of her own, 50 million was still a staggering sum to her. Qin Qingji kept swallowing her saliva, wishing the money were meant for her. Yiming, this is 50 million. You won't get another chance like this. You know Qingya can never be with you. According to the prenuptial agreement, you won't get a single cent in a divorce. Yiming tore up the check once more, but his mind was racing for a countermeasure. Yiming, put away your pathetic pride. You're a nobody. You don't deserve Qingya. Treasure the money while you can. That's your best fate. Wang Junfeng's face was full of contempt. Ding. Sensing the humiliation from Wang Junfeng, you gain 1 retaliation point. Wang Junfeng has insulted you. You must retaliate and make him lose face. Reward for successful completion, 1 retaliation point. Yiming smiled, a strange, unsettling smile that sent a chill through the onlookers. Yet they quickly dismissed it, remembering he was merely an unremarkable man. Yiming pondered silently. Yiming, this is your final chance. Here is 100 million yuan. Take it, and you become a billionaire. Wang Junfeng's voice, dripping with seduction, reached his ears, along with the check held out in his hand. But Yiming did not reach for it. Instead, his mind raced. How could he break this stalemate? Mere defiance would not be enough to humiliate Wang Junfeng. Oh my god, 100 million. How on earth is this boy worth such a sum? It's utterly insane. Edward cried out, his voice exaggeratedly theatrical. Yiming, I order you to accept, immediately. And this is marital property. Qingya gets half upon divorce. Li Fengjia's voice trembled. She nearly shouted the acceptance herself. Were that 100 million placed before her, she'd divorce her husband without hesitation. Watching their overwrought expressions and Wang Junfeng's mocking posture, Yiming suddenly felt a spark of insight. Such tricks were hardly novel. He recalled a television show where a host offered money to bribe a man into breaking up with his girlfriend. At first the man refused outright. As the sum rose, his resolve wavered. Until confronted with an astronomical figure, he finally agreed to part ways. Yet the irony was crushing. The money was never paid. It had only been a test of his fidelity. Wasn't Wang Junfeng now playing that very host? His mocking expression had already betrayed him. How then could Yiming force him into public disgrace? He plunged his consciousness into his system, scanning swiftly. Within the body section, he found an ability titled electroencephalic enhancement. This allowed his brain to interface directly with computer networks. No phone or device required. Yiming glanced at the check, cross-referencing its serial number with the official online registry. Modern checks carried verifiable codes to prevent fraud. The number yielded no record. A cold, mirthless laugh escaped Yiming's lips. 100 million. What a grand gesture. With that he began tearing the check apart. Gasps erupted. The crowd had assumed his silence signaled temptation. They believed no human could remain unmoved before such wealth. Li Fengjia lunged forward, but the check was already split down the middle. She shrieked, "You good-for-nothing fool. I'll flay you alive and make you repay every cent of that 100 million. Ha. Mother, just tape it back together, maybe it'll still clear. Though whether the bank will honor it, that's another matter entirely." Yiming's face wore a sardonic grin. "What do you mean? Are you questioning the authenticity of my check? You a provincial bumpkin, have you ever even seen a check? Have you ever laid eyes on one of this magnitude?" Wang Juanfeng's composure cracked. His earlier confidence vanished, replaced by palpable unease. Li Fengjia had already opened her banking app. After all, this was 100 million. If real, she'd sell Yiming on the spot. She'd always intended to tear them apart sooner or later. Her face froze. No record existed. This was an indisputably counterfeit check. "I only meant to test you," Wang Junfeng stammered, recovering poorly. "I needed to know whether you stayed with Qingya for love or for money." A desperate last-ditch defense. Yet even as he feigned calm, the atmosphere curdled. Sensing the shift, Wang Junfeng seized any pretext to flee. Edward hurried after him, eager to escort the disgraced guest away. Ding. Task completed. Reward 1 counterstrike point. Yiming laughed bitterly, loud and mocking, then strode upstairs to pack. He would leave today. His belongings were few, a handful of clothes and the heaviest items, old mementos and personal documents, all fit neatly into a single large suitcase. He turned toward the door. Just then Qin Qingji approached. She'd been returning to her room to rest. Still nibbling on a jujube, she spotted Yiming carrying the suitcase and stepped into the hallway, blocking his path. Seeing him depart, she muttered, "Where are you going?" But the jujube pit, large and slippery, slipped from her mouth straight into her throat. Cough. Her face flushed crimson instantly. She tried to cough, but nothing came. Her breath seized, no sound escaped. Yiming had already started downstairs, but paused. He recognized the signs: food lodged in the trachea. Without immediate intervention, she could suffocate. He recalled an emergency technique: stand behind her, wrap arms around her abdomen, and deliver 2 sharp upward thrusts, creating pressure to expel the obstruction. Without hesitation, Yiming moved in. By then Qin Qingji was near collapse, incapable of resisting. Perhaps his positioning was off. He delivered 5 thrusts before the pit finally flew from her mouth. Instantly, color flooded back into her cheeks. She gasped raggedly, pounding her chest with trembling hands, like one reborn from the brink of death. Carrying the suitcase downstairs inevitably drew the attention of the Qin mother and daughter. "Yiming, where do you think you're going?" Li Fengjia snapped, seething. She'd expected 5 million today. "I'm moving out. On Monday, when the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, we'll file for divorce." Yiming retorted flatly. "You dare suggest divorce? Have you forgotten who saved your wretched Yi family? Outrageous. If anyone initiates it, it will be us. You'll have Qingya divorce you." Li Fengjia choked on her fury. Qin Qingya interjected calmly. "I know today embarrassed you, but divorce isn't yours to decide. Calm down first. Should it truly happen, your family will be utterly ruined." Yiming exploded. "My family's affairs are mine alone to settle. I'll repay everything owed to the Qin family, twice over. Even servitude couldn't cover that debt." Without glancing back, he dragged the suitcase out the door. By then Edward had returned, and upstairs Qin Qingji waved him over. No sooner had Yiming stepped beyond the residential compound than he dialed Zhang Chong. "Want the recipe for abalone braised chicken?" The moment he heard it, Zhang Chong abandoned his walk mid-stir-fry and rushed to meet him. Last time a simple vegetable recipe fetched 1500 yuan. Abalone's value dwarfed that of ginkgo and celery stir-fry. So how much would this command? As Yiming pondered, an Audi roared toward him, blazing fast, then screeched to a halt inches from his feet. A sharp, grating hiss tore through the air. Yiming recoiled, fury rising, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. The car looked familiar. Before Yiming could speak, someone stepped out. It was Qin Qingya. He hadn't expected her to chase after him, though he couldn't tell if she came to bring him back or see him off. But Yiming quickly realized he was mistaken. She stormed toward him with an expression that could devour him. "What's wrong?" he asked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "What's wrong?" "Yiming, I never thought you'd be such a beast. We're all still at home, and you dare commit such an indecent act." Qin Qingya ground her teeth. "How am I a beast? Explain yourself clearly." Yiming was utterly perplexed. "Fine, let me show you the evidence. See what you've done." Qin Qingya thrust her phone before him. On the screen was a WeChat group chat named Loving Family. It included his parents-in-law, the Edwards couple, and Qin Qingya, but not Yiming himself. At the top was a crying emoji from Qin Qingji, followed by a short video. Yiming tapped to play it. Qin Xingya turned her pretty face away as if repulsed by the content. The video lasted only 5 seconds. The scene simple: a man sat behind a woman, holding her, his waist moving rhythmically. The protagonists were none other than Yi Ming and Qin Xingji. The earlier incident had been recorded. Anyone watching would assume the man was committing a lewd act. With the video trimmed to only these moments, there was no way to explain it away. Is that all? Yi Ming asked. Slap. Qin Xingya struck him across the face. You want more? My sister is threatening suicide now. See what you've done. Yi Ming found himself unable to explain. With her making such a fuss, leaving now would seem like an admission of guilt. Worse, she could accuse him of assault. Fine, I'll go back with you. This isn't what it looks like. Yi Ming shook his head helplessly. Get in the car. Yi Ming obediently sat in the back seat. It was his first time in this car, and even now it was probably to ensure he didn't escape. Back home, the Qin family was in chaos. Qin Xingji sobbed louder at the sight of Yi Ming. Mom, I don't want to live anymore. My honor is ruined. Yi Ming thought to himself, stop pretending. Not only did I not assault you, but your so-called honor is a joke. Everyone knows you're an international social butterfly. Yi Ming, how dare you show your face? Fine, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Li Fengjiao pointed at him, cursing. Qin Xingji wailed, Mom, if you call the police, where will I put my face? Make him kneel and apologize, record it as proof, then leave the Qin family forever. Yi Ming sneered inwardly. I doubt you dare call the police. If you did, they'd demand the full video and the truth would come out. Full video? Haven't you humiliated me enough? Do you want to hurt me again? Qin Xingji wept. Yi Ming strode directly to the surveillance room and pulled up the footage. The others followed. Edward taunted Yi Ming, don't think you can delete the video. Soon Yi Ming realized he had fallen into a trap. They had set him up to take the blame. The surveillance data had been erased. Since he was the last to touch the computer, he became the prime suspect. There were ways to recover the data, but they wouldn't let him take the computer. He wasn't a tech geek and couldn't restore it on the spot. What do I do? If I can't solve this, he'll be branded a villain, molesting my sister-in-law and destroying the evidence. Within 2 days, the news would spread. I know my mother-in-law's character too well. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Ming's forehead. Yi Ming, did you find the video? Show us, so we can clear your name, Edward urged. Even Qin Haoran was alarmed. Though he trusted Yi Ming, the video clearly showed him assaulting Qin Xingji, whose face was twisted in agony. Recalling he had one more skill to use, Yi Ming knew recovering the data required advanced hacking techniques. His mind could connect to the internet, making such feats possible, but it was tricky to apply quickly. Simply put, his thoughts lagged behind the visuals, and these people wouldn't wait long. Yi Ming swiftly entered his system space, selected the calculations like lightning skill from the body section, and activated it without hesitation. He felt his intellect sharpen, his mind crystal clear, capable of handling multiplication and division of dozens of digits effortlessly. Calling up the tutorial, combining nimble typing speed with rapid mental calculations, he restored the data in just 3 minutes. Look, this is what happened. Yi Ming put the video on full screen. Everyone's expressions shifted awkwardly. It turned out Qin Xingji had choked on a date, and Yi Ming saved her, only for her to bite the hand that fed her. Qin Xingji still sat on the floor crying without watching the video. You must seek justice for me. That man must be thrown out of this house. Qin Haoran had had enough. You two move out now. Don't stay here long. This is Yi Ming and Qinji's home as agreed when you got married. Dad, what are you saying? I'm the one wronged, and you're siding with an outsider. Qin Xingji wailed louder. Edward walked over. Enough, dear. We've been exposed. They've seen the full video. Qin Xingji's face filled with disbelief. Didn't I tell you to delete it? How can they still see it? Enough. Get out now. Qin Haoran roared. The Edwards shuddered, stopped crying, and helped each other pack their things. Yi Ming couldn't help but laugh, but Qin Xingya said, why didn't you stop Dad? You're the only one he listens to. They just got here, and he's kicking them out. Are you kidding? I'm the victim here, Yi Ming replied helplessly. To avoid running into the Edwards, Yi Ming dragged his suitcase out of the neighborhood. He had already arranged to meet Zhang Chong for the recipe deal. He couldn't be late. Zhang Chong had shouted with excitement when he got Yi Ming's call. The ginkgo and celery stir-fry introduced today had received rave reviews. And that was just a small dish. If they served the braised chicken with abalone, the Four Seas Hotel would soon make a name in Yanjiang's dining scene. As head chef, he had introduced these dishes and earned a commission from each one. Zhang Chong had already begun shouting loudly when he answered the phone, and this scene allowed several of his subordinates to overhear everything, including the time and location, with perfect clarity. The chef responsible for the braised abalone with chicken darkened his expression. The abalone dish was of paramount importance, and only he at the Four Seas Hotel could prepare it, which had made him insufferably arrogant on ordinary days. The last time he had been perfunctory, the result was a disaster. Although Zhang Chong had not scolded him afterward, he knew that once Zhang Chong obtained the recipe for this dish, it would be time for him to leave. Wanting to get this recipe won't be so easy. He walked to a secluded corner, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Hello, is this Manager Gua? Let me tell you something. Yiming, carrying a large suitcase, had just left the residential area when Qin Xingya also drove off after sending off the Edwards couple with her mother-in-law Li Fengjia still in the car. If anyone should leave, it should be that useless Yiming. You two stay outside for a few days. Once I deal with that brat, you can move back. Since he brought up divorce, let's grant his wish this time, but we must tell the world that it was our Qin family who kicked him out. Li Fengjia said with venom. Mom, after being touched by that good for nothing, I've got psychological scars. I can't bear to live under the same roof anymore. I heard that Zhonghai Tsolin has just opened for sale. It's nestled against the mountains and the river, the hottest upscale neighborhood. Qin Qingji first complained, then revealed her true intentions. Li Fengjia said cheerfully, Great, my daughter has made something of herself. Those houses start at 50 million each. It would be wonderful if you two could live there. Qin Qingji sighed again, alas. We've just returned to the country and our careers are only starting. How could we possibly afford such an expensive house all at once? That's true too. Blame your father for letting Yiming marry into the family. We've already spent over $1 million on him, otherwise we could have helped a bit. Li Fengjia once again vented all her anger on Yiming. Qin Xingya could barely stand it anymore. Mom, even if we spend $1 million, that's still a far cry from 50 million, isn't it? Seeing Qin Xingya dare to defend Yiming, Li Fengjia grew even angrier. If you were like your sister and found a rich man instead of marrying this useless waste, would have the money. Edward's face was covered in black lines. It seemed he didn't have that much money either. Although Edward always insisted he was an aristocrat, he was merely from a fallen noble family. Maintaining a single estate was already a struggle for them. Asking him to produce money, even a few $100,000, was difficult. To curry favor with Li Fengjia, the couple had even scoured their social circle for a Patek Philippe watch, only to have it backfire in the end. Later, when Edward was seeing Wang Junfeng home, Wang Junfeng indicated that if he could ruin Yiming's reputation and vent his fury, he would offer a substantial sum of money. Thus, upon returning, Edward and Qin Qingji conspired together, editing the video of Yiming saving Qin Qingji in an attempt to have him thrown out. Qin Qingji began her scheming again. Mom, since Edward and I have both come back to develop our careers here, shouldn't you and Dad show some support? That Yiming gets to live in a big house, so we too can't be too shabby. Li Fengjia's face showed difficulty. Sweetheart, I do have some savings, but it's nowhere near enough to buy a house in Zhonghai Tsolin. Seeing her mother's predicament, Qin Xingya also chimed in. We're running a business, but the physical retail industry is really tough right now, demanding an enormous amount of working capital. And when you got married back, then you were given a dowry of 10 million. Is 1 million really that much? We live an aristocratic life abroad which demands substantial wealth to maintain our noble dignity. Qin Qingji said noncommittally. Seeing the tension between the two sisters, Li Fengjia quickly changed the subject. She leaned more towards Qin Qingji, as their personalities were more aligned. After seeing Edward and his wife off at the hotel, Li Fengjia and her daughter drove home. Meanwhile, Yiming and Zhang Chong were meeting at the agreed-upon cafe, with Zhang Chong looking at Yiming with eager anticipation. Yiming, you have no idea? The stir-fried celery with ginkgo we launched today has received fantastic feedback from the guests. The management has already decided to make it a signature dish. Zhang Chong said excitedly. Yiming shook his head and replied, while the stir-fried celery with ginkgo is decent, it's still a bit low-end for a 5-star hotel. This braised abalone with chicken, however, is a different story. Absolutely, absolutely. Zhang Chong nodded, eagerly rubbing his hands together as if already anticipating Yiming's recipe. So let's discuss the deal for this braised abalone with chicken recipe. Yiming pulled out a piece of paper covered in writing. Just then a young man in a very formal suit looking like an executive approached. The man walked directly to Yiming's table, casually pulled out a chair and sat down. This greatly annoyed Zhang Chong. The cafe was spacious enough and he and Yiming had business to discuss. Why was this man so tactless? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gui Yanglei, the food and beverage manager of the Crown Hotel. Our hotel is also very interested in the recipe you hold. Mister, would you be open to transferring it to us? The young man stated. Yiming squinted his eyes. How did this man find him? He had never contacted him. Zhang Chong, on the other hand, was even more disgruntled. He even suspected Yiming had brought in a competitor to drive up the price. Unable to fathom the other party's intentions, Yiming said, I'm sorry, but today I'm conducting a transaction with Zhang Chong. I didn't invite you here. Hearing this, Zhang Chong finally felt a bit relieved and quickly chimed in. That's right, that's right. We've already communicated thoroughly, but we're just finalizing the last formalities today. The last formalities. So the procedure isn't complete yet, which means you still don't know the contents of the recipe. Then I'll take this recipe. Name your price, Gui Yanglei said to Yiming. The competition in the catering industry is fierce, especially among high-end hotels like these. They constantly study each other's dishes. According to Inside Intelligence, the Four Seas Hotel recently acquired a recipe that quickly gained popularity upon its launch. And the person who sold that recipe seemed to have another one for braised abalone with chicken. Abalone is an indispensable dish in high-end hotels. If they could outshine their rivals with this dish, the business would be phenomenal. Yiming, you must sell this recipe to me. He'll offer 500,000, Zhang Chong said urgently. 1 million, Guiyang said flatly. Zhang Chong's face instantly darkened. He wasn't like Guiyang who held a general manager's position. Zhang Chong was merely a head chef with different authority and a different budget at his disposal. Yiming discreetly winked at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, choosing to trust Yiming, and said, 1.5 million. Oh, quite tough, aren't you? I underestimated a mere chef. 2 million, Guiyang said with a light laugh. Deal? Mr. Gui, you are indeed generous. This recipe is yours. Here is a confidentiality agreement. From now on, this is the exclusive recipe of your Crown Hotel. Yiming said, instantly sliding the recipe and the agreement over to Guiyang. Deal? Mr. Gui, you are indeed generous. This recipe is yours. Here is a confidentiality agreement. From now on, this is the exclusive recipe of your Crown Hotel. Yiming said, instantly sliding the recipe and the agreement over to Guiyang. Guiyang was about to open the recipe, but Yiming's hand had already pressed down on it. Cash on delivery, goods on delivery. After a moment of silence, Guiyang transferred the money to Yiming. Though he found the situation somewhat bizarre, he couldn't afford to back out now. The abalone at the Four Seas Hotel was notoriously poor, and if the other party obtained a top-tier recipe and turned things around, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Pleasure doing business. Guiyang glanced at the recipe, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With his professional eye, the recipe was flawless, even surpassing his expectations. Zhang Chong's expression darkened. Not only had he failed to secure the recipe, but it had fallen into the hands of a competitor. Now the pressure was on him, as inferior cuisine would place the blame squarely on the head chef. After obtaining the recipe, Guiyang hurried away to test it immediately. 2 million was no small sum for him, and if the results were unsatisfactory, the company wouldn't foot the entire bill. Brother Yi, you're quite skilled selling it at such a high price. Zhang Chong cupped his hands in a salute, preparing to take his leave, now certain that Yiming had used him to drive up the price. Yiming had just received 2 million and was in high spirits. How you've misunderstood. That man wasn't someone I hired. Think back. When you answered the phone, was there anyone nearby? Who was in charge of the abalone dish at your Four Seas Hotel? Zhang Chong's expression finally eased a little. Reflecting on the process, perhaps it was indeed a subordinate who had leaked the information, as the hotels were constantly planting moles among each other. Though the braised abalone with chicken is off the table, there are other options. Abalone isn't limited to one preparation. I have 2 more recipes here, no less impressive than the braised abalone with chicken. Yiming possessed not just one abalone recipe, but dozens. However, he couldn't release them all at once, as that would only disrupt the market. You have more, but at 2 million each I can't afford them. Zhang Chong was initially delighted, then shook his head. 500,000 each, and you can take them right away. Yiming understood that Zhang Chong's position limited his available funds. Fine, I'll take both. Zhang Chong quickly replied. One is supreme fresh abalone with spring bamboo shoots, and the other is milk-fragrant chicken with abalone. Here are the recipes and the confidentiality agreement. Yiming handed over the prepared materials. Zhang Chong remained composed, first transferring the money to Yiming before taking the recipes to examine. Though he wasn't in charge of abalone, his discerning eye was reliable. After reviewing them, he was 80% convinced, leaving the remaining 20% to a personal test. Seeing Zhang Chong eager to leave, Yiming spoke up. Remember, don't let the original chef know about these 2 recipes. Zhang Chong turned back to express his thanks, now fairly certain that the leak had come from that person. Having earned 3 million so quickly, Yiming was overjoyed. He had been impoverished for too long. His father entangled in a lawsuit, his mother unconscious, and he himself treated like a beast of burden. Now that he had money, everything was manageable. At least he could personally intervene. Yiming rushed excitedly to the hospital, planning to stay nearby to care for his mother while finding time to look into his father's situation. Regarding his father's circumstances, Yi Kaishan hadn't said much, and his father-in-law only indicated they were trying. But Yiming learned from indirect inquiries that a substantial sum of money was required. No one told him how much was needed. It might be an astronomical figure, and they deemed it unnecessary for him to know. But Yi Kaishan's business was only mediocre, with a few million at most. How could it have fallen into such a staggering debt? Yiming couldn't fathom it. The place Yiming had chosen was close to the hospital, requiring only crossing a bridge. As he walked on the bridge, a familiar car passed by him. This was an old bridge with both ends of the road already widened. Yet the bridge itself remained unchanged, so when vehicles converged, their speed would slow down. The driver was Qin Xingya, who naturally did not glance at Yiming by the roadside, but Li Fengjia saw him. Seeing him dragging a large suitcase under the scorching sun on the bridge, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Xingya, look quickly, that's Yiming. That brat can't afford a cab and is walking on the road. On this hot day dragging that big suitcase, he looks like a stray dog. Hilarious." Qin Xingya was about to enter the bridge, but startled by her mother's call, she couldn't help turning to look. At that moment, a large truck suddenly accelerated and charged toward them. Qin Xingya had turned her head and did not see it, as she only felt her car violently struck with all airbags deploying. Both instantly lost consciousness. Qin Xingya's Audi was rammed to the bridge's edge, the front smashing through the railing with half the car hanging outside. The rear end tilted upward, and the vehicle wobbled precariously. The slightest mishap would send it plunging into the water. A large crowd quickly gathered, but no one dared approach the Audi. A few kind-hearted people were already calling for help, while most were recording videos. Yiming rushed over upon seeing this, and after recognizing the license plate, he was shocked. It was Qin Xingya's car. He grabbed the rear of the car with both hands, preventing it from sliding further, then pulled with all his might, dragging the vehicle back onto the road. Fortunately, he now possessed immense strength. Otherwise, even if he had held the car, he could not have hauled it up and could only watch it fall. Yiming immediately went to the front door. Mother and daughter Qin Xingya were still unconscious, but appeared to be in no grave danger. Soon an ambulance arrived. Yiming noticed a cut on his hand from pulling the car, but he did not return with the ambulance. The hospital was very close, and his superficial wound was nothing serious, just needed bandaging there. Qin Xingya and Li Fengjia had no major injuries. After examinations, they left the hospital. This car accident was somewhat bizarre. They went to the traffic police brigade to learn the details. The officer told them the offending driver had no idea what happened. He just spaced out, and the car suddenly accelerated. Normally on that kind of road, any sensible person would slow down first. Even if cutting lanes, one wouldn't charge at full speed. But this driver was just an ordinary trucker with no ties to the Qin family and no reason for revenge. Back home, Li Fengjia vented all her anger on Yiming. "It's all that Jinx's fault. Ever since he married into our family, everything has gone wrong for the Qin household. Meeting him on the road today, we got into an accident." Qin Xingya defended him. "Mom, you can't blame Yiming. It wasn't caused by him. How can you say that? If I hadn't told you to look at him, maybe you could have avoided that truck." Li Fengjia raised her voice. "Mom, not focusing while driving was my fault. Luckily, no one was hurt. Let's go to the hospital tomorrow for a thorough checkup, just to be safe. By the way, that brat was right there, and he didn't save us or come to see us. Don't tell me he didn't recognize your car. It's so heartbreaking. Even though I often scold him, our family has helped us a lot. His whole family relies on us for support. When we got into trouble, he just left without even a glance." Li Fengjia, recalling this, began to rage again. Qin Xingya could no longer defend herself. Matters of life and death could not be ignored, even if there was conflict between the parties. Under Li Fengjia's constant whispers, Qin Xingya's heart began to grow cold. She had once felt a trace of guilt toward Yiming because of Qin Xingya's incident. After a simple bandage, Yiming rented an apartment near the hospital. His mother's illness was unlikely to improve in the short term, so he had to prepare for the long haul. Early the next morning, Yiming headed to the hospital. This time he planned to pay all the medical fees, check how much the Qin family had paid, settle the accounts, and then confront the Qin family. Wang Junfeng had interrupted him yesterday, leaving no chance to bring it up. Now with his wallet full, he naturally felt more confident. Qin Xingya came every morning to wipe Su Yun's body. Though she felt deeply chilled by Yiming's actions yesterday, as long as they were married, Su Yun's matters were hers as well. Li Fengjia had rarely woken up early today. She still felt a severe headache from last night and feared lingering effects, so she came to the hospital with Qin Xingya early in the morning. Qin Xingya was young. After resting overnight, she felt refreshed. Believing she didn't need a checkup, she went to Su Yun's ward while Li Fengjia was getting examined. "You're fine, everything is good. Just rest for a few days," the doctor said after examining Li Fengjia. "Doctor, should we do a more detailed check?" Li Fengjia still worried. "No need, just go home and rest. Remember to keep a good mood." Li Fengjia wanted to say more, but the doctor was already calling the next patient. Seeing the doctor brush her off, Li Fengjia's mood sank. Noticing Qin Xingya was absent, she guessed her daughter had gone to the comatose in-laws ward, which was also in this hospital. She didn't know which room Su Yun was in, but found it wasn't far as both were in the neurology department. Spotting the right ward, she walked in and immediately began shouting. "Xingya, what are you doing? She's a patient. How can you wipe her body? And you there? We paid money, why aren't you doing it yourself?" Seeing Qin Xingya doing such menial work, Li Fengjia trembled with rage. Qin Xingya had avoided her mother precisely because she knew she wouldn't allow it, but she hadn't expected her mother to arrive so soon. "I was going to do it, but Miss Qin insisted on handling it herself," the female nurse said. "Mom, this is my duty. After all, she is my mother too." Just then Yiming arrived at the door with breakfast. He could have come earlier, but he remembered that although his mother was unconscious, her sense of smell might still function. So he bought his mother's favorite googly buns, hoping the aroma might stimulate her. At the doorway, he saw Qin Xingya and her mother inside. He thought that after his rescue yesterday, they had finally remembered his kindness and come to visit his mother. Your duty? How could someone like her deserve to be your mother? Li Fengjiao pointed at Su Yun. Yiming stood at the door, hearing her insult his mother, trembling with fury. You can look down on me, but never on my mother. No one can. Though Li Fengjiao was also his mother-in-law, a birth mother could never be replaced by a mother-in-law. You. Yiming stammered, wanting to curse, but unable to get the words out. Yiming, you're here. Qin Qingjia's face flushed crimson. At this moment, any explanation was futile. Li Fengjia's aged face reddened, slightly caught red-handed gossiping behind someone's back. Get out. Your Qin family may be wealthy, but from now on I won't spend a single cent of your money. They'll return what I've used twofold. Tomorrow is Monday, well, get a divorce. Yiming pointed at the door. How you've grown some spine. It's your word then, divorce tomorrow. Li Fengjia said gleefully. Qin Qingya said, Yiming, it's not what you think. We came to see your mother. Yiming said indifferently, I saw clearly. No need to explain. Your Qin family is too lofty for us. There's no need to maintain this false relationship. Yesterday's deed was merely a passing favor. Don't dwell on it. Hearing Yiming mention yesterday's events, Qin Qingya grew displeased. We remember your actions yesterday well. Since you've made up your mind, let's meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Li Fengjiao wanted to say more, but Qin Qingya pulled her out. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Without love, two people could never truly stay together. A man who wouldn't save his own wife and mother-in-law from a car accident was not worth clinging to. She believed her father would understand her decision. The nurse nearby wanted to speak, but seeing Yiming's gloomy expression, she dared not utter a word. Unfortunately, his mother showed no signs of improvement. Just then Dr. Zheng entered. Seeing Yiming, he said, Yiming will administer another dose of the special medication today. I believe the patient will recover. Doctor, use whatever you need. I have the money, you'll pay for it shortly. Please don't skimp on the medication, Yiming said respectfully. Rest assured, with continued use of this drug, the patient will surely awaken. There have been similar cases abroad, Dr. Zheng reassured him. Yiming was full of gratitude, placing all his hopes on this miracle drug. However, a beautiful female doctor who entered with Dr. Zheng frowned slightly, but said nothing. After examining the patient, the two doctors left the ward. Yiming prepared to pay for the medication, knowing that delaying payment for such expensive drugs might cause the hospital to stall. But as he stepped out, he overheard Dr. Zheng and the beautiful doctor arguing. Dr. Zheng, I don't recommend using this drug for this patient. Not use it. This is the best medication available on the market. But despite its efficacy, the chance of a full recovery is minimal. The overseas case that succeeded cost 100 million yuan combined with other rare herbs. The two entered an office, still talking. Yiming was desperate to hear more as it concerned his mother's condition. Clearly Dr. Zheng was hiding something from him. But once inside the office, he could hear nothing. Yiming quickly entered the system space, and in the body section swiftly found the skill walls have ears. Over the past 2 days, Yiming had studied the system thoroughly and was now familiar with its pathways, unlike his initial fumbling. Without hesitation, Yiming activated walls have ears. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Having such sharp hearing wasn't always a blessing. Yiming focused on the conversation inside. He heard Dr. Zheng say, I haven't prescribed the wrong medication. The patient's family agreed to it. Of course, the process may take varying lengths of time. The beautiful doctor remarked, but this medicine is far too expensive. It would drain this family's resources. It would take at least 2 years to see any effect, and even a billionaire would hesitate to use it. Dr. Zheng responded, that's not our concern. The chances are slim, but there is still a chance. All right, I have matters to attend to. You may leave now. Yiming stood frozen in place. Last time Dr. Zheng had said there was hope, and he thought 1 million or 2 would suffice. But now a cost in the hundreds of millions was beyond his imagination, something even the Qin family could never afford. It seemed he had to rely on himself. His system contained a medical manual, but out of reverence for medicine and his complete lack of foundational knowledge, he dared not trust such a mysterious thing. Moreover, since it concerned his own mother, he preferred to trust modern medicine. But now that path seemed unrealistic. Yiming wanted to slap himself. He had just used up his only retaliation point, or he could have tried it now. He desperately sought someone to humiliate him to earn another point, but who could he turn to at this moment? Just then he spotted a familiar face. Shi Rongrong, the woman he had pulled from the Mercedes that day. Her face was etched with worry. Yiming called out, Sister Shi. Shi Rongrong turned around, and upon seeing him, her expression lit up, as if she had found a savior. Yiming, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you everywhere. I was about to put out an ad. Yiming was puzzled. Could she be trying to reclaim the watch, having realized it was too valuable? Looking for me? Shi Rongrong nodded. Yes, ever since my son's car accident, he's been severely traumatized. These past 2 days, he's been calling out uncle nonstop. I think it's because you saved him. He was restless all last night, so I brought him back to the hospital today. Let's go see him. Children often react this way after a shock. Don't worry too much, Yiming said as he walked. Shi Rongrong had arranged a more luxurious ward complete with a sitting area. The spacious room was occupied only by her son. When the boy saw Yiming, his previously anxious eyes cleared instantly. Uncle. Xiao Xing, the uncle you've been talking about every day, is here to see you. Shi Rongrong said, her smile returning as she saw her son improving. Yiming approached the bedside and chatted with Xiao Xing. The boy, delicate and fair like a porcelain doll, radiated a pure and spirited aura. Xiao Xing, you're a boy. You need to be brave, and one day you'll have to protect your mother, Yiming encouraged. Yes, I'm a man. He'll protect mom, and uncle will protect mom too, Xiao Xing replied with childish innocence. Shi Rongrong blushed with embarrassment. This was only her second meeting with Yiming, and her son had already said such a thing. Haha, no problem. After all, I'm a good person, and good people help others, Yiming laughed it off. Just then a head poked through the ward door. A middle-aged man spoke in a humble tone. President, I'm sorry I'm late. Shi Rongrong's pretty face darkened instantly at the sight of him. Her previously affectionate expression transformed into the commanding aura of a CEO. Not wanting to lose her temper in front of Yiming and her son, Shi Rose shot Yiming an apologetic look and walked out of the ward. Yiming had just acquired the talent of eavesdropping and couldn't control it well yet. He overheard the conversation between Shi Rongrong and the man outside. Ade, how many times have you been late in a row? You're my personal driver. I got into an accident last time I drove, yet you still keep repeating this mistake. Go collect your pay and leave. President Shi, I'm sorry, but it's not my fault. Every time I come, someone blocks me on the way. They don't do anything, just hold me back and won't let me go. By the time I arrive, you've already driven off. 3 times. You've used the same excuse 3 times in a row. You should at least come up with a different one. Shi Rongrong's voice began to rise, clearly showing her extreme displeasure. President Shi, I'm not lying. It's really strange. I even feel like I've encountered something supernatural. Please, for the sake of my years of loyalty, forgive me this once. You know my family situation. If I lose this job, my whole family will be ruined. President Shi, I'm not lying. It's really strange. I even feel like I've encountered something supernatural. Please, for the sake of my years of loyalty, forgive me this once. You know my family situation. If I lose this job, my whole family will be ruined. Ade's voice was now choked with tears. Yiming couldn't help but be moved. In the world of adults, nothing is easy. Yet he suddenly felt that this matter was too bizarre, as if there was a hint of conspiracy lurking within, though he couldn't quite grasp it. It's precisely because I know your family's hardships that I've forgiven you twice. Put 3 strikes and you're out. When we get back to the company, take 2 extra months' salary. Shi Rongrong, though sympathetic, had not built her business to such heights by being soft-hearted over a few pitiful words. Just then Yiming suddenly pushed open the door and asked, were the people who blocked you these 3 times the same group? Ade was startled by Yiming's sudden question, but realizing that this man was with Shi Rongrong, he knew their relationship must be significant. No, they weren't the same group, but their methods were identical. They'd use their cars to squeeze my electric scooter, then refuse to let it go. I drive and ride strictly by the rules, never breaking the law. They deliberately crashed into me. Ade's tone grew agitated. Calm down. Let me ask you this, how many people were there in total? Did they demand compensation or ask you to involve insurance? Yiming continued. Or did they want to go through insurance? Yiming pressed further. Each time there were 7 of them, all big men. I couldn't leave at all. They shouted at me to pay up. All 3 times they drove nice 7-seat commercial vehicles. But strangely, after I begged them, they let me go. Ade was deeply frustrated. Shi Rongrong frowned after hearing this. There was no reason for Ade to tell such a foolish lie, and he was usually very dedicated. She was his boss, and unless he didn't want the job anymore. All right, you can go back now. This isn't your fault. Yiming waved his hand casually. Ade looked at Yiming in disbelief. Was this man a relative or new flame of President Shi? But he had never seen him before. As the personal driver, he knew most of the people around her. Seeing Yiming take the initiative, Shi Rongrong didn't get angry. You can go. We'll discuss this later. With his boss nod, Ade bowed and retreated, casting a grateful smile at Yiming. Sorry, my ears are a bit too sharp. Yiming pointed to his ears. Shi Rongrong shook her head unbothered and asked, what do you make of this? This is indeed strange. Have you offended anyone recently? Yiming asked. You suspect someone is targeting me. I've offended many people, but nothing that would warrant such extremes. I thoroughly investigated the last accident too. That concrete mixer was working there all along, and I took that route on a whim. It couldn't have been premeditated. These past 2 days I've been driving with the child and haven't encountered anything unusual. This is indeed strange. Have you offended anyone recently? Yiming asked. You suspect someone is targeting me. I've offended many people, but nothing that would warrant such extremes. I thoroughly investigated the last accident too. That concrete mixer was working there all along, and I took that route on a whim. It couldn't have been premeditated. These past 2 days I've been driving with the child and haven't encountered anything unusual. Shi Rongrong clearly wasn't convinced. Have you been driving alone with the child these past 2 days? Yi Ming felt a glimmer of understanding. Yes, the driver wouldn't drive, so I drove myself. There are many cars at home, or I just picked one at random. Those people scheme to keep the driver from serving you. If they meant you harm, a mere driver is not so important. So why go to the trouble of sidelining him? Yi Ming murmured to himself. Shi Rongrong watched Yi Ming sink into thought and found herself staring at his face. They say a man in earnest is most handsome. His intense concentration now radiated an ineffable charm, and she could not help but be entranced. Right, mother and son, a locked room blood relation, Yi Ming suddenly exclaimed. Shi Rongrong, startled, asked when he followed up, "Who gave you that watch?" "A watch? Oh, the Patek Philippe you received that day. That was from my ex-husband Yuzong Wang. No, we haven't officially divorced yet. He gave it to me." Shi Rongrong seemed a little embarrassed that Yi Ming knew she was not yet divorced. Yi Ming paid it no mind. "Did you only put it on that day, eh?" "Yes. That day he suddenly came to find me, said he didn't want a divorce anymore, and asked me to bring our son. He missed him terribly. He later gave me the watch. He knew I loved Patek Philippe. It was this year's new model. I was delighted and wore it on the spot. But then he said he had something to attend to and left abruptly, and that was followed by the subsequent car accident." Yi Ming finally understood the matter. Although it contradicted his prior assumptions, given the system he carried, such peculiarities no longer seemed so strange. "You don't know I gave the watch to my mother-in-law, and yesterday she and my wife were in a car accident. If I had not been there, they might well have died." Shi Rongrong drew a soft breath. "Are they all right?" Then she was struck by surprise and a touch of dismay. Yi Ming was so young, and yet already married. They were only frightened. If I'm right, the crash occurred on the road after they had dropped my aunt and her husband home. That stretch is accident-prone, but usually only minor scrapes, nothing life-threatening. Yi Ming snorted coldly. "But what does that have to do with the watch?" "Ah, do you mean your mother-in-law wore that watch, and that's why it happened?" "How could that be?" Shi Rongrong's face registered complete disbelief. "It is indeed incredible, but there is only one plausible explanation. The watch was tampered with, and it required a mother-and-son blood relationship, no third person present, and the act to occur within a sealed room. Only under such conditions would it trigger danger," Yi Ming said with certainty. Shi Rongrong could not immediately accept such a strange theory. "Perhaps it's just a coincidence." Yi Ming smiled. "You just said you and your husband were getting a divorce, then he suddenly decided he didn't want it, asked you to bring the child to meet, and gave you an expensive watch. If I'm right, your husband is a freeloader who does not genuinely care for the child and would not normally present you with such a costly gift. If you divorced him, he'd be cast out, unless..." Shi Rongrong's expression finally changed. Yi Ming's guess was almost spot on. The truth was far more complicated. Her husband's clan was considerable, yet his particular branch was rather ordinary. She had built her career before marriage, and her parents and brother had perished in an accident 2 years earlier. If she were to die, all her assets would fall to her husband. Her husband had long coveted her fortune. His father, who had little standing within the family, had repeatedly urged his son to fold Shi Rongrong's company into the family's holdings. Each time she had refused, and the couple's relationship deteriorated rapidly. Coupled with ongoing instigation from members of the clan, their marriage had become merely nominal. Yet she never anticipated that her own husband would scheme against her. That $1,000,000 Patek Philippe watch was genuine. How could a man who begrudged even a 10th of Sandiyu in gifts suddenly become so generous? "This is too bizarre. I still can't believe it," Shi Rongrong said, unable to accept the situation. "Oh no," Yi Ming exclaimed. Wondering if Qin Xingya and Li Fengjia were driving, he quickly called. "Hey Xingya, are you driving?" Yi Ming asked urgently. "Why do you care?" Qin Xingya replied irritably. "You just had an accident yesterday. I'm worried," he said. Knowing a direct approach wouldn't work, Yi Ming changed tactics. So you do remember my accident." "Fine, I was so shaken yesterday, I wouldn't dare drive today. The chauffeur's at the wheel." Qin Xingya said, her anger slightly abetted by his concern. "Good. By the way, when you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, remember to bring me that watch. And come alone. Don't bring Mom," he said. Yi Ming, rest assured. We've had the watch appraised. It's genuine, worth over $1 million. I know you're reluctant, even though you've spent plenty of our family's money. But he'll return this watch to you, and from then on we're quits." Qin Xingya hung up in anger. Li Fengjia asked, "Was that Yi Ming? Does he want the watch back?" "No way. What's given is given." Qin Xingya was exasperated by both of them. Their discord left her trapped in the middle, feeling utterly miserable. She reflected that Yi Ming as a husband had never fulfilled his duties, showing her nothing but indifference. Her father pressured her to stay with Yi Ming, while her mother constantly undermined him, turning the household into a chaotic battleground. Frustrated, Qin Xingya opened a short video app, and a clip about a car accident popped up. A Hercules appears at Dong'er Bridge, single-handedly pulls a car about to plunge into the river. Awesome. Assuming it was another exaggerated fake video, she was about to swipe it away when the license plate appeared. Wasn't that her car? She looked closer and saw that the person pulling the car was Yi Ming. At that moment, the situation had been perilous. Her car was about to fall into the river. Bystanders crowded around, but no one stepped forward to help. They were all filming. Then a figure appeared, resolute and decisive, grabbing the swaying rear of the car. If the car had plunged and the rescuer failed to let go in time, he would have been dragged into the river, where the surging waves would have swallowed everything instantly. Though Qin Xingya was already safe, watching the scene again made her break out in a cold sweat. The danger had been far greater than she had imagined. She had thought it was just a collision with the railing, but it had nearly fallen into the river. The figure pulling the car gradually came into focus. It's Yi Ming. How does he have such strength to lift the car alone? How ridiculous. Just 2 days ago, my whole family mocked him for overreaching and meddling. Qin Xingya felt her face flush with shame. She had blamed Yi Ming for not saving her, but he had been the unsung hero. If he had revealed this, perhaps the subsequent events wouldn't have occurred. Maybe he truly no longer wished to stay in the Qin family. After all, he was a man of immense pride. Being a Livian son-in-law had already stripped him of his dignity. He would rather endure hardship than remain in the Qin household. Qin Xingya let out a soft sigh. That stubborn silhouette seemed to have etched a clear impression in her heart. He's still short on money, that's why he wants the watch back. $1 million is a huge fortune for a poor man. He has many expenses, and this $1 million is far too important. Qin Xingya decided to return the watch. Yi Ming's debt to the Qin family would be considered settled by this rescue. Meanwhile, Yi Ming began discussing countermeasures with Shi Rongrong. She was now somewhat convinced by Yi Ming's words, but still needed final verification. After all, Xiaoxing was his own son. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't devour its cub. She dared not think about it. Call him and say the driver had something to do, so you're bringing the child to see him alone. Then do this and that. Yi Ming proposed a plan. All right, let's do it. If he's really the one behind this, I won't let him off. Shi Rongrong was determined. After meeting Yi Ming, Xiaoxing was full of energy. Yi Ming kept playing games with him, and they were both very excited. Yi Ming's natural affinity made Xiaoxing feel attached. Shi Rongrong wondered when her husband had ever played with their child like this. It seemed he never had. Xiaoxing got tired after playing for a while. He hadn't slept well in the past 2 days, so this nap would likely last a long time. Shi Rongrong instructed the nurse to watch over Xiaoxing. If the other party intended to harm her, one failed plan would lead to another. They couldn't delay. Yi Ming and Shi Rongrong left the hospital. A Range Rover was parked in a very conspicuous spot, and Yi Ming couldn't help but take a second look. After all, such a big vehicle appealed to young people. The Range Rover beeped twice, and Shi Rongrong opened the door. Don't you have a cheaper car? It'd be a pity if this one gets damaged. Yi Ming touched the car door. No choice, the other cars aren't much cheaper. By the way, if you like the Range Rover, I have a custom edition. I'll give it to you later. Oh, forget it. I don't need one for now. Yi Ming barely suppressed the urge to say great. A loud roar sounded as Shi Rongrong drove fiercely. She floored the accelerator, and the car shot out like an arrow from a bow. Though heavy, it had powerful momentum. Nice pushback feeling. Yi Ming thought to himself. His family used to have a car, but Yi Kaishan only liked the old Volkswagen Jetta, which lacked excitement. He rarely enjoyed the pushback feeling. Later, Yi Ming modified the old Jetta, and then the power became explosive. The two drove to a secluded spot by the Chunlin River. The Chunlin River was the largest river in Yinjiang City, and the city was built along its banks. His name is Yu Zhongwang. He was also a promising young man in Yinjiang City back then. Alas, Shi Rongrong sighed. It's okay. We're just testing him. If he truly loves you, then none of this holds, and him just being overly suspicious. Yi Ming comforted her. After all, this matter was indeed a bit strange. After getting out of the car, ignoring Shi Rongrong's horrified look, Yi Ming directly flipped the car over. Time was very tight. Yu Zhongwang could arrive at any moment. Yi Ming splashed some red paint outside the car. The inside seemed unnecessary as the act would take place outside anyway, so the car didn't need to be too dirty. Before long, a black SUV roared up and stopped beside the Range Rover. A young man got out as handsome as Yi Ming, equally striking. He was only slightly older, probably around 30. This must be Yu Zhongwang. He rushed toward the overturned Land Rover, peered inside, and found all the windows open, the vehicle completely empty. Ouch! A pained voice came from the riverbank. It was a woman's voice, and Yu Zhongwang recognized it as Shi Rongrong's. He hurried over. On the ground lay a pool of blood, and Shi Rongrong was covered in bloodstains, her expression listless and pained, lying less than a meter from the riverbank. Zhongwang, you're here. My car flipped, and Xiaoxing fell straight into the river. Hurry and find someone to help. Shi Rongrong urged anxiously. No need to rush. Let me take a look first. Yu Zongwang ignored Shi Rongrong on the ground and instead surveyed the surroundings. The area was deserted with no cameras in sight. Quick, help me up. I need to find my son, Shi Rongrong urged. All right, fine. They'll let you go find your son. Yu Zongwang's face twisted with malice. Shi Rongrong's face was full of panic as she trembled. What are you going to do? Do? Of course I'm taking you to find your son. You and your boy can keep each other company in the spring river. Won't be lonely that way. Yu Zongwang sneered. With that he grabbed Shi Rongrong and was about to throw her into the river when Yi Ming rushed out from a concealed spot and seized Yu Zongwang. His strength was immense, and Shi Rongrong quickly broke free from control. She had never been injured in the first place. Who are you? What do you think you're doing? Yu Zongwang exclaimed in shock and fury. Whatever you were just about to do, that's what I'm going to do. Yi Ming sneered coldly. Yu Zongwang's hands were now pinned behind his back by Yi Ming, and no matter how he struggled, Yi Ming's grip was like iron shackles. Yu Zongwang, you trying to harm me is one thing, but how could you lay a hand on your own son? Shi Rongrong's voice was harsh. His son? Who's to say he's even mine? You were out drinking with clients every day. Who knows whose brat he is? Yu Zongwang sneered. Slap. Shi Rongrong struck Yu Zongwang across the face. Sister Shi, do you want me to throw him into the river? Yi Ming's voice was cold. He too loathed this despicable man. No, please don't. That would be illegal. Yu Zongwang cried out loudly. Shut up. If you make another sound, I'll throw you in right now. Yi Ming twisted his hand, and a bone in Yu Zongwang's finger was crushed. Yu Zongwang was about to scream, but Yi Ming shoved him toward the river, terrifying him into silence. His features were contorted with pain. Tell me what's the deal with the watch? Yi Ming barked. What watch? I don't know anything about it. Yu Zongwang tried to bluff. Yi Ming pushed Yu Zongwang closer to the riverbank. Seeing the raging current below, Yu Zongwang knew that if he fell in, he'd never be found. He'll talk. That watch was enchanted by a master from Thailand with a curse called the mother-child linked calamity. As long as a parent and child are in the same enclosed space, it brings disaster. Shi Rongrong's face turned deathly pale at this revelation. She could barely stand. The depth of this man's cunning and venom was chilling. Yi Ming was also infuriated by this shameless scoundrel. Such a man deserved death. Should I drown him? Yi Ming asked. No, please. I swear I'll never do it again. For the sake of our marriage, I beg you let me go. Yu Zongwang shouted. Yi Ming tightened his grip, and the pain forced Yu Zongwang to clamp his mouth shut. Shi Rongrong's expression shifted several times. She hated this man even more than Yi Ming did, but reason told her they couldn't do it. Forget it, let him off. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Shi Rongrong waved her hand. Scram. Yi Ming shoved the man inside. Though Yu Zongwang had a broken bone in his hand, he nimbly crawled into the car and sped away. Letting him go like this, I fear he'll never reform, Yi Ming said regretfully. No, I want him dead more than you do, but we just had contact. If he disappeared, suspicion would fall heavily on me, and you'd be an accomplice. Shi Rongrong shook her head. But you'll need to be cautious from now on. With a person so cold by nature, you can never predict what he might do. Isn't that why I have you? You're my savior. Shi Rongrong naturally placed her hand on Yi Ming's shoulder. Yi Ming trembled slightly and gently stepped away. The car lay overturned, but it was no trouble for Yi Ming. He flipped the vehicle back over. The Land Rover had only suffered a few scratches, its appearance slightly marred. Shi Rongrong drove Yi Ming to the nearby Tianrong Mall. Yi Ming wondered why she had brought him here. They entered a Versace store within the mall. Shi Rongrong casually picked out a few outfits for herself as she had lain on the ground earlier and gotten some red paint on her clothes. For someone like her, this was simply unbearable, so changing clothes was a priority. Sales assistant, please pick out a few suits for this gentleman. Make sure they're the latest styles. Shi Rongrong said to a beautiful saleswoman. Certainly. The assistant eagerly selected clothes for Yi Ming. Yi Ming couldn't refuse. His own clothes were somewhat worn, and the earlier struggle with the car had split the seams. The assistant chose several sets of different styles for Yi Ming. It was undeniable that in these clothes he looked noticeably more spirited. Coupled with Yi Ming's recent surge in confidence, his entire demeanor had transformed. Just then a young couple entered the store. The young woman gasped upon seeing Yi Ming. Yi Ming, what are you doing here? Yi Ming turned to see Qin Qinjia's cousin Li Songsong, who was now clinging to a lecherous-looking stunted man. Why can't I be here? Yi Ming retorted. Li Songsong was sharp-tongued and venomous, and Yi Ming had never liked her. Hell, Livian son-in-law like you dares to come to such an expensive store. Looks like my sister gives you plenty of money. Li Songsong taunted. Oh, so this is the Livian son-in-law you're always talking about. Quite presentable, no wonder Qin Qingya took a liking to him, the man said sarcastically. Taken a liking? My sister never liked this worthless man. I bet he hasn't even touched my cousin's hand, Li Songsong sneered. Yi Ming stepped forward, his aura surging to its peak. Lately his killing intent was strong. Say that again, and he'll tear your mouth apart. Seeing Yi Ming's fierce expression, Li Sangsang retreated a few steps in fear, which greatly displeased the lecherous man. Boy, you probably don't know whose turf this is. One phone call from me, and security will come beat you up. The lecherous man made a call. Within a minute, 4 security guards rushed over. Seeing him, they all stood at attention. Young Master Ma, what can we do for you? I suspect this kid stole something from the mall. Take him for questioning. Young Master Ma pointed at Yi Ming. Yes, you come with us. One guard moved to seize him. Isn't it excessive to detain someone without evidence? Yi Ming stood his ground, unmoving. Everyone, please don't fight in here. The clothes here are very expensive, the sales assistant quickly interjected. Young Master Ma considered that if Yi Ming didn't submit, a scuffle might mess up the place. The owner of this Versace store was no ordinary person. You'd better come quietly, or you won't leave this mall alive today, Young Master Ma said coldly. By then, Shi Rongrong had already changed into a set of alluring attire that, paired with her dazzling beauty, instantly made her the most radiant presence in the venue. Wow, so beautiful! Ma Xiao exclaimed. Yi Ming, what's wrong? Shi Rongrong approached. Fine, so you're sneaking around with another woman behind my sister's back. I tell you, you're done for. Li Sangsang, seeing the two acting intimately, and noting that the woman's charm far surpassed her own, even drawing Ma Xiao's gaze, felt a surge of jealousy. Recalling how she had once humiliated him, Yi Ming retorted, Li Sangsang, whom I choose to be with is my own affair. It's none of your business. I suspect you two are the notorious thieves the mall has been hunting. Come with us now, or I'll call the police immediately. Upon seeing Shi Rongrong, Ma Xiao's eyes were fixated. A frosty expression crept across Shi Rongrong's face. Ma Xiao's intentions were all too clear. He had designs on her. Several security guards quickly surrounded them, clearly ready to apprehend them under the pretext they had concocted. Fine, we'll go with you. Shi Rongrong handed a card to the sales assistant, asking her to wrap up the clothes. She then made a phone call and walked out with Yi Ming. They were led into a dark, cramped room where Ma Xiao and the guards were gleefully discussing how to handle them. Li Sangsang was left out sulking outside the room. Ma Xiao was her blind date. Despite his sleazy appearance, his family was well off. With her average looks and education, she had to settle. We found these tags in your bags, evidence of your theft. Swapping discounted tags onto full-priced items is a serious matter, but it could also be smoothed over. Ma Xiao said lecherously. Oh, and what would you suggest? Shi Rongrong asked coolly. You're repeat offenders, and the amount is substantial. If we report it, you'd face 3 to 5 years. But if you spend one night with me, it'll be forgotten. Ma Xiao put on airs. Shi Rongrong's face darkened, her fury barely contained. Just then, several people strode in quickly. The leading middle-aged man bowed upon seeing Shi Rongrong. Chairman Shi, why didn't you inform us when you came to inspect? Manager Ma, who is this? Shi Rongrong asked, pointing at Ma Xiao. Manager Ma, well aware of his son's character and realizing he must have offended the boss, quickly said, Chairman Shi, this is my son. If he has offended you, please forgive his youthful ignorance. Oh, so he's your son. Do you think this mall belongs to you? Arbitrarily detaining people, framing them, and even propositioning me. How do you propose to handle this? Shi Rongrong said coldly. Oh, damn, it'll teach this brat a lesson. Apologize to Chairman Shi immediately. Manager Ma dragged Ma Xiao over. Realizing she was the group CEO, Ma Xiao's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Chairman Shi, I failed to recognize your eminence. Please be magnanimous and overlook my offense. Shi Rongrong didn't respond. Manager Ma rushed over and slapped Ma Xiao across the face repeatedly, the sounds echoing like thunder in the small room. Even Li Sangsang, who couldn't see what was happening outside, heard the sound of a slap. She couldn't help but sneer coldly, certain that Yi Ming was being disciplined inside. Someone like him deserved it. Young Master Ma's face instantly swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his hair, once styled with half a bottle of gel, fell into disarray. Shi Rongrong waved her hand, and Manager Ma, as if granted amnesty, quickly withdrew. Let's go. Oh, and Manager Ma, your son is henceforth banned from all establishments under my name. You're demoted 3 ranks, effective immediately, to head of the cleaning department. Having said that, Shi Rongrong walked out with Yi Ming. Li Sangsang, seeing Yi Ming emerge unscathed, was momentarily stunned, followed by Young Master Ma slinking out with his head lowered. Upon seeing Young Master Ma's face swollen like a pig's head, Li Sangsang quickly approached him. Young Master Ma, what happened to you? Who hit you? Young Master Ma slapped her directly, leaving Li Sangsang seeing stars. You bitch, you made me offend President Shi. Now I've lost everything. With that, he left in a huff, leaving Li Sangsang standing there clutching her face in a daze. She then turned her hatred toward Yi Ming. This useless man had latched onto an even bigger patron, and this was far from over. Li Sangsang called Qin Xingya. Sis, let me tell you, Yi Ming is involved with some rich woman. They were all over each other in broad daylight, and she even bought him several expensive outfits. Qin Xingya didn't care much for her cousin, who was full of negativity and enjoyed bullying those weaker than herself. Upon hearing about Yi Ming, her instinctive reaction was disbelief. She knew Yi Ming's character well. He would never bow to anyone, let alone become a kept man. Besides, with the divorce scheduled for tomorrow, she had no desire to dwell on Yi Ming's affairs. She gave a few indifferent replies and hung up. After leaving the mall, Yi Ming noticed that the spot where his car had been parked now held a different Qian. Startled, he exclaimed, "Hey, where's my car? How did it disappear?" "I had the driver take it for repainting, and I've transferred the ownership to you," Shi Rongrong said as she opened the car door. Yi Ming couldn't help but marvel at how the wealthy operated. Changing cars was as effortless as changing clothes. Back at the hospital, Xiaoxing had woken up and the doctor said he was fine and could go home. "Yi Ming, I have another favor to ask of you," Shi Rongrong said to him. "What is it?" "I'm going to divorce Yu Zhongwang tomorrow. Would you come with me?" Shi Rongrong looked at Yi Ming with hopeful eyes. "No problem. I'm getting divorced tomorrow too." "What a coincidence," Yi Ming replied with a smile. Shi Rongrong was taken aback. She hadn't expected he was also getting divorced. Who could be so blind as to not cherish such a good husband? But then it struck her. If Yi Ming were divorced, wouldn't they both be single? A faint blush crept across Shi Rongrong's pretty face. The atmosphere grew slightly charged with intimacy, but they quickly restrained themselves, mindful that both were still married and had only known each other for a short time. The next morning, Shi Rongrong drove alone to pick up Yi Ming. Though she hadn't fired her driver, she now cherished the time alone with Yi Ming. Qin Qingjia's emotions were in turmoil. She held little affection for Yi Ming, as the two had never truly experienced a romantic courtship, and the dynamic of a strong woman and a weak man made genuine love difficult. Yet after watching the video yesterday, her perception of Yi Ming had shifted. He was a brave, responsible man, even though his family had suffered misfortune. Her father had always been a keen judge of character. Surely this was the result of his careful selection. Her elder sister had married abroad, leaving her to shoulder the family's burdens. According to the Qin family's rules, if there were no male heir, all the business holdings would have to be surrendered. It was not inappropriate to have Yi Ming as a Livian son-in-law. Aside from his family background, he was excellent in all other aspects. After all, who from a well-established family would consent to such an arrangement? But Qin Xingya was barely in her 20s and naturally still harbored hopes for love, unwilling to enter into a marriage without clarity. Early this morning, Qin Xingya arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, stealthily bringing along the Patek Philippe watch. She believed it could surely alleviate Yi Ming's financial strain. Yet when she saw Yi Ming approaching with a beautiful young woman, her heart sank with a jolt. Although Shi Rongrong maintained her appearance well and was only 28, managing a large corporation and having borne a child lent her a more mature demeanor. Could this be the wealthy woman my cousin mentioned? Qin Xingya noticed Yi Ming's branded attire, which transformed his entire aura. As soon as Yi Ming spotted Qin Xingya, he strode over quickly. "Xingya, you're early. Did you bring the watch?" Qin Xingya hadn't expected Yi Ming's first concern to be the watch. Instinctively, she retrieved it, and Yi Ming hastily took it. This object was too ominous. He didn't want anyone else to come into contact with it. Yi Ming shook the watch at Shi Rongrong, who stood a few meters away, and they exchanged knowing smiles. To them, the cursed item was secured, ensuring no harm could come to anyone. But in Qin Qingjia's eyes, the implication was entirely different. It seemed Yi Ming intended to use the watch to win over this wealthy woman, and they had already conspired about it. This infuriated Qin Xingya. They weren't even divorced yet. And now, right before her eyes. But the watch was already given, and she couldn't take it back. After today, they could do as they pleased. Just then Yu Zhongwang came running over. Seeing Yi Ming present, his confidence instantly crumbled. Though not unattractive at this moment, Yu Zhongwang resembled the old Yi Ming, his spirit severely battered. "Brother, I entrust Rongrong to your care from now on. Let's go inside to handle the paperwork," Yu Zhongwang said with a pained expression. Shi Rongrong spat at him in disdain, but didn't deny it. Qin Xingya, however, burned with anger. This woman was also here for a divorce, and it seemed Yi Ming had been involved with her husband somehow. Could it be that Yi Ming had seduced the wealthy woman and made her cast aside her husband? The man's pathetic look suggested he too was a pitiful soul. Wasn't Yi Ming just like him? Why torment him? If Yi Ming had any backbone and relied on himself, he'd still be a man. But rushing to divorce her just to latch on to someone richer was despicable. Qin Xingya grew more indignant, her remaining goodwill toward Yi Ming turning into contempt. That outfit alone must have cost tens of thousands, far beyond what Yi Ming could afford. Yi Ming, however, paid no heed to such thoughts. Seeing Shi Rongrong proceed to handle the procedures, he slowly followed. The process required queuing. Shi Rongrong and Yu Zhongwang entered while Yi Ming and Qin Xingya waited outside. The atmosphere was heavy. After all, they had been married for a few months, and though there was no consummation, this event left both of them divorced. From now on, regardless of what happened, they would both be remarried. and they were barely in their 20s. Qin Xingya was still fuming. She had never lacked suitors, but she had always adhered to propriety, never engaging in any ambiguity with other men. Yet Yiming, she had no idea when he had started an affair with this woman. Whenever it began, it was infidelity during their marriage, an outright challenge to Qin Qingya's bottom line. How long has this been going on? Qin Xingya tried to remain composed. What do you mean by how long? We are innocent. Yiming looked innocent. Still pretending. Are you planning to get a marriage certificate with her the moment we divorce? Absolutely not. Do you remember the car accident last time? The person I saved was her and her son. The one who caused the harm was her husband, so they are getting a divorce. Yiming explained. But Qin Xingya naturally didn't believe him. Harm her? Would he harm his own son as well? That kind of person would indeed do such a thing. Do you remember your car accident? It's because of this watch. Whenever a parent and child drive together, danger strikes. Yiming said seriously, having personally unraveled this mystery, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment. But Qin Xingya laughed in anger. So you're saying taking back this watch was for my own good? Yiming replied, of course. Otherwise, why would I go back on giving a gift? Qin Xingya countered, let me ask you, did you know the value of this watch from the start? Yiming scratched his head. Honestly, I didn't. Qin Xingya wore an expression of I knew it, and continued. In the end, it's all about money, about winning that woman's favor. I've seen your kind before, but to keep you from falling into a trap, I've decided not to divorce today. You're not allowed to be with that woman. I'm not divorcing you just to be with her, Yiming declared earnestly. Fine, let's postpone the divorce and see your true colors, see if you're just after a rich woman. Fine, we won't divorce. Let's just wait and see. Yiming's temper flared. Then Yu Zhongwang walked out first, glaring at Yiming with venomous eyes. Yiming shot back a fierce look, scaring Yu Zhongwang into a hasty retreat. But in Qin Qingya's eyes, Yiming was bullying the weak, forcing a man to divorce, and then intimidating him. What a pitiful soul he was. Around a corner, an old man peeked out and beckoned to Yu Zhongwang, who hurried over. Yiming noticed this as well. The old man skulking about in broad daylight clearly meant no good. He activated his walls have ears technique to eavesdrop on their conversation. Just then Shi Rongrong emerged and saw Yiming in a strange pose. She didn't disturb him and waited quietly by the side. Dad, that woman is too ruthless. She didn't give me a single cent. I have nothing now, no standing in the family. Yu Zhongwang said tearfully. Son, don't worry. We haven't lost yet. Dad, do you have another plan? Tell me, before the divorce our plan was to get rid of both her and Xiaoxing. But since they're divorced once, Shi Rongrong dies, and she has no family left, what do you think will happen? All the property will go to Xiaoxing. Exactly. Xiaoxing is still a minor, so who will oversee that property? Naturally I will. I am his father. That's right. Now all we need is to get rid of her. Yiming was nearly bursting with rage after hearing this. The two were utterly shameless. He wanted nothing more than to kill them on the spot. Yiming, what's wrong? Shi Rongrong saw Yiming gritting his teeth and asked with concern. You need to be careful of Yu Zhongwang and his father. They haven't given up and still want to harm you. Yiming fumed. What should I do? Shi Rongrong's face paled in shock. Wait for me here. They'll be back soon. Yiming had a sudden inspiration and immediately formed a plan. Without regard for whether the two might feel awkward being left alone, he dashed downstairs and quickly located Yu Zhongwang's car. Yu Zhongwang and his son were also heading toward the vehicle. Yiming arrived first and concealed himself on the opposite side of the car. The car was equipped with a keyless entry system. When Yu Zhongwang was about 7 or 8 meters away, Yiming gently opened the door. A crack stuffed the Patek Philippe watch inside and slipped away. Let the curse on this watch fall upon the father and son. By the time Yiming returned upstairs, Shi Rongrong had already left. He asked, where's Sister Shi? Qin Qingya's face turned stern. I told her we're not getting divorced today, so she left on her own. Yiming shrugged indifferently. Fine, she's gone. Let's go too. As they reached the ground floor, Yiming noticed Qin Xingya was driving his old Jetta. The gap in the black Jetta's hood was wide enough to fit a finger, and the car looked ancient. Yet Qin Xingya had managed to drive it out. My car won't be ready for a few more days, so I had to use this old thing. If we'd gone through with the divorce today, I'd have returned it to you. Qin Xingya explained when she saw Yiming's astonished expression. Yiming's feelings toward this car were deeply complicated. It was in this very vehicle that he had been stopped, his father taken away, and his mother had fainted on the spot. Thus the car had become something Yiming avoided touching. Every time he sat in it, he was reminded of that day's events. Even walking, he preferred not to drive it. Fortunately, the car was registered under Yiming's name, so it hadn't been confiscated. This is a good car. It shouldn't be neglected. I've decided it's mine to drive now. Yiming suddenly had an epiphany. He couldn't carry a psychological shadow forever. He had to bravely move on. A good car. Even if you took this to the second-hand market, nobody would want it. Qin Xingya said with disgust. Yiming patted the car's body and chuckled. Hey, you don't understand this car? I modified it. It's got a V8, 12-cylinder engine underneath. Its performance surpasses even your Audi. Didn't you notice? I was still too scared to drive yesterday, and even today I'm a bit nervous, so I drove very slowly. I didn't feel it. Qin Xingya was still shaken from her recent car accident. No worries, let me drive. They'll show you how wild this car can be. With that, Yiming slid into the driver's seat. Before he could even settle in, his phone rang. Seeing it was Shi Rongrong and remembering his agreement with Qin Xingya, he put it on speaker. Shi Rongrong's voice came through the phone. Yiming, that Yuzong Wang is following me in his car. I'm heading toward the hospital now. Don't panic. They'll be right there. Yiming immediately started the engine and pulled away. Is she in danger? We need to hurry. This involves you too. Qin Xingya urged. Yes, it involves me. That man is utterly vicious, willing to harm even his own wife and child for money. Yiming's reference to involvement naturally meant he had exposed Ye's scheme and beaten him up. Qin Xingya, however, thought the involvement stemmed from Yiming breaking up the marriage, leading to irrational behavior after the divorce. Viru, a deafening roar erupted. Yiming hadn't lied. The engine sound was clearly not from a car worth just 100,000 yuan. The vehicle shot forward instantly. Slow down. Qin Xingya cried out in alarm. Didn't you say you wanted to go faster? Yiming felt the familiar steering wheel, a surge of excitement welling up within him. Although the start was swift, they were in the city, and Yiming conscientiously obeyed traffic regulations, refraining from speeding as he navigated through a series of turns. Weaving through the relentless stream of traffic, he startled other drivers, many of whom honked in protest, yet the old Jetta vanished in the blink of an eye. Shi Rongrong had left just a bit earlier, but she drove aggressively and had likely covered considerable ground. 10 minutes later, Yiming spotted Yuzong Wang's car already ascending an overpass. Yiming followed suit, charging up the ramp. Suddenly, a large bus swerved and accelerated, slamming directly into Yuzong Wang's SUV, which was sent hurtling off the overpass. The bus remained intact, but it skidded sideways, completely blocking the road. Yiming's speed was too high to brake in time, and Qin Xingya's scream pierced the air. Yiming possessed nimble hands and a mind that calculated with lightning speed. His reflexes far surpassed those of his former self, making previously impossible maneuvers now effortless. With a swift pull of the handbrake and a twist of the steering wheel, the tires screeched against the asphalt. The car executed a perfect 180-degree spin, a beautiful drift that brought them around, and Yiming let out a long breath. In the past, he could never have pulled off such a move, but thankfully he had learned to drift while modifying cars, allowing him to employ it instantly. Qin Xingya remained in shock, her face etched with terror. Yiming quickly scrambled out and peered over the edge of the overpass. Yuzong Wang's car was a mangled wreck below, with flames already licking out, threatening to engulf it entirely. Yiming called Shi Rongrong, who had already reached the vicinity of the hospital. Her skillful driving had prevented her pursuers from catching up. Reassured of her safety, he returned to calm Qin Xingya. I saw it clearly. That bus deliberately rammed Yuzong Wang's car. This was a premeditated plan, Qin Xingya asserted once she had recovered. That's not quite it. I checked. The bus is a long-distance vehicle from another province carrying dozens of passengers. Who would hire such a vehicle for murder? Yiming shook his head. Then it must be driver fatigue, Qin Xingya suggested. No, I asked. There were 3 drivers rotating every 4 hours. This one had only been driving for an hour. Then it's truly bizarre. On this kind of overpass, buses usually crawl along, but I distinctly saw it accelerate and hit the SUV. I placed my watch in his car. Do you remember your own accident? That car also accelerated suddenly. Now do you believe me? This is indeed quite strange. Though skeptical, Qin Xingya had witnessed it herself even more clearly than her own mishap. Forget it. He's dead anyway. Let's go. Yiming saw that the SUV had already burned to a skeleton. Qin Xingya still had matters to handle at her company. Mondays were always the busiest. Yiming had to act as the driver today, as Qin Xingya was too frightened to get behind the wheel. The Qin family was a large clan, with the current patriarch being Qin Haoran, but many of the family's vital businesses had already been carved up by other branches. Yiming was not entirely sure about the changes, only knowing that Qin Haoran's position seemed precarious. Qin Haoran had intended to cultivate Qin Xingya and later arrange for Yiming to join the company, but now even his original stronghold was slipping away. At present, Qin Xingya was in charge of the machinery and equipment sector, which was part of the real economy. The Qin family's business interests were vast, with the most popular fields being real estate, finance, and the internet. The Qin family's main efforts were concentrated on these 3 areas, indicating that Qin Xingya's situation was not favorable, as the sector she managed was considered a sunset industry. Coincidentally, Yiming had studied mechanical design, and this was his first visit to the Qin family's company. From the outside, the company was indeed vast, with 8 large workshops and an entire office building. Outside stood a massive sign: Tesu Intelligent Equipment Co., Ltd. Your company has quite a long name, Yiming said with a smile. It wasn't called that originally, but nowadays isn't smart manufacturing all the rage? There was no choice but to change the name. Qin Xingya seemed somewhat disheartened when talking about the company. But Yiming acted as if he hadn't noticed, and continued, I heard you're the big boss here, haha. Looking at the scale, there must be quite a few employees, right? Does it feel satisfying to manage them all? Qin Xingya ignored him and signaled for the car to drive in. Yiming noticed that her expression soured as soon as she arrived at the company, as if she was unhappy working there. It was already past 10 o'clock, and everyone who should be at work had arrived. Arriving at this hour naturally meant one was the boss. However, Yiming was driving a beat-up Jetta, and the security guard showed no intention of opening the gate. Qin Xingya had no choice but to stick her head out. The guard, recognizing the boss, quickly ran over, saluted, and then opened the gate. President Qin, is this your new driver? The guard asked. What driver? I'm her husband, Yiming retorted angrily. The guard let out a soft gasp and quickly covered his mouth, unaware that President Qin was already married. After all, the two had never held a wedding, and a low-level guard like him naturally had no access to news about the boss. Don't be nosy, but it's not good if people find out, Qin Xingya said displeasedly. Not good? What's not good? I'm your husband. That's an undeniable fact. Sigh, just wait for me in the office later. Don't wander off, there's a lot of machinery here, and it's dangerous. Qin Xingya instructed Yiming to park the car in the most conspicuous spot in front of the office building. After parking, Yiming noticed a BMW 730 on his left and a Mercedes-Benz S300 on his right. Wait a minute, both of these cars outshine your Audi A6. How can they be better than the boss car? That doesn't make sense, Yiming exclaimed. As Qin Xingya was about to say something, 5 people emerged from the main entrance. Yiming recognized the leader. It was one of Qin Xingya's cousins, Qin Bin, a man in his 30s with average looks. Oh Xingya, you're finally here. The client has been waiting for you for ages. Now they want to discuss the deal with me. Sorry, haha, Qin Bin said without any hint of subordination, addressing her by her first name. At the company you should call her President Qin, as she's your superior, Yiming said sternly. Qin Bin glanced at Yiming and after a moment of thought said, so it's the Livian son-in-law. Huh, interesting. Finally decided to stop freeloading at home. But if you're looking to throw your weight around, this isn't the place. President Qin, we apologize, but we find Director Qin Bin's proposal more agreeable, so we've decided to cooperate with him, said a man in his 40s as he stepped forward. It's fine. After all, we're all in the same company. It doesn't matter who takes the deal, Qin Xingya replied with a professional smile. With the client present, Qin Bin didn't press further. He raised his head and led the guests toward the workshop. With the client present, Qin Bin didn't press further. He raised his head and led the guests toward the workshop. Strange, since you're from the same company, why does it matter who you collaborate with? Yiming asked, somewhat puzzled. You don't understand. We're currently split into 2 groups. One is led by me and the other by Qin Bin. We compare performance. Whoever achieves better results becomes the official general manager. Qin Xingya said helplessly. Seeing that Qin Xingya seemed troubled, Yiming refrained from asking further, realizing that her position was unstable and could be challenged at any moment. They entered the top-floor office, which was spacious and luxurious. Yiming casually sat down on the sofa. Ever since acquiring the counterattack system, Yiming had become far more confident. In the past, he would have waited for Qin Xingya to invite him to sit. Just then a young woman in professional attire entered. She was Qin Xingya's secretary Zhang Jing, who paused slightly upon seeing a young man lounging boldly on the sofa. President Qin, the proposal for the American client is ready. Everyone is waiting in the conference room. Zhang Jing quickly composed herself. All right, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Qin Xingya replied without looking up. What proposal? I studied mechanical engineering, but never had a chance to work in the field. Could I take a look? Yiming suddenly suggested. Although he hadn't obtained his university diploma, he had great confidence in his skills, having won numerous awards in the past. Mechanical design is a deep field. Without 3 to 5 years of experience, you can't even grasp the basics. But since you studied it, go ahead and take a look. The proposal won't pass anyway. Qin Xingya initially wanted to refuse, but thought it might benefit Yiming to learn more about his major. You said the proposal wouldn't pass. Why is that? Yiming was curious. Why hold a meeting for a proposal doomed to fail? The American client provided an extremely complex workpiece, but we've been unable to meet the design requirements. Qin Xingya shook her head. Although she wasn't a professional, she had crammed a lot recently and reached an entry-level understanding. Yet even with that limited knowledge, she knew the task might be impossible. They entered the conference room together where 7 or 8 people were already seated. Aside from Zhang Jing, who had just notified Qin Xingya, the rest were all men. Yiming scrutinized them. These were the legendary engineering lions, or rather engineers. When Qin Xingya arrived, none of them stood up or acknowledged her. They continued discussing the proposal on the large screen. Yiming also looked at the screen. Though confident in his own abilities, he knew that those in this field were no amateurs. On the large central table of the conference room lay a strange workpiece, made from a single stainless steel tube with an extremely complex shape. Yiming first examined the machine prototype on the screen. Special Intelligent Equipment companies specialized in providing non-standard machinery for external clients. Clients provided samples or drawings, and the company designed machines to process them. They were currently in the preliminary proposal validation phase. If this passed, they would sign an agreement with the client and proceed to design the complete machine. If the proposal failed, it meant the workpiece couldn't be machined and would have to be handmade or 3D printed, drastically increasing costs. Yiming used brainwave enhancement to connect to the internet. Browsing with his mind was far faster than using a phone or computer, and with his accelerated thinking and sharp mind, he quickly absorbed the relevant knowledge. Being highly gifted made a difference. His current skill level likely surpassed that of several engineers in the room. After all, Yiming had originally studied this field, and with the system's enhancement his advantage was overwhelming. President Qin, this is the proposal for this time, but there are several core issues we simply cannot resolve. A middle-aged man around 40 years old said dejectedly. Engineer Liu, you've all done your best. Many major international corporations have failed to produce this workpiece. Qin Qinjia's expression was calm, now devoid of her earlier anxiety. But President Qin, our monthly performance still hasn't improved. If we can't close this deal, Qin Bin will leave us far behind. Zhang Jing said urgently. Alas, we simply cannot do it. Who would willingly give up a tens of millions order? But if we fail, we'll have to pay a hefty compensation. Qin Xingya said helplessly. The engineers nearby wore expressions of shame. Technical matters could not be forced. Haha, Xingya still not giving up. If this deal were feasible, I'd have snatched it up long ago. It would never have fallen to you. Qin Bin walked in from outside, followed by several engineers. Qin Bin, this is my conference room. Get out. Qin Xingya said angrily. Your conference room? In a few days this company will be under my control. Qin Bin said smugly. There are still 3 months left. The outcome is far from decided. Qin Xingya said coldly. I've already secured 30 million in business, while you only have 10 million. How do you plan to turn things around? Qin Bin said, immensely pleased with himself. This thing isn't difficult at all. Yiming examined the workpiece in his hand intently. Yiming, a Livian son-in-law like you. Who gave you the right to speak here? You're not even an employee of the company. What qualifications do you have to interfere? Qin Bin struck directly at Yiming's weakness. Yiming did not take offense. Your insults will only become the fuel for my strength. Yiming is my guest. Is there a problem? Qin Xingya retorted. Qin Bin sneered, of course not. It's just that some people can't even save themselves, yet still drag their family members in. Shameless indeed. Yiming, since you say it's not difficult, I'll give you a chance. If you can solve the technical problem here, I'll transfer the 10 million order I secured today to you. Everyone was astonished. This was a 10 million order, one that had taken considerable effort to wrest from Qin Xingya. But they quickly rationalized it. If these seasoned engineers couldn't do it, how could Yiming, a complete novice, possibly succeed? Yiming still ignored Qin Bin, treating him as if he were air, but inwardly he called for the system to appear quickly so he could earn counterattack points. Seeing that Yiming paid him no heed, Qin Bin continued, a useless fool, always faltering at the critical moment, trying to steal the spotlight. Just go home and be a house husband. These engineers were honest folk. Seeing Yiming so humiliated, they felt indignant, but knowing that Qin Bin would soon become their boss, they dared not speak up. Ding! Sensing humiliation from Qin Bin gained 1 counterattack point. Qin Bin has insulted you. You must counterattack and make him fail. Mission success rewards 1 counterattack point. Yiming laughed heartily. Now he had the confidence. Let me show you all how I can turn the tables. He already had a plan, but to articulate it fully he needed a little assistance. This workpiece was extremely complex. He first needed to form a complete conceptual diagram in his mind. Creating that diagram required profound mastery of spatial ability, otherwise it would be impossible to draw on the spot. He had no time to slowly draft it. He had to resolve it immediately. Qin Xingya said, Yiming, so many veteran engineers couldn't solve it, so don't make things worse. Remembering she had other matters, she had no interest in staying and walked straight out of the conference room. Yiming delved his consciousness into the system space, locating the section on spatial imagination enhancement within the physical cultivation chapter. Spatial imagination refers to the ability to visualize fictitious shapes in one's mind. Ultimately, these shapes form a complete image. This ability is profoundly mysterious. Most people can only conceive a rough outline or the initial few steps, after which their imagination falters. Although Yiming had a solution, it required formidable spatial imagination to bring it to fruition. Alright, I'll demonstrate it to you. With that, Yiming retrieved the computer from the conference table. He was highly proficient with the 3D software on it. and with a complete plan already in his mind coupled with his dexterous hands and lightning-fast calculations. Fortunately, the computer's exceptional performance matched his extraordinary abilities. Yiming deftly manipulated the mouse and keyboard. The engineers nearby shook their heads as drafting was not like programming. It required meticulous precision. It was not a field where speed mattered, but when they saw the results, their jaws dropped in disbelief. It was simply incredible. Component after component was rendered. From their professional perspective, it was no random scribbling. On the contrary, every step was crystal clear. Though the overall picture was not yet apparent, it was evident that Yiming was no novice. After more than 10 minutes, he had completed all the drawings and added animated demonstrations. The computer was connected to the projector, allowing everyone to view the display. Yiming began his explanation. A mere 3D model was insufficient. If he could not convince them on technical grounds, all would be in vain. This is the plan I devised. I also reviewed the previous proposal, which was quite good, but it had a few unresolved issues. I have now incorporated solutions for those points. Look, this is the forming process of the workpiece. Yiming spoke with confidence. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone present had a degree of technical expertise, and in their eyes Yiming's plan was nothing short of perfect. They could not believe that an outsider had conceived such an impeccable solution. Even the senior engineers present could not have accomplished it. So, Qinbin, are you satisfied with my plan? Yiming's face bore a mocking grin. If you win this round. Qinbin waved his hand dismissively and left with his team. Remember to transfer that order to us. Yiming shouted after him. Qinbin stumbled upon hearing this, nearly falling. The back and forth had cost him dearly. Ding! Mission accomplished. You have earned 1 counterpoint. A victorious smile spread across Yiming's face as he secured another counterpoint. Now everyone present was loyal to Qin Xingya. Their gazes toward Yiming had shifted, and Engineer Lu respectfully asked, Master, did you truly conceive such a perfect plan on the spot? Otherwise, I've never seen this part before, Yiming replied calmly. The workpiece had been kept in the company, and its complex shape made it impossible to deduce the machining process without seeing the actual object. It seemed geniuses truly existed in this world. Engineer Lu bowed deeply in respect. Technical people were straightforward and guileless. As long as you possessed strong skills, you earned their esteem. Yiming was beginning to enjoy this treatment, but before he could bask in it, Qin Xingya entered the room and saw them still gathered. Qin Xingya cleared her throat. Why aren't you back at your posts? Yiming, if you wish to learn mechanical engineering, start humbly as an assistant engineer. The astonishment on Engineer Liu's face had yet to fade. Believing Yiming to be a master expert brought in by Qin Xingya, he said, President Qin, Engineer, Yi has already resolved all the difficulties in the proposal. Engineer Yi? Which Engineer Yi? Our company doesn't have an engineer surnamed Yi. Qin Xingya asked, utterly perplexed. It's Yiming, Engineer Yi. He solved our problems with a stroke of genius. Now we can respond to the client. We can take this order, Engineer Lu said excitedly. Are you sure? Yiming has no work experience whatsoever. How could he possibly solve such difficult problems? Qin Xingya, having not witnessed Yiming's miraculous performance, naturally remained skeptical. Well, we've already verified the feasibility of the proposal. We can reply to the client now, Engineer Lu said, also puzzled as to why President Qin held Yiming in such low regard. That's wonderful. Let's send the email right away and secure the contract as soon as possible, Qin Xingya said, knowing Engineer Lu was always prudent. She thought perhaps Yiming had simply offered a good suggestion that happened to resolve the crux of the matter. Qinbin stormed out, furious beyond measure. Having lost 10 million for nothing, his once favorable position was instantly reversed. His opponent had secured an order worth 20 million, and with the lost 10 million plus an existing 10 million order that amounted to a total performance of 40 million. As for him, he only had a performance of 20 million. For this competition, he had paid a heavy price to secure the approval of the family board of directors. His goal was to drive out Qin Howren's entire family, leaving them not even a scrap of broth. You all just saw the proposal. How is it? Did you manage to memorize it? Qinbin turned to ask the engineers on his side. Minister Qin, although we understood it, memorizing it is quite impossible. The proposal itself is extremely complex. The lead engineer stammered. Since you understand it, you can replicate it. We need to contact the client before they do and snatch this order away. Qinbin stared at the engineer. But understanding is one thing. To get the client to accept it, we need at least a complete proposal. If we start drawing now, it will take at least 2 days to finish. The rest went without saying. Everyone knew 2 days was enough time for Qin Xingya to have several rounds of talks with the client. Tell me, how did Yiming manage to finish the drawings in just over 10 minutes? Qinbin felt utterly terrible. Could it be that all his subordinates were a bunch of incompetents? Yiming, with no work experience, had finished in 10 minutes what they claimed would take 2 days. Well, I think he must be a master-level figure, the kind who keeps a low profile. I've never seen such drawing skills before. It's as if he had verified everything countless times, the engineer said, his face filled with admiration when speaking of Yiming. Qin Bin was so enraged his liver ached. All the good mood of the day was gone, leaving him to figure out other ways to attract clients. Yiming received a warm welcome from his colleagues in the RD department. A godlike figure like him was a rare and fortunate encounter. Engineer Liu considered himself a technical expert, but when he thought of Yiming's godlike speed as precise as a finely tuned instrument, his pride dimmed. Soon Yiming was enthusiastically invited by the engineers to the RD department to work with them on the follow-up tasks. Yiming was also keen to understand the subsequent work involved. The complete proposal had already been sent via video to the American client, but due to the time difference a reply was not expected until the evening. What astonished Engineer Liu even more was that this was merely a proposal, yet the 3D models within it were directly usable, with all dimensional parameters already optimized to perfection. This immediately earned Yiming the profound respect of several young engineers. Among technical professionals, there is only one standard they respect: only superior skill. Qin Xingya, meanwhile, was overwhelmed with work. The order that had been snatched away was now back in her hands, and the American project now had a complete proposal. Everything needed to be arranged as quickly as possible. Led by an engineer from the RD department, Yiming toured the entire company. Upon learning that Yiming was Qin Qingya's husband, the engineers all wore envious expressions, yet they also felt that only a technical master like him could match the beautiful President Qin. After understanding the overall situation of the company, Yiming identified a problem. Why do we only produce non-standard equipment? If a machine becomes an industry standard, wouldn't it yield greater profit margins? It's like a custom-made car. Its price would far exceed that of a standard vehicle, and the profit per unit would be higher, but it cannot achieve high volume. Consequently, business would fluctuate and profits would actually be mediocre. Engineer Liu wore an angry expression. This matter is utterly disgraceful. We originally had standardized machines, but they were all transferred to the new company by headquarters, claiming they wanted us to focus on non-standard equipment. So how is the performance here now? Yiming asked. Alas, non-standard equipment is a trap. Low quantity, difficult to manufacture, and while the profit per unit is high, it can't achieve volume. It might be good today, but tomorrow there's no business. Engineer Liu shook his head. Could we design some mechanical equipment that already exists in the industry? If we innovate or reduce costs, we could make a substantial profit. That idea is correct, but every trade has its own mysteries. Developing a new type of equipment is very troublesome, easily tying up funds, and if RD fails, the losses would be severe. Engineer Liu sighed. Yiming said nothing more, but silently pondered to himself, perhaps he could truly master this industry. At 4 in the afternoon, Qin Xingya had finished her work. Now she just needed to wait for the client to confirm before signing the contract. She was in high spirits. Yiming had spent half a day at the company and was utterly bored. The two decided to head home early, as Yiming still needed to go to the hospital to care for his mother. Yiming had mentioned divorce a few days earlier, but it hadn't happened yet. Now he was unwilling to enter the Qin family home, so he simply parked the car and left. Qin Xingya wanted to call out to Yiming, but his proud and stubborn nature was beyond persuasion. She had to ask him to come pick her up tomorrow, as the Audi was still not repaired. Yiming didn't drive away in the old Jetta either. He had grown accustomed to not taking anything from the Qin family. Today he had done something for them, which could be considered the beginning of his repayment. Thinking that he still had some skill points left, he quickly entered the system space. In the miscellaneous section, he found the medical arts chapter and without any hesitation clicked on it. Unlike other miscellaneous chapters, upon opening the medical arts chapter, several sub-options appeared. It seemed that medicine was not simple, which gave Yiming another headache. Medicine was naturally a matter of life and death, so it was extraordinarily complex. Those methods that claimed to cure with a single touch were complete nonsense. Yiming looked at the several options: acupuncture points, medicinal herbs, and observation, auscultation, inquiry, and pulse taking. These 3 options basically covered all aspects of traditional Chinese medicine. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. Since his mother was bedridden, which one should he pick? Logically, he should first learn observation, auscultation, inquiry, and pulse taking, the fundamental skills of a physician. If one cannot even diagnose an illness, how can they treat others? Yiming had to proceed step by step. He first clicked on observation, auscultation, inquiry, and pulse taking. Observation meant examining the complexion, auscultation meant listening to sounds and smelling odors, inquiry meant asking about symptoms, and pulse taking meant feeling the pulse. Yiming first took his own pulse. The pulse reading indicated that his entire body was strong and vigorous, but there was excessive internal heat and some irritability. It was indeed quite accurate, and this was only one of the 4 methods. If he had a mirror to look at, he might be able to discern even more. Yiming returned to the hospital and immediately went to see his mother Su Yun. Her pulse was extremely weak, her complexion pallid and lusterless, her skin devoid of radiance, and her pupils severely constricted. From these symptoms, it was evident that his mother had suffered excessive fright, causing qi to accumulate in her brain. To awaken her, acupuncture was the only solution. Yiming knew which needling technique to use, but he lacked the specific method to apply it. This was the drawback of incomplete training. Once he mastered the acupuncture art, he could treat his mother and the needles would instantly cure her. Now that he understood the ailment, Yiming was no longer as anxious as his mother's condition remained stable. Yiming glanced at the so-called miracle drug priced at 100,000 per vial still sitting on the table. He searched online for all the information about it. With his enhanced brainwaves, he browsed at lightning speed and quickly uncovered the drug's ingredients and effects. It was a potent medicine but came with side effects, and its exorbitant cost made it inaccessible to most. Using this drug was a last resort, but Yiming already had a plan, so he naturally refused to continue it. He summoned Dr. Zheng. Yiming, this medicine has already taken effect. Stopping it now could have dire consequences. Don't cut off your mother's chance of survival. Money can be earned back, but a life lost is gone forever. Dr. Zheng advised him, seeing Yiming's intention to discontinue the expensive drug. His concern was not unreasonable. This illness could only be treated with such medicine. No need. I have my own arrangements. Yiming couldn't reveal that he could cure her as he hadn't yet learned the acupuncture technique. Your own arrangements? What arrangements? You are just an ordinary man. Can you surpass a professional doctor like me? Dr. Zheng said with displeasure. This challenged his authority, and he couldn't allow Yiming to act recklessly. Medical treatment was a matter of utmost precision. The beautiful female doctor standing nearby also urged, Yiming, if it's a financial issue, we can understand stopping the medication, but please don't trust any so-called folk remedies. Many patients, after failing to respond to treatment in major hospitals, turn to supposed miracle doctors, often with severe consequences. And you are? Yiming had a favorable impression of this beautiful doctor who had previously questioned Dr. Zheng's prescription. Huazhen, a descendant of Hua Tuo, just back from studying in the United States. Yiming's eyes widened. A descendant of Hua Tuo. That was remarkable, though Hua Tuo's medical arts were likely mostly lost. A scion of a renowned lineage, truly an honor. Rest assured, I won't act recklessly. Yiming offered a sincere smile, which nearly mesmerized Huazhen. Such a handsome and warm man. Yiming, think it over carefully. This medicine is extremely scarce. If you change your mind later, it won't be easy to obtain. Dr. Zheng persisted. No need. I've made up my mind. Yiming said calmly. You, a Livian son-in-law, have someone willing to pay for your mother's treatment, yet you refuse it. How unfilial. Dr. Zheng said angrily. What did you say? Yiming hadn't expected the man to turn so hostile and resort to personal attacks. Do you think this is up to you? Last time I asked, it was out of courtesy. I had to consult Boss Qin first to get approval for such expensive medicine. Who do you think you are? Dr. Zheng sneered maliciously. This drug is nothing but a violent remedy. Even if she wakes up, her body will be severely damaged. I just don't want your quackery to cause harm. Yiming retorted angrily. You call me a quack? Find another doctor for your mother's illness. I'm done treating her. Dr. Zheng threw his white coat aside, ready to leave. It's best you have that self-awareness lest something happens that you cannot bear, Yiming said coldly. Hearing this, Dr. Zheng halted. As the chief physician of the department, he was an authority throughout the entire hospital. Provoked by Yiming's challenge, he trembled with rage, pointing at Yiming, and said, You're a useless Livian son-in-law who can't even manage your own life, yet you spout nonsense here. If I can't cure her, who in this world can? You. Dr. Zheng wore a deeply mocking expression, as if looking at a fool. The people around dared not breathe loudly, fearing the two might come to blows. Ding. Received humiliation from Zheng Shishing, gained 1 counterpoint. Zheng Shishing has insulted you. Counterattack and make him lose face. Task success rewards 1 counterpoint. Yiming smiled, or it had come as expected. He was just short of this counterpoint. He immediately allocated it to the acupuncture points. Yiming activated the icon for acupuncture points, and a flood of information surged into his mind. The diagnosis from observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking indicated that the Hua Tuo Qi dispersing needle technique was needed to stimulate the acupoints and expel the trapped energy. Dr. Hua, you are a descendant of the divine physician, Hua Tuo. Surely you have studied acupuncture. Yiming asked suddenly after his smile. Huazhen nodded. I have learned a little, but most of my ancestors' needling techniques have been lost. That's all right. Do you have any needles with you? Yiming asked. Yes, I always carry a set of acupuncture tools. Then may I borrow your needles? All right. Huazhen hesitated for a moment, but seeing Yiming's handsome and sincere expression, she agreed. It was a complete set of acupuncture needles divided into 9 different types of silver needles, each with a distinct purpose. Yiming took a deep breath and picked up a silver needle, preparing to insert it into his mother's head. The bystanders looked at him as if he were mad. "What are you doing? I must state beforehand that if something goes wrong, we will not be held responsible," Dr. Zheng exclaimed in shock. "Rest assured, if anything happens, I will bear full responsibility," Yiming declared firmly. Silver needles were inserted one by one into Su Yun's head. Yiming's hand speed was incredibly fast, and he showed no hesitation despite it being his mother. He possessed a deft hand and a clairvoyant eye, allowing him to perceive the minute differences in the acupoints. The meridians within the body were also clearly visible. Ordinary doctors would deliberate carefully when inserting needles, fearing deviation, as each person's body has subtle differences that must be navigated based on experience and judgment. Beside him, Hua Zhen's mouth fell open in an expression of disbelief. She too understood acupuncture and knew that inserting needles required extreme caution with close observation of the patient's reactions. At first, she thought Yiming was acting recklessly, but as she watched, the placement of the needles was flawlessly precise. Moreover, the technique seemed to be her family's inherited Hua Tuochi dispersing needle method, most of which had been lost and was no longer dared to be used. This needling method was specifically designed to treat brain-damaged patients. In ancient times, Hua Tuo had used it to treat Chao only to be killed by him. The descendants of the Hua family had never fully mastered this technique. Seeing this technique here, now Hua Zhen's heart burned with excitement. She could confirm it was the authentic Hua Tuochi dispersing needle method, though she wondered where Yiming had obtained it. 10 minutes later, Su Yun's head was covered with silver needles, presenting a terrifying sight. Yet she remained motionless, showing no signs of waking. Yiming frowned and sighed softly. Those around assumed he had failed, and Dr. Zheng was about to begin his reprimand. But then Yiming inserted another needle into his mother Su Yun's finger. With this single insertion, Su Yun's hand twitched directly. Subsequently, several of her fingers began to move. A hint of joy appeared on Yiming's face as he slowly began to withdraw the needles. With the removal of the last needle, Su Yun finally awoke, her eyes filled with confusion. "Aunt," a young nurse gasped, but a glare from Yiming silenced her instantly. Dr. Zheng's face was filled with shock. This was utterly incredible. He had encountered many such patients. Yet the chances of recovery were slim, which was why he had considered using expensive drugs. He never expected that a few needles could miraculously bring the patient back to life. Ding! Task completed successfully. Gained 1 counterpoint. With the task successfully completed and his mother revived, Yiming's mood finally brightened. One of the 2 heavy burdens weighing on his heart had been lifted, leaving him to focus entirely on rescuing his father. "Son, where is this?" Su Yun uttered the first words every waking coma patient says. "Mom, this is a hospital. You were ill, but now you're cured." Yiming spoke gently, then turned to those around him and said, "Everyone, thank you for your care during this time. My mother needs rest now, so I must ask for your understanding." Seeing Yiming ushering them out, they all understood. After all, she had been unconscious for half a year, as surely she had much to say to her son. Hua Zhen seemed to want to speak, but held back. However, Yiming read her thoughts. "Dr. Hua, thank you for everything. He'll meet you in the back garden later." Hua Zhen nodded joyfully and walked away with a pleased smile. Her keen mind knew that Yiming had seen through her intentions. The Hua Tuochi dispersing needle technique had to be obtained no matter the cost. "Oh son, have you taken a fancy to that doctor?" Meeting her in the garden, Su Yun, noticing Hua Zhen's blush, suspected something between them. "Mom, you've misunderstood. I'm already married." Yiming replied helplessly. "What?" Su Yun was shocked. "How could this be?" Yiming briefly recounted recent events, omitting the discrimination and humiliation he had endured. He didn't want his mother to worry, and such injustices would never touch him again. "So do you love each other?" Su Yun asked. A mother always cares most about her child's happiness, while outsiders only care about a spouse's beauty, wealth, or status. It's hard to say now. There's no foundation of love, but overall it's tolerable. If it doesn't work out, we're still young. Yiming's emotions were tangled. The divorce hadn't gone through, and he didn't know where the future would lead. "Alas, our family has fallen. Their help is a great kindness. Don't ever let them down." Su Yun sighed. A mother knows her son. Yiming's words suggested a strained relationship with his wife, perhaps even mistreatment. But the Qin family's assistance during the Yi family's crisis was another matter. Without their help, she might not have survived until now. "Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. I'm your son after all. You know my character," Yiming said with a chuckle. They talked a while longer. Seeing his mother still weak, Yiming urged her to rest and not overthink things. Everything would be fine. Seeing how much more mature Yiming had become, Su Yun smiled with satisfaction. In the hospital's back garden, Hua Zhen sat on a bench waiting. Though she tried to remain calm, her expression betrayed her anxiety. The acupuncture technique lost for countless generations in the Hua family had reappeared as miraculous as legend said. How could she not be intrigued? "Sorry to keep you waiting." Yi Ming's voice came from behind. Not at all, I just arrived. May I ask where you obtained that needle technique, Mr. Yi? Hua Zhen asked curiously. That I cannot say, but I believe it has been lost to your family. Indeed, it has been lost for ages. But we never stopped searching. Would you consider transferring it? We can negotiate terms. Acupuncture is meant to heal. I deeply admire Hua Tuo. This technique was originally his, and I have no desire to keep it for myself. That's wonderful, but it feels wrong not to offer something in return. Hua Zhen's face flushed with embarrassment. It was their family's technique, but after millennia of being lost, who could claim it as theirs? This set of silver needles is not bad. Consider it as the price of the exchange. Yi Ming brandished the needles in his hand. This is too. Hua Zhen was at a loss for words. If it were about money, she didn't have much either. You have an office, don't you? Let's go and exchange some acupuncture techniques. Yi Ming said nonchalantly. That would be wonderful. Follow me. Hua Zhen was overjoyed, never expecting Yi Ming to teach her so soon. The two exchanged acupuncture experiences in the office, though it was Yi Ming who demonstrated the techniques. He possessed even more advanced methods, but was still uncertain about Hua Zhen's character. Moreover, she couldn't possibly learn so much at once. The art of acupuncture was not merely about locating the right points. Hua Zhen was still too young, which made Yi Ming somewhat hesitant about her capabilities. Yet he soon discovered that Hua Zhen possessed extraordinary talent. She was practically a genius. Through their conversation, he learned that she indeed was one. At just 25 years old, she was already a doctor of medicine and served as the deputy director of neurology at Yinjiang City First Hospital. Her starting point was so high that it overshadowed many. As evening approached, Shi Rongrong's driver Ade pulled up in a Range Rover. From now on, this car belonged to Yi Ming. Although Su Yun's condition had improved, she still needed to remain hospitalized for observation. Yi Ming had no choice but to continue living in his rented apartment. Even if he left, his own home had long been sealed off, leaving him homeless. The next morning, Yi Ming drove the Range Rover to the Qin residence. Qin Xingya had yet to emerge from her shadow, so she needed someone to escort her for the next few days. But as soon as he arrived at the Qin residence, Li Fengjia rushed out and pointed at him, cursing. You scoundrel, Yi Ming. You took back the watch you gave me. How shameless. Did you not know its value at first, and then got stingy when you found out? Yi Ming was always at a loss when faced with his fierce mother-in-law. She was so aggressive, yet her position was uniquely delicate. Fortunately, Qin Xingya appeared just in time. She had secretly taken the watch, and since it was also a cursed object, she naturally tried to smooth things over. However, Li Fengjia clearly wasn't going to listen to her explanations. Hey, where did you get this car? Li Fengjia squinted, her eyes fixed on Yi Ming's vehicle. She also liked such large cars. In her estimation, this one cost at least 1.5 million, perhaps even more. Well, you see, that watch was a gift from the person I saved. But she later discovered some issues with the paperwork, so it had to be sent to customs for inspection. In return, she gave me this car. Yi Ming quickly fabricated a lie. He'll forgive you this time. This car is nice, just right for me. With that, she climbed in. Yi Ming had no choice but to hand over the keys. Qin Xingya knew it must have come from Shi Rongrong and initially wanted to return it. But seeing her mother already starting the engine, she realized that causing another scene would turn the household upside down. The two had to drive the old Jetta to the company. On the way, Qin Xingya shared good news. With Yi Ming, the American client was on a business trip in the country and had rushed over upon receiving the email. The client had already arrived at the company, but the group headquarters also placed great importance on this client and had sent their own representatives to receive him. This was the first time Tesu Intelligent Equipment Co., Ltd., had landed such a large foreign order, meaning their equipment could open up overseas markets. Having toured around the country, the client was most satisfied with yesterday's proposal, and both sides showed genuine sincerity. The group headquarters wanted to build a good relationship. This client was from a Fortune 500 company offering potential cooperation across various fields. Of course, securing this deal was largely credited to Tesa's efforts. Throughout the ride, Qin Xingya was brimming with excitement. She hadn't been in charge of the company for long, only 2 months before her marriage. Moreover, she wasn't a mechanical engineering graduate. Her background was in architecture and landscape design. Yet the headquarters had deliberately placed her in this entirely unfamiliar industry instead of a real estate firm. But Qin Xingya was a determined person. Since she couldn't resist, she resolved to do her best, leaving the headquarters with nothing to criticize. After all, she was only there for management, not to design machinery. However, the headquarters seemed to think the challenge wasn't steep enough. They spun off the standard machine business into a separate subsidiary, leaving Tesu to focus solely on custom machines. It was well known that any machinery company relied on standard machines for profit. Custom machines were merely for meeting specific client needs and increasing the chances of landing large orders. For instance, if they secured the American client, this time a flood of standard machine orders would follow. When Qin Xingya took over, she found a mess. She gritted her teeth and persevered, even studying mechanical knowledge. But then Qin Haoran arranged a marriage for her, pushing her to the brink. After all, she was only 21. Who would rush into marriage at that age? And her partner was a down-and-out man with no emotional foundation between them, which only deepened her frustration. Who wouldn't want a capable, wealthy spouse? If her partner were rich and powerful, he could also provide support in her career. Yi Ming had been just as bewildered. Under Qin Haoran's smooth persuasion, the two had stumbled into marriage. Neither had any desire to wed, and with her being the stronger party, their relationship was naturally strained. Thus, for the past 6 months, Qin Xingya had been under immense pressure. Not only had headquarters exiled her here, but they had also sent Qin Bin. Qin Bin was appointed as the sales director. Headquarters had the two leads separate teams with a 1-year deadline to determine who would become the official general manager. 9 months had passed, and the gap between them had been narrow. But yesterday the situation took a sharp turn. Qin Xingya landed a major order and through a bet reclaimed orders that were rightfully hers from Qin Bin. Now she was triumphant and confident of victory. Of course, this was largely thanks to Yi Ming's accidental resolution of a critical issue. Perhaps Yi Ming had some talent for mechanics. If he delved into mechanical knowledge, he might actually be able to help. At this thought, Qin Xingya's gaze softened. Yi Ming, why don't you come intern at the company? With your talent, you're bound to achieve great things in the future. Yi Ming was slightly taken aback. He hadn't given much thought to his future plans, but he certainly wouldn't settle for being an engineer in a mere machinery company's R&D department. With his abilities, starting a small company would be a breeze. Working for someone else was never an option. At most, he'd serve as a consultant. Well, I'm not really interested, Yi Ming forced himself to say. Yi Ming, even without a diploma, we can make an exception for you. I've seen that engineer Liu has a good impression of you. You can start as an assistant engineer and work your way up. Qin Xingya's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Yi Ming nearly choked. If I were to join, I wouldn't start as an assistant engineer. Qin Xingya replied with displeasure. Yi Ming, you need to be grounded. You got lucky solving one problem yesterday. I've seen plenty of people like you who want to reach the top in one leap, but in the machinery industry, it's step by step. Yi Ming remained silent, fully aware that Qin Xingya meant well. His major was mechanical engineering, and working at Tesu was indeed a good match for his specialty, yet his true aspirations were beyond her comprehension. The journey continued in silence. Yi Ming had intended to see Qin Xingya off before attending to his own affairs, but before he could even reverse into the parking spot, a BMW shot forward, its nose arrogantly claiming the space he had been aiming for. Helpless, Yi Ming had to settle for another spot, one that clearly belonged to the BMW. The move was blatantly provocative, and now he found himself parked in the very space meant for that car. From the BMW 730 stepped out a woman in her 30s, gaudily dressed, as if she weren't heading to work. She watched with evident amusement as Yi Ming and Qin Xingya got out of their car. Haha, Xingya, is this what they mean by follow the husband wherever he goes? Giving up your own car for this piece of junk? The woman taunted with smug satisfaction. Qin Xingya trembled with fury. This woman, Wang Bolong, was the kept woman of a board director at headquarters, notoriously arrogant. Assigned as the procurement manager, she used her connections to line her pockets and showed no respect for Qin Xingya. Who I marry doesn't matter. What matters is that it's legal, unlike some people who can't even show their face at company gatherings, Qin Xingya retorted, refusing to be outdone. There was no need to be polite to such a woman. Wang Bolong knew her status was shameful, and no one had ever dared to insinuate it before. She had finally met her match. For even. But in life, the most important thing is to enjoy yourself. Look at you, a general manager driving an A6, one grade lower than mine. Clients might think my car belongs to the boss, Wang Bolong taunted again. Your car is indeed nice, Yi Ming suddenly remarked. Of course it is. A BMW 730 can't be bad. You have good taste, young man, Wang Bolong said, taking his compliment as submission, and even winked at him. But it's a used car, isn't it? Yi Ming shifted the conversation. Used? No, it was a gift, Wang Bolong snapped. The exterior may be well maintained, but the interior is practically rotten. It's been in a serious accident, and the engine has been replaced, Yi Ming said, shaking his head. Bullshit. My car runs perfectly. Wang Bolong couldn't stand anyone disparaging her vehicle. It was one of her few sources of pride. Perfect. It probably can't even reach 6,000 RPM. It's old and worn out, ready for the scrap heap, Yi Ming replied, shaking his head again. Fine, I'll show you how powerful my car is. 6,000 RPM. Watch this. Wang Bolong stormed back to her car. Yi Ming pulled Qin Xingya over to watch the spectacle. As they stood by the window, Wang Bolong put the car in neutral and floored the accelerator. The engine roared violently. Soon thick white smoke billowed from under the hood, acrid and foul. It was clear the engine had blown. Seeing Wang Bolong's ashen face, Yi Ming and Qin Xingya burst into laughter. After they walked away, Qin Xingya couldn't help but ask, how did you know her car would break down? How I could tell from the sound that the engine had been overhauled. The repair job was shoddy, full of flaws. Pushed the RPM too high and it was bound to blow, Yiming explained with a shameless grin. But their laughter quickly faded as engineer Lu rushed over panicked. Bad news. A big chunk of our credit is about to be taken away. What? Qin Xingya and Yiming were both stunned. Hey Race, how it is, we only sent an email to the client yesterday, never expecting they were already in the country. But Qin Bin got wind of it first and invited them over overnight. Headquarters credited the achievement to Qin Bin. Plus, he has an engineer who speaks professional English fluently, so he took over the presentation and is currently explaining the proposal to the client. Lu Gong blurted it all out in one breath. And how much do they want? Qin Xingya asked. 70%. They're demanding 70%. Lu Gong fumed. They're being outright greedy, Qin Xingya seethed. Alas, we were caught off guard this time. The files on the computer are public. They can use them anytime. They told headquarters the proposal was a group effort. Now, by wowing the client, they make it seem like the whole idea is theirs. Lu Gong sighed in frustration. Beside him, Yiming remained composed as if the matter didn't concern him, and indeed there was little he could do about it. Seeing Qin Qingjia's murderous glare, Yiming smiled. No need to rush. Let's brew some tea first. That long jing you had yesterday was excellent. I'm still savoring the memory. How can you think about tea at a time like this? Qin Xingya snapped, annoyed that Yiming seemed so indifferent, and offered no solutions. Lu Gong silently grumbled to himself. Qin's husband is brilliant, but his social awareness seems lacking. If you brew me tea, he'll tell you how to handle this. They want to steal my credit. They're not ready for that yet, Yiming said mysteriously. Seeing his confidence, Qin Xingya had no choice but to trust him. The three entered the office, but as they passed the meeting room, she couldn't help peeking inside. A crowd surrounded two Caucasian men. One about 60 with graying hair nodded repeatedly and murmured, yes, yes. Yiming didn't even glance their way and strode into the office. Suppressing her fury, Qin Xingya brewed tea for him. Under her murderous stare, Yiming couldn't enjoy it. This was a matter of life and death. After I finished the video yesterday, I altered the drawings inside. So now they can't explain the content to the client. Yesterday afternoon, I sent the correct drawings to the RD department's computer. Those blueprints are more comprehensive, so I believe engineer Lu can handle it. Yiming sipped his tea as he spoke. So only we have the real drawings. Their scheme will be exposed. Lu Gong exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. Go intercept the client now. They've reached a critical point and are about to hit a dead end. Don't wait until the client walks away to beg them to stay. Yiming's tone remained calm. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xingya hurriedly called Lu Gong to leave, not bothering to ask how Yiming knew they'd reached the pivotal moment. Yiming relied, of course, on walls having ears. He had made minor modifications to the drawings in that video. After all, a single clip couldn't fully explain everything. The client was bound to have questions. Sure enough, the white-haired old man began to frown. The diagram was problematic. He had approached many companies, and after seeing the video, he thought Tesu had already solved the core issue. The engineer giving the presentation was also dumbfounded. He had understood Yiming's plan from yesterday, but with the drawings altered, he couldn't fix them in just a few minutes. The client wouldn't give him ample time to redraw. They wanted results. The person in charge from headquarters, Wang Haiyuan, also sensed something was off. This client was extremely important. If they brought him over overnight only to make a fool of him, the consequences would be severe. Qin Bin, what the hell are you people playing at? Why is Mr. Steven shaking his head? Wang Haiyuan asked in a low voice. Qin Bin was also dumbfounded. If not for the client and headquarters personnel being present, he would have gone up and hit the engineer who was giving the presentation. Our drawings were perfectly fine yesterday. They must have been altered or deleted by someone. There's a mole, Qin Bin said angrily. But Wang Haiyuan wasn't easily fooled. As far as I know, this was a joint design project, so the drawings should exist on multiple engineers' computers. Why not just transfer the data from your RD department? Well, those files. Qin Bin stammered, afraid to speak. Wang Haiyuan finally sensed something amiss. Qin Bin had brought the client over overnight and deliberately fetched him early in the morning to create a time gap, preventing Qin Xingya from reacting. Although he didn't approve of the internal rivalry, this was a matter for higher-ups. He was only responsible for overseas business development. Securing this client would instantly open up the international market. Meanwhile, Stephen's head-shaking grew more frequent, and the engineer giving the presentation began to sweat on his forehead. Your proposal hasn't even passed verification. I suspect you're trying to fool me. From now on, we will not include your company on our list of potential partners. Stephen stood up and said in a stern tone. Just as everyone was at a loss, Qin Xingya arrived with engineer Lu. She spoke in fluent English. Mr. Stephen, I apologize. The person who just introduced you was merely an interpreter, not well-versed in the actual design. The driver sent yesterday was just a driver. The official drawings are in our chief engineer, Mr. Liu's computer. Please give us a little more time, and he will explain the entire design concept in detail. Perhaps Stephen was charmed by Qin Qinjia's elegant demeanor, and Engineer Liu exuded the aura of a seasoned expert, clearly an experienced engineer unlike the young man who had failed to clarify many technical matters. Stephen nodded. Okay, we'll give you 10 more minutes. If you still can't satisfy us, you'll have to compensate us for the losses incurred during this trip. Qin Qingya quickly led Stephen to the RD department. Although the conditions there were not as good as the meeting room, Americans were generally pragmatic and wouldn't find it inappropriate. The RD department had more complete files. These were the design drawings modified by Yi Ming, and Engineer Liu fully understood them. He began communicating with Stephen in broken English. Stephen had been struggling with this problem for a long time. Upon seeing the design, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. This was exactly the solution he had been looking for. I didn't expect China's design capabilities to reach this level. Ingenious, extremely ingenious design thinking. It's truly a stroke of genius. Stephen praised repeatedly. Everyone around breathed a sigh of relief. If the client had gotten away this time, the company would likely face severe punishment from headquarters. It was one thing to fail in design, but playing tricks on a client was unacceptable and would severely damage the company's reputation. Who designed this? I'd like to meet him, Stephen asked. This is the result of our collective effort, Qin Qingya said solemnly. Truly remarkable. This is a marvel of industrial design. Let's sign the contract this afternoon. If this batch of machines passes the trial run, there will be ample opportunities for further collaboration. Stephen rose to his feet. That would be splendid. We've long desired to cooperate with your esteemed company. Wang Haiyuan was the first to extend his hand. Stephen was slightly taken aback. Who are you? Why would I cooperate with you? Wang Haiyuan gave an awkward smile. I am the head of overseas markets for the Qin Group. Tesu is a subsidiary of our group. Stephen finally extended his hand. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, I still prefer to liaise directly with President Qin and the design engineer for a more detailed understanding of the product's progress. No problem. President Qin, from now on, Mr. Stephen will be under your charge for reception. Wang Haiyuan turned to Qin Qingya. Qin Qingya was naturally overjoyed, not only securing this order, but also anticipating a continuous stream of future business. Yi Ming stood at the doorway, observed that everything was settled, and then returned to his office. He accomplishes his deed, then withdraws into the shadows, concealing both his merit and his name. Yi Ming savored the sentiment of this phrase. Seeing that the elderly American was unwilling to engage with him, Wang Haiyuan also made an excuse to leave. As long as the client was retained, there would be ample opportunities for future cooperation. These merits would also be credited to him. Only Qin Bin was seething with rage, now loudly cursing the engineer. You're utterly useless. You couldn't even explain a ready-made plan, and you swore it was foolproof. Now we have no chance of turning this around. The engineer was equally frustrated. The drawings were tampered with. The correct ones were only sent to their own people. There was no time to salvage the situation on site. In short, you're useless. I truly regret bringing you here. Qin Bin remained relentless. Since I'm of no further use, I'll take my leave. Let's not hinder each other. The engineer had his own pride. He had never been willing to claim another's plan as his own. You. Fine, get out of my sight now. Qin Bin roared in fury. Since you've already failed, why stay and be mocked? The engineer, now that their facade of civility had crumbled, struck back. Just then Wang Haiyuan approached. Qin Bin, you failed. You should apply to headquarters for a transfer. I haven't lost. If anyone should leave, it's her. Qin Bin had lost all reason. Seeing him in this state, Wang Haiyuan couldn't be bothered to engage. He had risen through his own abilities, and while he might never enter the Qin Group's highest echelons, he had no fear of this petty second-generation rich kid. Qin Bin's defeat was absolute, and no one wished to associate with him anymore. Watching these fickle sycophants, Qin Bin silently vowed to make Qin Qingya pay. At that moment, Wang Bolong approached. Her car had been destroyed underfoot, but naturally she held a grudge against Yi Ming and Qin Qingya. Minister Qin, it seems you can outmaneuver Qin Qingya. Wang Bolong showed no regard for Qin Bin's expression. Qin Bin was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, but thinking of the powerful backer behind her, he forced himself to hold back. Having lost his influence, offending someone with connections at headquarters would be the end of him. It's too early to say that. The final outcome is not yet decided. Qin Bin remained defiant. Even if we can't turn this around, we won't let Qin Qingya have an easy time. However, I have an idea that could land her in trouble, giving you a chance to sign with the American client. Wang Bolong's tone was icy. Oh, what's your plan? Qin Bin's interest was piqued. I am the head of procurement, and you are the head of sales. That means the company's pricing, both incoming and outgoing, is under our control. There is considerable room for maneuvering. Enlighten me. Qin Bin leaned in with keen interest. Wang Bolong took a deep drag of his cigarette and said, actually, it's very simple. Only we know the purchase and selling prices in the company, but Qin Qingya, as the nominal boss, naturally knows them too. If problems arise on both ends, who do you think the finance department will suspect? Exactly, let's discuss how to ruin her reputation. Qin Bin slapped his thigh. At that moment, Qin Xingya was discussing details with a client, her face radiant with joy. Today was the happiest day she had experienced in the past year. Long-term oppression had left her face perpetually clouded with worry, forcing her to maintain a stern expression, earning her the nickname Ice Queen in the company. Now, with this major order secured, her position as general manager was finally solidified. Wang Bolong and Qin Bin each anonymously sent a document to headquarters. Wang Bolong's document stated that the machinery under Qin Qingjia's responsibility all used suppliers she had designated with prices 1.5 times higher than similar products. Qin Bin, meanwhile, sent the selling prices of these machines to headquarters, which were significantly low and included numerous free accessories for the client. The discrepancy between purchase and sale indicated foul play. Wang Bolong had indeed manipulated things. The machines were priced low because the client demanded low prices, and the accessories were only cheap, low-grade items. However, the procurement department had the authority to alter the original machine list. Using a departed employee's account, someone added several expensive accessories to the list, inflating the machine's cost abnormally. Since most people couldn't decipher such lists, if headquarters and finance detected irregularities, Qin Xingya would face investigation. Seizing this opportunity, the two planned to further sabotage her by delaying the contract signing. If she failed to sign today, the client would have to sign with a company-appointed representative. Soon, headquarters dispatched investigators. They refrained from alarming Qin Xingya, instead conducting a preliminary check in the finance department to verify if the order was problematic. The list in the system had already been swapped by Wang Bolong. When finance checked, they confirmed the discrepancies he had reported. Next, they examined the selling prices, which revealed even more alarming issues. Not only were prices low, but the generous accessories included made it a sure loss. These accessories were exactly what Qin Bin had attributed to Qin Qingjia's account from his own client gifts. With this manipulation, the company suffered a loss of 2 million on machinery worth tens of millions. Given that non-standard machines typically yield high profits, losses were rare. The Qin Group strictly enforced anti-corruption measures. As a large family enterprise, any betrayal of interests would never be tolerated. Before the client could leave, the investigators prepared to take Qin Xingya into custody. Since the client needed to sign the contract before departing that afternoon, if Qin Xingya couldn't sign, only Qin Bin would be eligible. The lead investigator was Zhao Kai, a dark-skinned man known for his impartiality, nicknamed Zhao Black Coal. Falling into his hands meant severe consequences. Several investigators stormed directly into Qin Qingjia's office. The client had already gone to tour the workshop, leaving Qin Xingya and Yi Ming sipping tea in the office. Seeing the uninvited guests, both were startled. Their intentions seemed hostile. Qin Xingya found the leader vaguely familiar. Zhao Black Coal. Qin Xingya blurted out. Hehe, President Qin has a good memory, remembering a nobody like me. Zhao Kai said with a forced smile. President Zhao is no nobody. Oh, everyone in the company trembles at the sight of you. Qin Xingya quickly composed herself. If one's conscience is clear, there's no need to tremble. President Qin, come with us to headquarters. Zhao Kai said flatly. Headquarters? No, not today. Let me sign the contract with the client first, then he'll go with you. Qin Xingya couldn't leave now. It would undo all her efforts. President Qin, don't make things difficult for us. Company rules must be followed. Zhao Kai showed no leniency. What exactly is this about? If this deal falls through, the company will suffer a huge loss. Qin Xingya tried to remain calm. Yi Ming's mind raced. The timing was too precise. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. He noticed Zhao Kai holding a document bag. X-ray vision. Yi Ming focused on the bag, seeing dozens of A4 sheets filled with text and tables inside. With his X-ray vision and lightning-fast processing, Yi Ming finished scanning the contents in 2 minutes. President Qin, we're here for one reason. You're suspected of financial irregularities. Regarding the batch of machines you sold last time, someone reported that you designated the procurement of expensive, low-quality accessories, sold the machines well below market price, and gave away numerous accessories to the client. Zhao Kai sneered. He had dealt with many people. They all refused to confess until confronted with evidence. Revealing some details would make them less arrogant. Impossible. There's absolutely nothing wrong with those machines. You must be mistaken. Qin Xingya was shocked and furious. Talking to me is useless. Explain yourself at headquarters. Zhao Kai stepped forward. What do you think you're doing? Yi Ming suddenly intervened. Zhao Kai, not recognizing Yi Ming, dismissed him as a nobody and reached out to push him, only to have his hand grabbed firmly. Zhao Kai struggled to free himself, but Yi Ming's grip was like iron. At the same time, Yi Ming used the cutting technique to take his pulse. Let go, Zhao Kai shouted angrily. Yi Ming released his hand but leaned closer, whispering in Zhao Kai's ear. You have a deficiency of yang energy, and have seen many doctors, but still no cure. How? How do you know? Zhao Kai shuddered. This was his deepest secret. He even wore a hat to the hospital. With your yang deficiency, you can't even have children. If I have a remedy to cure you, can you give me a few minutes to investigate this matter? Yiming added. You? Are you sure? Zhao Kai hesitated. Since I can identify it, I'm confident. Just cooperate a little, it won't put you in a difficult position. Yiming's words were almost hypnotic. Fine, I'll give you a few minutes. Zhao Kai relented. Yiming took the document bag from him, placed all the files on the table, flipped through them casually, then pulled out a few sheets. Look, this batch of machines was shipped 3 months ago, but why are there still changes to the accessories today? Yiming pointed to the dates on the list. Everyone gathered around. Such details were not hard to spot, but required time given the dozens of documents and their dense content. And look, all these newly added accessories are extremely expensive, which naturally inflates the machine's cost. Now check these sheets. The list of free accessories is a hodgepodge, including items completely unrelated to the machines. Yiming continued. Exactly, this batch consists of injection molding machines, yet the gift list includes blades, saw blades, and other useless items. Qin Qingya chimed in. Zhao Kai naturally knew at this moment that someone was playing tricks and that the report had been filed at headquarters almost immediately after the act. Such a low-level scheme would surely be uncovered with a thorough investigation. Mr. Zhao, would you care to step inside so we can discuss the details further? Yiming shot Zhao Kai a meaningful glance. Zhao Kai nodded. Since the matter had already been clarified, returning to headquarters made no difference. The two entered a nearby storage room, where Yiming pulled out a set of acupuncture needles from his pocket, startling Zhao Kai. What's this for? To treat your ailment. Didn't you say you'd provide a folk remedy? This is precisely one such remedy. Trust me, it's perfectly fine. It won't hurt a bit. Yiming coaxed. Zhao Kai wanted to refuse as this was too absurd. He had assumed Yiming intended to privately offer him a prescription. But Yiming struck swiftly, his movements so rapid that he inserted 8 or 9 needles in an instant. Don't move, or it could cause irreversible harm. Yiming commanded. Zhao Kai cursed under his breath, but dared not stir, allowing Yiming to work the needles on him. Minutes later, Yiming withdrew all the needles. There, feel it. Isn't it a bit better? Zhao Kai nearly lost his temper. Feel? How was he supposed to feel anything alone in a room with another man? But as he calmed down, he distinctly sensed a surge of strength in his lower abdomen and waist. A vitality he hadn't felt since his teenage years. Truly remarkable. Zhao Kai marveled. Yiming, recalling he still had some counterattack points left, decided to fully allocate them to his medical skill, directly selecting the icon for prescriptions and herbs. A flood of knowledge surged into Yiming's mind, and in an instant he identified the perfect formula for Zhao Kai. He promptly wrote down a prescription. This is the prescription. Take a few doses, and you'll become a real man. Yiming emphasized the words, real man. A faint blush crept across Zhao Kai's face, but he quickly pocketed the prescription. If it could cure his ailment, enduring a little humiliation was nothing. Now let's discuss how you'll cooperate with me. Seeing that Zhao Kai was now mostly convinced, Yiming began to state his terms. What do you plan to do? Simple. Return the favor in kind. We can't let your trip here be in vain. Zhao Kai thought to himself, for him, this trip was far from wasted. After a brief discussion, the two stepped out of the storage room. Zhao Kai emerged with an inexplicably refreshed demeanor, leaving everyone puzzled. Someone has been framing President Qin from behind the scenes. We've decided to clear her name. Follow me. We're heading to the IT department. Zhao Kai waved his hand, beckoning his subordinates to follow. What did you say to him? How did you get him to agree to check the records? And what were you two doing in there for so long? Qin Qingya asked. I just said if you don't let me check the records, I'll crush your bones. As for what happened inside, 2 men alone in a room, what could we possibly do? Honestly, Yiming replied with exasperation. Qin Bin and Wang Bolong watched closely as Zhao Kai's group approached Qin Qingya, but she wasn't taken away, filling them with unease. As afternoon arrived, Qin Qingya and Yiming remained in the office, refusing entry to anyone else. Zhao Kai and his team continued their investigation in the IT department. Qin Bin grew impatient. Since Qin Qingya was under investigation, she couldn't sign contracts with clients. Only he was eligible to sign now. Unable to hold back any longer, he headed directly to the reception room, the designated venue for client agreements. But to his surprise, when he pushed open the door, the room was already full. Not only were Zhao Kai and his people there, but also Qin Qingya, Yiming, and even Wang Bolong. The heads of the finance and IT departments were seated as well. But also Qin Qingya, Yiming, and even Wang Bolong. The heads of the finance and IT departments were seated as well. Qin Bin sensed trouble and turned to leave, but Zhao Kai's voice rang out from behind. Qin Bin, come in. The tone was stern, as if commanding him. Qin Bin had no choice but to slink and find a seat and say awkwardly, I just came to see if the client was still here. Seeing everyone had arrived, Zhao Kai began. We have received a credible report that someone at Tesu Company has been taking kickbacks from suppliers, giving away large quantities of accessories to clients, and falsifying invoices. This is a serious matter. Our investigation has confirmed the facts. Though everyone knew Zhao's presence spelled trouble, hearing it directly still made most of them gasp. Those present were all top executives at Tesu. Zhao Kai's words meant the culprit was among them. Qin Bin and Wang Bolong exchanged a glance, both eyes gleaming with delight. They hadn't expected the verdict to come so directly. This would surely humiliate Qin Qingya. They imagined Qin Qingya not only being expelled, but also facing severe punishment, with no chance of redemption for the rest of her life. Zhao Kai continued, Wang Bolong, during your tenure as procurement director, you demanded a 15% kickback from every supplier, pocketing all of it. Over 2 years, you accumulated 2 million. Wang Bolong's face twisted in disbelief, then he shouted, the report was about Qin Qingya. Why are you investigating me? Wang Bolong, a mere mistress with little sophistication, exposed herself as the informant with that outburst. Zhao Kai ignored him and continued, Qin Bin, as sales director, you signed dual contracts with clients, giving away valuable company accessories for free. You also submitted false invoices and reimbursement claims that violate company policy. What? Don't accuse me falsely. I did it all to secure orders, otherwise they wouldn't sign with us. The invoices were for entertaining clients. Qin Bin jumped up as well. Zhao Kai snorted coldly. Then what about this invoice from the building materials market? Were you entertaining a client to decorate a house? Those present couldn't help but laugh, with Yi Ming laughing the loudest, casting a mocking gaze at the two. But that's not the worst. You two fabricated false information to frame President Qin. For that alone, headquarters will not go easy on you, Zhao Kai said coldly. Impossible. How did you find out? Wang Bolong exclaimed in panic. Qin Bin wanted to hit her for exposing herself. They should have denied everything and used connections to fix this, not let Zhao Kai make an ironclad case. Zhao Kai said, you used a former employee's account to alter the records, but the login IP traced back to your computer. Wang Bolong slumped in her chair. She had only a bit of cunning and little knowledge of computers. She had gotten away with things before simply because no one investigated. You two will come with us to headquarters, Zhao Kai said, rising. Qin Bin bolted for the door, but was kicked back in by the 2 guards stationed there. How dare you kick me? Qin Bin exclaimed in disbelief. Take them away, Zhao Kai ordered sternly. With that handled, it was almost quitting time. Qin Qingya, in high spirits, suggested having dinner with Yi Ming. Over the past 2 days, Yi Ming had shown considerable ability, marking him as a promising young man. If he continued on this path, his future achievements would surely be significant. Qin Qingya walked directly to the Mercedes-Benz and touched the emblem on its hood. This car is mine from now on. Wasn't this car Qin Bin's? Yi Ming asked in confusion. Even if the man had been taken away, the car should still belong to him. One should still be decent. This car is for receiving clients. Qin Bin, relying on his position as sales director, monopolized it. Now that I'm in charge, it's naturally mine to allocate. Qin Qingya said smugly. Let me drive. I've never driven a Mercedes before. By the way, what will happen to those two? Yi Ming asked. They're finished for life. The headquarters is very strict about such matters, especially since they try to frame me. They'll probably end up in prison. Qin Qingya sighed. Serves them right. Where should we eat? The Four Seas Hotel. I heard they have some excellent dishes. It's a good chance to try them. Yi Ming thought to himself, I wonder if those are my dishes. The Four Seas Hotel's business had been booming lately. After obtaining 2 abalone recipes from Yi Ming, its status among high-end diners had instantly soared. These diners were the best at spreading the word. Word of mouth spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and recently reservations were needed even for those 2 dishes. Unaware that reservations were required, Yi Ming and Qin Qingya drove directly to the hotel. After parking, Yi Ming opened the car door for Qin Qingya. A Ferrari pulled up beside them. A man and a woman stepped out, the man with a slouching, idle demeanor, and the woman exuding a coquettish charm. Seeing Yi Ming open the door, the man sneered. See, I told you he's a chauffeur. People who drive Mercedes are always drivers. Rich folks drive sports cars. That's how you know they're the owners. The woman quickly chimed in, Master Nan is right. He looks exactly like a driver. Yi Ming, overhearing their remarks, realized he was being judged. But he was indeed playing the role of a driver, so he decided not to bother with them. All the private booths were occupied, so Yi Ming and Qin Qingya had to sit in the main hall. Even so, the 5-star hotel's main hall was far from shabby. After they settled in and ordered their dishes, the young couple also came upstairs. Finding no private booths or rooms available, they grew displeased. Master Nan, let's just have the signature dishes. Don't bother arguing with the staff, the woman urged, seeing that Nan was about to lose his temper. After all, the diners here were no ordinary people, and she didn't want to cause a scene. Fine for Xiao Li's sake, I'll let it slide. Bring us the 2 specialty abalone dishes, Nan said with a dismissive wave. The waiter paused. I'm sorry, sir, but the braised spring bamboo shoots with premium abalone and the creamy chicken abalone require a reservation 1 day in advance. Nan's face darkened. I want them now. Arrange it immediately, or Master Nan will be very angry and the consequences will be severe. Did you hear that? Master Nan is angry. Hurry up and prepare them, Xiao Li added haughtily. I'm sorry, but it really has to be by reservation, the waiter apologized humbly. Get your manager. You're not qualified to handle this, Nan sneered. Soon a man in a suit approached and spoke politely but firmly with Nan. Fine, I'll pay double. Just get me the abalone, Nan said impatiently. Seeing that Nan was being unreasonable and worried it might disturb other guests, the suit-clad man conceded, I can arrange one portion of the creamy chicken abalone. That's the best I can do. Nan and Xiao Li exchanged glances and nodded. All right, go ahead and prepare it. Beside him, Qin Xingya said worriedly, Oh no, it seems I won't be able to treat you to abalone today. Before Yiming could respond, young Master Nan chuckled. TSK Tisk, your driver sure is lucky to have a beauty inviting him for abalone, ha. Yiming cast a glance at him without responding. It's fine, this meal is on me. Abalone, you say? He'll make a call and have them deliver it. Oh, the little driver seems quite capable. He'll just watch how you manage to eat that abalone. Young Master Nan continued his provocation. Yiming took out his phone and called Zhang Chong. Prepare a serving of braised spring bamboo shoots with premium fresh abalone, creamy chicken with abalone and stir-fried ginkgo with celery, and send it to table 40. Upon hearing it was Yiming, Zhang Chong quickly agreed and personally set to work. Lately the hotel's business had been booming and he had reaped considerable benefits. 10 minutes later, all 3 dishes were served while young Master Nan's table remained empty. He grabbed a waiter and demanded, Why are his dishes served first when I ordered before him? The waiter replied, It's the head chef's order. Young Master Nan didn't have to wait long before his own dishes arrived. When they tasted them, they were astonished by the flavor. They had never imagined abalone could be so delicious. But when he glanced at Yiming's table, seeing both types of abalone, he grew irritated. Moreover, the two were eating and commenting. The heat is slightly off, and these ginkgo nuts aren't fresh enough. They haven't retained their flavor. Yiming ate while picking faults. Young Master Nan, unable to stand it, said, Hey kid, have you ever eaten dishes this expensive? Stop putting on airs. Yiming ignored him again. Qin Xingya remarked, This food isn't as good as what you cook. Oh, so he's not just a driver, but also a housekeeper. I never would have guessed, young Master Nan muttered to himself. Is there something wrong with your brain yapping away here? Yiming finally lost his patience. Who do you think you are pretending like this? A servant should know their place, young Master Nan retorted. Just as Yiming was about to take action, Zhang Chong approached. Upon seeing Yiming, he bowed and said, Mr. Yi, it's truly an honor to have you dining here. Please do offer your critiques so we can improve our dishes. They'll send the shortcomings to your phone later. I hope you can create even better dishes. That would be wonderful. This is our hotel's premium card, which grants a 30% discount. Of course, today's meal is on me. Zhang Chong handed over a black card. Yiming accepted the card naturally and expressed his thanks. Mr. Yi, we would like to invite you to become our hotel's senior consultant. Just come occasionally to taste and offer your advice, Zhang Chong added in a low voice. No, Yiming can't be a consultant. He's only been a house husband for a few days. Qin Xingya quickly refused. Yiming wasn't interested either. If he ever ran out of money, he could always trade a few recipes. My wife doesn't agree, so we'll have to decline your kind offer. Yiming shrugged. That's fine. I just hope, Mr. You will dine here often. Zhang Chong didn't press further, noticing Qin Xingya's noble demeanor and guessing they likely looked down on such a position. After finishing their meal, the two went downstairs. Young Master Nan followed arm in arm, with Xiao Li feeling deeply disgruntled at having lost face in front of Yiming. A Mercedes and a Ferrari were parked together. Seeing Yiming about to get into his car, young Master Nan called out to Qin Xingya, Beautiful lady, how about a ride in my Ferrari for a spin? A Mercedes and a Ferrari were parked together. Seeing Yiming about to get into his car, young Master Nan called out to Qin Xingya, Beautiful lady, how about a ride in my Ferrari for a spin? As he spoke these words, Xiao Li on the side could not help but interject. Young Master Nan, this Ferrari only has 2 seats. There's no room for anyone else. Young Master Nan replied coldly. Then you can just take a taxi back. Xiao Li whined, Young Master Nan. But young Master Nan's gaze was entirely fixed on Qin Xingya. Initially, he thought she was some heiress dining with her driver. He never expected her to be married with this man as her husband. So young and already wed. What a pity, yet for him, young Master Nan, she was the perfect target. He fancied such married women, especially the thrill of seducing them right in front of their men. Xiao Li had been snatched away by him in this very manner. But after only a few days, he had grown tired of her. Qin Xingya's aura and beauty completely eclipsed Xiao Li's. Upon learning of Qin Xingya's marriage, he was eager to seize her. We have our own car, Qin Xingya said as she opened the door and got in. Yiming found this man frivolous and wished to ignore him, but to flirt with Qin Xingya right in front of him. Who could tolerate that? You keep provoking me again and again. Are you asking for a beating? Yi Ming stared at young Master Nan. A beating? How what a joke. I'll beat whoever I want. Young Master Nan laughed arrogantly. Oh, just try it. Yi Ming said, refraining from striking first, and instead goading him with words. Seeing that Yi Ming was tall and formidable and lacking backup, young Master Nan dared not make a move, yet conceding was out of the question. He punched the hood of the Mercedes, leaving a small dent. He looked at Yi Ming with a provocative glare. Yi Ming sneered and delivered a punch to the Ferrari's front hood. In such sports cars, the engine is at the rear and the front houses the storage compartment. With one blow, Yi Ming punched a hole through the hood. The Ferrari's hood was ruined. Young Master Nan's face turned frosty. You're in trouble, big trouble. Yi Ming ignored him, got into the car, and drove off, leaving young Master Nan and Xiao Li standing there in shock. Young Master Nan pulled out his phone. Brother, someone's crossed me. Grab him. In the car, Qin Xingya said disapprovingly. Yi Ming, you were too impulsive. Why bother with someone like him? Yi Ming replied calmly. On matters of principle, one must stand firm. If not for the cameras, I would have crippled him long ago. Seeing Yi Ming so aggressive, Qin Xingya felt a twinge of displeasure. She disliked such talk of violence. The young men she usually encountered were all gentle and courteous in her presence. Yi Ming, with his inferior background, was impulsive and hot-tempered. Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, Qin Xingya had already downgraded him in her mind. For the past 6 months, he had been suppressing his emotions, surviving solely on his unyielding will. The journey passed in silence. After driving a few kilometers, several sports cars caught up from behind, one of them swerving directly in front of the Mercedes. 2 others flanked Yi Ming's car on the sides, while another tailed closely behind. Yi Ming glanced around. The lead car was a McLaren, followed by a Lamborghini. On the sides were young Master Nan's Ferrari and a Porsche. Wow, such a luxurious convoy. Looks like trouble today. Yi Ming realized these people intended to box him in. But how could this Mercedes outrun these supercars? Yet they seemed only to toy with Yi Ming, not forcing him to stop, but constantly squeezing his driving space. At this moment, the Mercedes was forced to the inner lane, yet the Porsche kept closing in relentlessly. Inside, Qin Xingya had already begun to panic, but Yi Ming remained utterly unafraid. After all, if they dared to ram him, so be it. Their intent was clearly to rattle him into crashing into the roadside. Yi Ming felt it was time to strike back. Far from being intimidated, he neither slowed down nor stopped. Instead, he gradually edged his vehicle toward the ones outside. With his nimble hands and lightning-fast calculations, Yi Ming handled the car with exceptional precision, coaxing a commercial sedan to perform at a level rivaling that of a supercar. He would swerve toward them one moment, then tap the brakes the next, causing the trailing cars to nearly rear-end him several times. An ordinary person faced with so many multi-million-dollar supercars would have been paralyzed with fear, let alone dare to challenge them. Those who drove such vehicles were invariably wealthy or powerful. The usual outcome was that panic led to a loss of control, ending in a crash into the roadside. Yi Ming's provocations ignited a blaze of fury within them. They were used to toying with others, never having been toyed with themselves. The fierce competition on the road was fraught with peril. Qin Xingya's face had turned deathly pale, having been in 2 accidents before she was still fearful, and now Yi Ming was driving recklessly out of spite. Qin Xingya kept screaming, whether from terror or excitement, it was hard to tell. Soon Yi Ming spotted a perfect opportunity at a sharp curve where the curb was only about 10 centimeters high, easily surmountable for the Mercedes. Supercars with their extremely low chassis could never mount such a step. Yi Ming suddenly accelerated, first squeezing toward the car on his outside, then tapping the brakes to force the trailing car to brake as well. The car ahead, preparing to enter the curve, naturally paid no attention to what was behind. At that moment, Yi Ming accelerated sharply, made a right turn, and charged up onto the curb, driving off along the edge of the road. Provoked, the cars behind and beside him surged forward, but Yi Ming's sudden dash onto the curb caught them completely off guard. The car on the side had been trying to stick close to the Mercedes. As the Mercedes moved inward, it followed suit, but the Lamborghini behind charged straight ahead. At the curve entrance, the McLaren ahead naturally began to slow down, while the cars behind and beside were accelerating. In an instant, all 4 vehicles collided in a tangled heap. Yi Ming, the instigator, had already sped away, confident that tomorrow's headlines would read, 4 supercars in night race, poor skills lead to collision at curve. The 4 cars were conservatively valued at around 20 million yuan, making this the most expensive traffic accident in Yinjiang City's history. After dropping Qin Xingya home, her face was stern. Yi Ming, do you realize how dangerous that was? Why didn't you stop? Stop. How could I? They wanted to cause me harm, so I wasn't about to let them off easy, Yi Ming said flatly. I didn't expect you to be so full of hostility. It'll be hard for you to get by in society like this. Don't pick me up tomorrow. And take that beat-up Jetta of yours away. If you enjoy racing, go race it. Qin Qingya said, fuming. Yiming didn't want to argue further. Backing down only invited more humiliation. This was the deepest lesson he had learned over the past 6 months. The only correct course was to fight back on the spot. Driving away in the old Jetta, Yiming felt a surprising sense of relief. Those with different paths could not share the same goals. What was meant to be a dinner that would bring them closer had instead revealed their incompatible worldviews. Since they didn't fit, there was no need to force it, especially when Yiming's focus was not on romance. The next day, Yiming drove his battered Jetta to the detention center. His father was still locked up, and it was time to uncover the truth. Yiming, you're here, Yi Kaishan said. He seemed a bit older, the worry etched deeper on his face. Dad, has someone been bullying you? No, nothing like that. I'm doing fine, Yi Kaishan replied, not wanting to worry his son. But Yiming was no longer the same person. He was confident he could resolve this matter. Dad, tell me what exactly happened. I have the right to know the truth. Since you insist, I'll tell you. Seeing Yiming's determination, Yi Kaishan stopped hiding the truth. He had once run a small business, earning modestly, but amassing a few million in assets. He also loved doing good deeds in his hometown, generously donating to building bridges, paving roads, and constructing new ancestral halls. This earned him immense prestige in his rural village. Later, a friend introduced him to a new project. After thorough investigation, he found it highly promising and decided to get involved. Thinking of how his fellow villagers had yet to escape poverty, he rallied them to join the project, and many were persuaded. They invested substantial sums, some even their life savings. The early stages of the project went smoothly. But after the factory was built, the partner absconded with all the funds vanishing without a trace, severing the capital chain. Yi Kaishan didn't have nearly enough money to cover the loss. If the project couldn't proceed as planned, the villagers' money would all be lost. To prevent the villagers from suffering, and because he had misjudged the partner, he borrowed heavily from loan sharks. But word of the partner's escape spread like wildfire, reaching the villagers and other investors. Naturally, they demanded their money back, but the project was at a critical juncture. If he used the borrowed money to repay them, the project would never launch, and the loan shark debt would crush him. Then Starlight Real Estate appeared, offering to invest in the project, but demanding an expansion, building another factory in the city. Starlight had already purchased a piece of land, but some demolition work remained. The task fell to Yi Kaishan. With Starlight backing the project, he trusted them. The demolition hit a snag. The compensation demanded by the residents far exceeded what Starlight offered. In the deadlock, Starlight claimed they had already given Yi Kaishan enough money. Yi Kaishan never expected Starlight to renege. He was arrested for embezzling demolition funds. After his arrest, Starlight paid the full compensation. Thus, they publicly claimed a loss of 100 million yuan, demanding Yi Kaishan repay it. Adding the 5 million from loan sharks, the 2 million in bank loans, and the 3 million from the villagers, Yi Kaishan needed 110 million to clear all debts. This was a colossal sum. The bank and loan shark debts wouldn't necessarily land him in prison, but the key was to settle Starlight's claim. Either make them drop the lawsuit, freeing him, or face the mountain of external debt. If he couldn't solve it, he might as well stay in jail. Yiming finally grasped the situation. Starlight Real Estate Company was undoubtedly a behemoth in Yinjiang City, a colossal enterprise with assets worth tens of billions. The recently popular Zhonghai Celine was precisely a high-end luxury development they had built, serving as their calling card for expansion across the nation. A real estate company that had never developed a substantial number of luxury residences could hardly rank among China's top property firms. Stepping out of the detention center, Yiming felt deeply aggrieved. He never imagined that such a massive company would target his father, who presumably his father had trusted them because of Starlight Real Estate's formidable reputation. Yiming planned to visit Starlight Company first, but unfortunately he knew no one there, and charging in directly was unrealistic. Though he possessed immense strength, this was a society governed by law. Yet now he couldn't afford to dwell on that. If there was truly no other way, he would have to scrape together money just to get his father out first. Yiming drove his Jetta toward the city center. The area was remote with few cars on the road, so he accelerated. Just then a convertible sports car roared up from behind, speeding wildly and swerving erratically. Yiming, now instinctively wary of sports cars, turned to look wary of any tricks. As the two vehicles passed each other, Yiming noticed the driver, a man foaming at the mouth and convulsing, clearly suffering an epileptic seizure. This was extremely dangerous. Without a second thought, Yiming floored the accelerator. Fortunately, his car had been modified and had ample power. To save the man, he had to slow down the sports car. However, the man's limbs were twitching, though he wasn't pressing the accelerator continuously. His occasional touches, combined with the car's formidable power, made it challenging. Yiming slowly guided his car's front toward the sports car's side. Once close, he reduced speed, using his own vehicle to impede the sports car's momentum. Gradually, he forced the sports car toward the roadside, where branches and dirt created friction on both sides. Since the man wasn't constantly pressing the accelerator, the car slowed. Finally, he brought it to a stop, but the man was still convulsing, oblivious to what had happened. Yiming quickly got out. Just as he reached for the man's foot twitched again, and the sports car lurched forward. Yiming shouted, bracing his hands against the car's front, forcibly halting it. At that moment, the man regained consciousness. Seeing someone in front of the car, he realized something was wrong and immediately eased off the accelerator. With the accelerator no longer engaged, Yiming finally stabilized the car. Seeing the man had recovered, he let go and walked over. "Are you all right?" Yiming asked, noticing the man was very young, roughly his own age, though his face was pale and distraught. "I'm fine. Did you save me?" the man asked. "Who else would it be?" "Look at my car," Yiming shrugged. The man glanced at Yiming's car, noting the severe scratches on the front, clearly from the rescue effort. "Thank you so much. I'm Lin Tianhao. I'm Yiming. Given your condition, driving isn't safe. Next time you should hire a driver," Yiming advised kindly. "Sai, I never had this illness before. After an incident last time, it keeps recurring," Lin Tianhao said, frustrated. "If you don't mind, I could take a look at you." "Oh, you know medicine?" Lin Tianhao asked curiously. "A little," Yiming replied, having already assessed his condition. "Then let's go to my place." "Can your car still run?" Lin Tianhao asked. "No problem. But can you drive?" Yiming inquired. Lin Tianhao sighed. "They'll manage." "All right, follow me." Lin Tianhao's residence was situated halfway up a mountainside where no trace of real estate development could be seen, but security booths stood every few hundred meters. Yiming gazed at the house before him, entirely adorned in Chinese-style architecture stretching hundreds of meters in length and width. Judging by its layout, it appeared to be a single household. Suppressing his astonishment, the two drove the car into the backyard where a repair shop stood, fully equipped with tools resembling an automobile modification studio, though empty of people. "They'll have someone come and fix your car later," Lin Tianhao said. "I just noticed the engine might have an issue. What a pity for such a good engine," Yiming remarked with a pained expression. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. This car was so dilapidated, what was he thinking? Even if sold by weight on the market, people would consider it too dirty to touch. "The engine for your car might be hard to find. Probably discontinued long ago," Lin Tianhao hesitated, considering the vehicle was damaged while rescuing him. "No worries, it's just a V8 engine. I can find another one at the parts market," Yiming said nonchalantly. "A V8 engine? How does your car have a V8 engine? Is it also modified?" Lin Tianhao asked. "Exactly, otherwise how could it keep up with your sports car?" Yiming opened the hood as he spoke. "A V8 engine is no big deal. I have spares here. We can just swap it. But your car is too beat up. Why not let me give you a new one?" Lin Tianhao changed the subject. "Forget it, I've grown attached to this car. Let me check on your condition first," Yiming said dismissively. "Right here?" Lin Tianhao asked in surprise. "Yes, let me take your pulse first," Yiming replied, grasping Lin Tianhao's wrist. Yiming had already observed his symptoms earlier. Taking the pulse now was merely for confirmation. He could now ascertain that the illness was acute epilepsy, already in a severe state. "The seizures are getting more frequent lately, aren't they?" Yiming inquired. "Yes, before it was once every few days, now almost several times a day. After each episode, my head feels unbearably swollen." As Lin Tianhao finished speaking, his entire body began to tremble, and white foam slowly seeped from his mouth. Yiming quickly retrieved silver needles and inserted one directly into Lin Tianhao's head. At that moment, several people burst through the doorway. Seeing Yiming piercing Lin Tianhao with needles, they cried out in alarm, and one of them rushed forward to stop him. "Do you want him to die?" Yiming barked, startling the approaching man. Swiftly, he inserted 2 more needles, and Lin Tianhao instantly stopped convulsing, becoming completely still. Seeing the improvement, the newcomers quieted down. Soon Yiming finished applying all the needles. Lin Tianhao's epilepsy was not congenital, making treatment slightly easier. However, such a brain disorder was inherently difficult to treat and carried significant risks. Most hospitals would adopt a conservative approach, thereby missing the optimal window for treatment. Lin Tianhao stabilized. Normally, after a seizure, it took several minutes to recover, and even then some time to regain composure. "Tianhao, are you alright?" A middle-aged woman rushed over. "Mom, I'm fine. I feel much better. No more swelling," Lin Tianhao said joyfully. "That's wonderful. And this is?" the middle-aged woman asked, looking at Yiming. Lin Tianhao said, "Mom, this is Yiming. Just now on the way back, I suddenly fell ill and lost control of the car. Yiming saved me." "Brother, thank you for saving Tianhao. I didn't expect you to know medicine. Is there any way to completely cure my son's illness?" The middle-aged, beautiful woman asked hurriedly. "Completely cure? Isn't it already cured? It won't relapse anymore," Yiming said confidently. "Oh, wow." The people behind all exclaimed in astonishment, finding it incredible. This illness had troubled the Lin family for far too long. The Lin family was never short of money, but after consulting all major hospitals, the only options given were conservative treatments. The condition had only worsened, becoming life-threatening. Now this young man claimed to have cured it. It seemed like a joke. After all, epilepsy came in episodes. When it wasn't flaring up, the patient appeared just like anyone else. You just happened to encounter a short episode, and now you speak so arrogantly. You need to be responsible for your words. Even those renowned doctors wouldn't dare claim to cure my brother's illness. A girl of about 17 or 18 cried out. So you don't want your brother to get better? Yiming said coldly. Of course not. I'm just afraid you'll trick us and delay proper treatment. The girl, frightened by Yiming's accusation, quickly explained. Tianjin, watch your words. Yiming, my sister didn't mean it that way. Though I'm not sure if I'm fully healed, I feel like my old self again. Lin Tianhao first scolded his sister, then expressed that he felt fine. It's all right. Time will tell. Yiming couldn't be bothered to explain further. There was no way to clarify such matters. Seeing that Yiming seemed a bit displeased, a middle-aged man, Lin Tianhao's father Lin Sun, said, Please, brother, ye come to our home for a visit. We've invited several renowned doctors today. They can examine Tianhao. Dad, did you invite Divine Dr. Liu? Lin Tianhao asked. Not only Divine Dr. Liu, but also Director Zheng from the first hospital. He brought a descendant of the medical sage Hua Tuo, who is said to have rediscovered the lost acupuncture technique. It should work wonders for you. Of course, they can also take a look at your grandfather, who has been unconscious for so long, the middle-aged man sighed. Then let's go quickly. Lin Tianhao immediately jumped up. Son, the needles on your head haven't been removed yet, the middle-aged beautiful woman called out. After Yiming removed the needles, they headed to the inner residence. The Lin family estate was astonishingly vast, built entirely in an ancient style, with rockeries, flowing water, and rare plants. They twisted and turned until they reached a room in the back courtyard. It was serene, beautiful, yet lacking vitality. On a wide bed lay a frail old man with sunken eyes, completely unresponsive to the outside world. With a single glance and a listen, Yiming knew the old man was in a coma, much like his own mother. Both had suffered a shock that sent a surge of energy to the brain. Yiming stood at the back because he spotted two familiar faces, Dr. Zheng and Hua Zhen. He hadn't expected them to be here, along with an old man dressed in a tang suit with an immortal aura. Divine Dr. Liu. Dr. Zheng, sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Sun said hurriedly. No trouble at all, Mr. Lin. We just arrived. We've examined the old gentleman's condition. After discussion, we believe Hua Tuo's qi-dispersing acupuncture is the best option. However, Dr. Hua is still learning, and since the old gentleman has been unconscious for so long, he's hesitant to proceed. Divine Dr. Liu looked troubled. Oh, if there's a risk, alas. Lin Sun was also quite hesitant. If we could invite that person, there would be an 80% chance of curing the old master. Hua Zhen suddenly spoke. Oh, who is it? I must invite him out. Lin Sun quickly asked. Hua Zhen was about to speak, but at that moment she saw Yiming behind the crowd and exclaimed in surprise, Yiming, why are you here? Haha, just a coincidence, Yiming said with an awkward smile. So you're right here, there's no need to search then. Hua Zhen was overjoyed. Dr. Zheng snorted coldly, but dared not say anything, having witnessed Yiming's miraculous skills. Everyone's gaze focused on Yiming, as if trying to discern something extraordinary about him. Is this the person you speak of? Asked Divine Physician Liu. Indeed, my family's lost acupuncture technique was returned to me by Yiming. His skill has reached the pinnacle. Having him perform the acupuncture will yield the best results. Hua Zhen affirmed. Divine Physician, we failed to recognize your true worth earlier. You healed my son, oh please also save my father. I bow to you in gratitude. Lin Sun was about to bow in thanks. Yiming quickly reached out to support him. Uncle, no need for such formalities. Meeting is fate. As for this elder, I will do my utmost. That's truly wonderful. Lin Sun exclaimed joyfully. Had he not witnessed Yiming stabilize his son's condition with acupuncture and heard Hua Zhen's strong recommendation, he would never have readily agreed to let Yiming attempt the treatment. Divine Physician Liu looked on with skepticism. The Hua family's acupuncture technique had been lost for thousands of years, and how could it appear in the hands of an outsider? Moreover, this man was far too young, but seemed impossible for him to possess such extraordinary medical skills. Both Chinese and Western medicine heavily value experience. Hua Zhen, born into a medical family and having studied abroad, dared not easily perform acupuncture due to her lack of clinical experience. But Yiming had already approached the bedside. The elderly man appeared to be around 70, and prolonged bed rest had drained him of all vitality, and at a glance one might think he was dead. Yiming placed his fingers on the man's pulse, and soon streams of information surged into his mind. This elder's condition is truly severe. If delayed any longer, he would have passed on. Yiming silently remarked on the man's fortune in encountering him, otherwise death would have been inevitable. He took out his acupuncture needles and inserted them into the old man's scalp acupoints with a deftness that belied his youth. His technique seemed honed by countless clinical experiences. Divine Physician Liu's jaw dropped, As a master of Chinese medicine, he was well-versed in acupuncture. But acupuncture was usually only an adjunct. Most ailments required medication as well. A few minutes later, the old man's head was covered in silver needles of varying thickness and depth, presenting a terrifying sight. Soon the old man's breathing grew heavier, no longer the faint wispy breaths of before, and his complexion gradually regained color. Seeing this, Yiming began to withdraw the needles. The elder needed gradual recovery as his body was already extremely weak. While stronger stimulation could wake him immediately, it would harm his body. Divine physician Lu, an experienced doctor, naturally noticed the patient's significant improvement, though the man had not yet awakened. The Lin family watched the old man anxiously. Just then his fingers began to move, and his complexion continued to improve. The Lin family rejoiced, but Yiming keenly observed that one person was an exception. The old man's condition is under control, but he has been weak for a long time. He likely won't wake until tomorrow, Yiming said indifferently. Lin Sun quickly approached his father. Seeing that his father had indeed improved significantly, with his fingers trembling faintly, tears streamed down his face. Dr. Zheng, having been of no help and already on bad terms with Yiming, left without a word. Divine Dr. Lu said to Yiming, "Young friend, I never expected one so young to have such mastery over acupuncture. Next time you have the chance, come to Huaji Hall, and we shall have a proper exchange." Certainly, certainly. Yiming clasped his hands. Divine Dr. Lu then took his leave, leaving only the Lin family, Yiming and Hua Zhen, in the room. "Yiming, I am deeply grateful. I don't know how to repay you," Lin San said, standing up after seeing his father was stable. Yiming was about to modestly decline when he noticed a pin in Lin Sen's breast pocket engraved with Lin Sen, chairman of Starlight Real Estate. Yiming's expression shifted. "Are you the boss of Starlight Real Estate?" Lin Sun was taken aback. "Yes, why do you ask?" Just as Yiming was about to speak, Lin Tianha's sister Lin Tianjin interjected. "Are you going to demand a fortune just because we have money? You're a doctor, and name your price first." Sensing her hostile tone, Yiming thought, "I saved 2 members of your family, and our families seem to have bad blood." He raised one finger. 1 million. Lin Tianjin asked. Yiming shook his head. 10 million. Her voice grew anxious. Yiming shook his head again. 100 million. Lin Tianjin's voice rose. Yiming nodded. "You're too greedy. Do you know how much those doctors just charged? Less than 100,000, and it's not even certain the illness is fully cured." Lin Tianjin exploded. The other Lin family members also wore grim expressions. While Yiming had saved lives, a fee of 100 million seemed excessive. "Dad, Yiming saved my life on the way here. With my epilepsy and Grandpa's coma, that's 3 lives. The Lin family's lives aren't that cheap, are they?" Lin Tianhao spoke in support of Yiming. But Lin Sun, a shrewd man, could tell from Yiming's words that there was a history between him and Starlight Real Estate. He said, "Divine Dr. Yi, my father hasn't woken yet, and I'm not sure my son's condition won't relapse. Why not stay at our place for a few days? Once everything is fine, I'll pay the 100 million immediately. What do you say?" "If I can wait, but someone else is still suffering in there, and it's all your fault," Yiming said irritably. Lin Sun was startled. "Divine Dr. Yi, what do you mean?" Yiming replied, "My father is Yi Kaishan. He partnered with your Starlight Real Estate, but you falsely accused him of embezzling 100 million, and now he's in prison." Only then did everyone understand why Yiming had demanded exactly 100 million. There was a deeper grievance behind it. Lin Sun glanced at a middle-aged man who understood the cue. "It's like this, we did cooperate with a company, and 100 million was indeed misappropriated and never recovered. The process was complicated, and there may have been some misunderstandings." Lin Sun nodded. "I'm not entirely clear on the details, but rest assured I will investigate thoroughly and see justice done." "Wait, there must be something wrong here. I suspect you're the one behind it all." Lin Tianjin suddenly pointed at Yiming. Lin Sun nodded. "I'm not entirely clear on the details, but rest assured I will investigate thoroughly and see justice done." "Wait, there must be something wrong here. I suspect you're the one behind it all." Lin Tianjin suddenly pointed at Yiming. "Tianjin, show some respect," Lin Sun said sternly. Lin Tianjin retorted anxiously, "Dad, think about it. Why is it such a coincidence that he owes us 100 million, and just then he shows up to treat you? Judging by your appearance, you're barely in your 20s. Which medical school did you graduate from? How many years have you practiced? Where do you work?" Lin Tianjin pressed on, leaving Yiming speechless. He was not a formally trained doctor. Not one to let go easily, Lin Tianjin picked up a medicinal herb from the table and asked Yiming, "This is a herb my grandfather often uses. Since you cured him, you must be familiar with it, right?" The others turned their attention to the scene. The Lin family was a prominent clan, and when trouble struck, many would come seeking to exploit the situation. All sorts of schemes were employed, and Yiming's approach was no exception. Even reputable doctors sometimes colluded to swindle money. Yiming snorted coldly. This is Chuanxiong used to treat cold-induced headaches, dizziness, rib pain, abdominal pain, cold-induced numbness, and muscle spasms. The crowd's expressions softened slightly, and Lin Sun himself looked embarrassed, about to offer some polite words. Suddenly Lin Sun clutched his head and screamed, "Ah!" As he screamed, he thrashed violently. Lin Tianhao rushed to restrain his father, but Lin Sun flung his arm, sending Lin Tianhao flying 5 or 6 meters away. Lin Tianjin also charged forward to grab her father, but was struck by his arm. As she stumbled backward, Yiming reached out and caught her wrist. It wasn't out of a desire to save her, but to discreetly probe her condition. There was something deeply odd about the Lin family. The moment their skin touched, Yiming had already discerned her physical state. Seeing Lin Sun rampaging like a madman with the others unable to subdue him, Yiming lunged forward and grabbed him. Only then did he realize why no one else could get close. Lin Sun's strength was immense, nearly 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary man. But Yiming possessed a might that could move mountains, and Lin Sun could not break free. He took the opportunity to feel his pulse. After assessing the situation, Yiming first knocked Lin Sun unconscious with a palm strike, then ordered ropes to be brought. Several people bound Lin Sun to a chair. The middle-aged, beautiful woman rushed over, sobbing uncontrollably, while the others were tense with worry. Lin Tianhao urged urgently, "Yiming, please save my father. Anything else can be negotiated." Lin Tianjin snorted disdainfully. "I think he's the prime suspect. Why else would father go berserk the moment he arrived? He already holds a grudge against our family. Guards, seize him at once." Several servants moved to act, but the middle-aged woman suddenly interjected, "This is not the divine Dr. Yes' fault. Your father's illness began a year ago, though it was never this severe." "A year ago? Our families hadn't even partnered yet," Yiming said flatly. "Partner? With your family's meager assets, the best we could do was throw you a bone. And in the end, you had the audacity to embezzle 100 million. Aren't you afraid of choking on it?" Lin Tianjin sneered. "Tianjin, show some respect to the divine doctor." "Divine doctor, please save him. We can discuss any terms," the middle-aged woman scolded Lin Tianjin before pleading with Yiming. After reprimanding Lin Tianjin, the middle-aged woman turned back to Yiming with a supplicating look. Lin Tianjin spoke again, "Mom, you're too naive. This man is clearly a fraud. Brother's epilepsy just happened to subside on its own, and grandfather still hasn't woken up. He's a swindler, a shameless one at that. Otherwise, why can't he even explain where he studied medicine?" Ding. Received 1 counterpoint from Lin Tianjin's insult. Lin Tianjin insulted you. Counterattack to make her submit. Task success rewards 1 counterpoint. The reason Yiming had not acted yet was that Lin Sun's condition was not only stranger than the other two, but also far more severe. He needed to pierce a special silver needle through Lin Sun's head. A person's skull was about 20 centimeters in diameter. The silver needle had to be extremely fine, and such a fine needle would naturally be soft, making it impossible to apply force. Using a thicker needle would likely kill the person halfway through. Hua Zhen also carefully examined Lin Sun, but could not determine his condition. This sudden illness had many possibilities and required a thorough hospital examination. Yiming delved his consciousness into the system space and found a technique called primordial innate art in the cultivation section. It was a powerful internal energy method that allowed one to infuse inner force into other objects. Without hesitation, Yiming tapped on this technique. Instantly, a surge of heat welled up from his dantian, making him feel as if a great furnace was blazing inside his body. He gathered the true qi from his dantian onto the silver needle in his hand. The needle, as fine as a strand of hair, suddenly stiffened from its soft, pliable state. "Oh, you can actually use the silver hair golden needle technique. How is this possible? That method has long been lost." Hua Zhen was astonished. Yiming ignored her and slowly inserted the needle into Lin Sun's head, passing it directly through the temple. This scene shocked everyone. At that moment, Lin Sun regained consciousness, his eyes wide open, his face twisted in pain. Having a needle pierce through his head naturally caused pain, and Yiming needed to insert a few more needles. Legend has it that Hua Tuo once treated Cao Cao in this very manner, only to be killed by him later. The Lin family members were all tense. Seeing a silver needle pass through a person's entire skull was simply unbelievable. Ordinary acupuncture only pierced the skin. For such a fine needle to penetrate the hard skull required immense force. How could such a delicate needle withstand it? Hua Zhen's face was full of disbelief. She had always thought this was merely a legend, never expecting someone to actually accomplish it. Yiming inserted 3 needles. Lin Sun slowly drifted into unconsciousness again. Sensing the timing was right, Yiming withdrew the silver needles. Lin Sun remained asleep. Yiming let him rest on the bed, as he was not fit to be moved at the moment. The bed was large enough for both father and son to lie together without issue. No one must disturb them tonight. If they make it through the night, both father and son will awaken. If anyone interrupts, they may never wake up again. Yiming looked around the room and said, "Yes, yes, well, ensure they rest well and assign extra guards here." The beautiful woman replied hastily, "No guards are needed. Absolute silence is required here. Surely no one in the Lin family would wish them harm." Yiming said teasingly, "Of course not. Let's all leave and let father and grandfather rest well." Lin Tianhao quickly ushered everyone out. Yiming stated that he would stay overnight in case the patients suffered any complications, and also because his account with the Lin family was not yet settled. Lin Tianhao invited Yiming to his room. He seemed to sense the oddity of the day's events. 3 members of their family had fallen ill in succession. "Yiming, are you sure this isn't a hereditary disease?" Lin Tianhao couldn't help asking. "Your 3 illnesses are entirely distinct. Such a peculiar hereditary condition is unheard of. Moreover, given the vast age differences among you, how could you possibly fall ill simultaneously?" Yiming chuckled wryly. "Why then? This reeks of profound abnormality," Lin Tianhao said. "Someone has deliberately poisoned you to eradicate every male of the Lin family. Everyone present tonight is suspect." Yiming affirmed it without hesitation. "Oh, who could it be? Who seeks the utter annihilation of our Lin clan?" Lin Tianhao cried out in shock. "We shall know by tonight. Both victims were nearly beyond saving, yet I revived them. The poisoner will not bear this failure. Tonight is their final chance." Yiming spoke calmly. "You claimed everyone here is suspect, so why do you trust me?" Lin Tianhao asked. "Fool, weren't you poisoned too? It's simply that your youth made your recovery far easier," Yiming sighed, shaking his head. Lin Tianhao rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, but the thought that a traitor lurked within his own family chilled him to the bone. At the dead of night, Yiming and Lin Tianhao slipped silently into Lin Sen's convalescent chamber. No soul stirred nearby. "Yiming, didn't you insist on absolute silence?" Lin Tianhao asked, puzzled. "I said that precisely to lure the culprit into a perfect trap. How else would they take the bait?" Yiming rolled his eyes. Was this fellow truly addled by epilepsy? "By 3 M. Lin Tianhao could no longer resist. He began dozing off while Yiming remained utterly still, his gaze unwavering. Then, a soft creak of hinges. A slender figure slipped through the door. Yiming nudged Lin Tianhao sharply. Both held their breath. Having watched for hours in darkness, Yiming's eyes had long adjusted, and he recognized the intruder instantly. Lin Tianhao rubbed his eyes, straining to discern the figure. By then the intruder had already reached the bedside. In her hand, she raised some object and drove it swiftly toward the sleeper's skull. Lin Tianhao shouted aloud, and at that very instant every light in the room blazed on. His mother burst in, flanked by several others. Bathed in harsh light, the assailant stood exposed, yet the blade struck not flesh but a lifelike effigy. Shrouded in nocturnal haze, she had failed to see the deception. "Naive, it's you. How could you commit such an atrocity?" The middle-aged beauty gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yiming rose and drew aside the curtain behind the bed, revealing 2 figures seated there, sending a collective shiver through the onlookers. Lin's son and his father were fully awake, utterly astonishing. "Yiming, what in heaven's name is happening? Why was I kept in the dark?" Lin Tianhao felt his mind reel, unable to process it all. Ha! I withheld this from you because it was all part of a ruse, concocted with your father. While I administered the acupuncture, he regained consciousness. I explained the plan, and he played his part flawlessly. Little did we expect the culprit to reveal herself so swiftly." Yiming grinned with quiet triumph. "Huh, so close, and yet undone. Yiming, you truly are an extraordinary man." Lin Tianjin laughed, wildly unburdened by remorse or shame. Ding. Mission accomplished. 1 retaliation point awarded. "Tianjin, we've treated you with nothing but kindness. Though you're not our blood, we've cherished you as our own daughter all these years. How could you conspire to murder your father and your grandfather?" The middle-aged woman demanded, voice trembling. "And Lin Tianhao. The 3 of them were poisoned by the same hand," Yiming added quietly.